Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives on the supplemental order paper, the Firearms Amendment Bill 2022 in the name of the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I here move that this bill be taken at the next or later stage in these proceedings. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the bill will be taken later in the proceedings.
Papers.
Minister of Public Administration.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Public Administration to the third report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration on an inquiry into the impact of work from home and alternative work arrangements, policies and initiatives on public sector productivity and service delivery. Thank you, Mr. President.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the supplemental order paper in my name. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Works and Transport to the 8th report of the Public Accounts Committee on an examination, the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2021. Thank you.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the supplemental order paper in my name. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Trade and Industry to the 8th report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2021. Thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper and supplemental order paper in the names of the Minister of Planning and Development, the Prime Minister, the Minister of National Security, and the Minister of Finance. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Planning and Development to the 8th report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2021. The response of the Central Administrative Services Tobago to the 8th report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2021. The response of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to the 8th report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2021. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Regulated Industries Commission for the year ended December 31st, 2018, and the Value-Added Tax Amendment to Schedule 2 Order 2023. Thank you.
Urgent questions.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, in light of continued efforts at locating the 4 missing fishermen from Mayaro, seemingly drifted near Venezuelan waters, can the minister indicate whether the Venezuelan authority or the Bolivarian Republic authorities will be requested to assist in the search?
Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a serious and ongoing matter. The question asks whether the Venezuelan authorities will be requested to assist us, and I can inform this Senate that the Venezuelan authorities have been contacted and the relevant information and requests conveyed in accordance with maritime protocols. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask the Honorable Minister, outside of the Venezuelan authorities, would the government be considering recruiting or seeking to encourage other countries, for example, the United States, in assisting in the effort or efforts at really locating these 4 fishermen who have gone missing outside of the Venezuelan authority? Honorable Minister.
Minister.
What I can indicate to the senator posing the question is that all available means of assistance are being pursued as guided by the Coast Guard of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mark.
Yeah, can the Honorable Minister indicate to this Honorable Senate what is the latest report on our efforts as a country to locate these 4 missing fishermen? Can you give the Senate a little update as to where we are with our collective efforts at locating these fishermen? Honorable Minister.
Minister.
Mr. President, the question and the response have indicated that this is an ongoing matter and that the searches are underway. I am not, as Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, in a position to give the latest update on the search. I would recommend that the member file the relevant question directed at the Minister of National Security, and an update can be provided accordingly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. To the Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, given recent reports that the missing Vendra Knight Paul Coleman case file has been found, can the Attorney General rather advise as to where was the file found?
Attorney General. Members, could you please allow the Attorney General to answer the question?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will answer that question as follows. The report that the file, the Vendra Knight case file, has been located is contained in a media release which was issued by the lead investigator appointed by me as Attorney General, the Honorable Mr. Justice Stanley John, on the evening of the 6th of February. That reads as follows. In my capacity as lead investigator into the matter, I was this evening, the 6th of February, informed by the Solicitor General, acting, Mrs. Carleen Senior, that the file in question was today handed over to her. I have immediately instructed the Solicitor General, acting, to secure that file for collection by the investigation team. The reappearance of this file forms part of this continuing investigation. Against the background of that last statement by Justice Stanley John, I do not propose to answer the question, which is the subject of a continuing investigation. That is for the investigation team to investigate and to report on in due course.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask my question, Mr. President? Yes. Can I ask the Honorable Minister if he can advise this Honorable Senate who in the Attorney General's office handed that particular lost and found file to the Assistant or the Acting Solicitor General last evening that caused the lead investigator to issue the relevant release that the Attorney General has just read for this Honorable Senate or to this Honorable Senate. Can I ask the Honorable Attorney General to clarify that?
Attorney General.
May I answer that by saying there is nothing to clarify. The subject of the reappearance and who handed that file or located it continues to be part of Justice John's investigation, on which he will report in due course.
Can I ask through you, Mr. President, if the Honorable Attorney General could tell Magician Mumford exactly whether the documents that went missing and that were presented in that particular case,
but on a point of order,
involving Vendra Knight Coolman, whether those documents were contained in the file that was found and handed over to the Acting Solicitor General. Can the Honorable Attorney General advise this Honorable Senate?
Senator Mark, that question does not arise.
Do I have another question?
That's the end of supplemental questions and the end of urgent questions, Senator Mark.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are 3 questions for oral answer on the order paper, and the government is prepared to answer today questions number 31 and 32. We request a deferral of 2 weeks for question number 33.
Honourable Senators, The leave that the Leader of Government Business has requested on question number 33 has been granted for 2 weeks. Senator Mark.
Question number 31 to the Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank Senator Mark for this question. Mr. President, I wish to begin by stating that Trinidad and Tobago is not immune to the effects of rising global animal feed prices. Several factors have contributed to the rise in international feed prices, notably the continuing disruptions in the global supply chain due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, increases in shipping, logistics and freight costs, rising fertilizer and energy prices, and adverse weather conditions. Local feed millers and importers utilize grain and other inputs in the production of concentrated animal feed for the local market. Notably, the international price of these inputs is directly affected by the price of wheat. Mr. President, the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries continue to provide dedicated support to our livestock farmers through the Animal Production and Health Division, the APNH Division. Forage is also made available to farmers without cost. Information is also disseminated to farmers on alternative feed sources to meet the nutritional requirement of animals, including information on silage and feed making, using a greater percentage of local forage. Livestock farmers are also informed of locally available alternative feed sources such as coconut meal, spent grain, brewer's grain, molasses blocks, urea blocks, use of fish and poultry meal and fish silage, as well as high nutrition value forage that can be planted and used as an alternative to imported grains and feed. Mr. President, the Ministry, in support of the livestock industry, also provides various incentives which include subsidies, loans through the Agricultural Development Bank, training and development, extension services, guaranteed feed price arrangements for milk, pasture, forage bank establishment, milking system and bulk tank cooler, and importation of semen and embryos. Mr. President, despite the global increase in the cost of feed at this time, the Ministry remains committed through the APNH division to continue to provide support to our livestock farmers via information sharing on locally sourced material and systems that can be used to curtail the cost of the livestock production. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask, through you to the Minister, in light of the decline in freight costs or charges, can the Minister indicate why there has not been a concomitant reduction in the cost of feed stock necessary for the farmers' input into their production process? Can the Minister clarify why the reduction in freight costs is not being reflected in lower prices and costs of feed to farmers in Trinidad and Tobago?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in this manner, I want to join my colleague, the Minister of Trade and Industry. Since last June, she had she had a good reason to call on retailers to have a heart as price gouging seem evident. And I want to say this, Mr. President. The feed grain importers and the feed producers, now that the shipping freights and all of these other inputs seem to be coming down, the grain prices still is at its highest. So that, Mr. President, we can only, and I join Senator Mark in calling on the feed manufacturers and the grain suppliers to allow for good sense to prevail and price their goods accordingly. Thank you.
Mr. President, since we know from the evidence that these manufacturers and importers of feed and grain have no heart, and it is not being reflected in this regard in lower prices, can the minister indicate whether the government will be intervening directly in the marketplace so that those prices can be lowered for our farmers in Trinidad and Tobago? Can the minister indicate to the Senate whether government intends to directly intervene in the marketplace to address this situation?
Minister.
Mr. President, as Senator Mark would know, the government cannot tell feed suppliers or millers what price to sell their products at. But as a government, Mr. President, what I can tell you is that we have been doing everything, and it's evident because year after year I come and I read in relation to the budget, all livestock farmers are entitled to free forage from the ministry's facilities. And also, the Ministry of Agriculture continues to subsidize the price of seed material, one of those mainly being our local corn varieties, which many farmers are very much appreciative to buy at a very highly subsidized price and plant to ensure that their forage and nutritional feed stock is maintained. So we will continue to do that, Mr. President. I would also go into detail and say that I was very happy to see a lot of the livestock farmers, unlike Senator Mark, I'm not sure if he's a livestock farmer, but a lot of those farmers are benefiting from the $100,000 grant fund facility that the government has in place for people like the ones referred to by Senator Mark, who wants to put down their own feed manufacturing facilities, who wants to bring in their own machinery and equipment to make pellets from grass, and all of these supplemental infrastructure to assist in their cost of production, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
President, can I also ask the minister, in light of what he has said, whether the government will consider naming and shaming those grain and feed importers who continue to manipulate prices in this country, resulting in our farmers being forced to pay higher costs for grain and feed in this country. Can the minister advise the Senate whether the government will consider naming and shaming these particular grain and feed importers, Mr. President?
Minister.
Mr. President, as done in the past, where the Consumer Affairs Division of the Ministry of Trade and Industry would normally put out information on consumer-related activity, I want to say to the livestock industry and the farming community that it is well within your right to shop around. It is well within your right to go. There's not thousands of feed suppliers or feed sellers in this country. You can check them in your two hands, Mr. President. So I am calling on the farmers and the livestock producers, shop around. You can control what price you pay in terms of where you shop, and I implore you to, apart from shopping for the alternative feed supplies, the manufactured feed, utilize the natural feed that we have in the form of forage, your corn stalks, your paragrass, your bullgrass, none of which I'm sure Senator Mark knows about, but all of these are forages that can be used in the livestock industry efficiently.
Sir.
Senator Leiter, please. Senator Mark.
President, my final question to the minister. Honorable Minister, through the President, can you confirm or deny that the government has removed the subsidy granted to farmers as it relates to egg production, because that is a feed and grain is a very great input into that particular industry. And therefore, I would like to ask the minister whether the subsidies supporting farmers who are in the business of producing eggs, has that subsidy been unilaterally and arbitrarily removed by the government? Can you confirm?
Mark, that question does not arise from the original question. Next question on the order paper.
Yes, thank you. Question number 32 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industry.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Heritage Petroleum Company Limited, a subsidiary of the Trinidad Petroleum Holdings Limited Group, approached the international financial market in May 2022 to refinance Trinidad Petroleum Holdings Limited's remaining debt that was inherited from Petrotrin. TPHL's debt, which resulted from Petrotrin's debt, comprised the US $850 million bullet bond from Petrotrin that was due to mature in August 2019, part of a US $750 million amortizing bond, plus certain costs of the restructuring of Petrotrin into the various companies comprising the TPHL group. This refinancing was first undertaken in 2019 and now subsequently in 2022. In this current round of refinancing in 2022, Heritage closed a US $500 million senior secured bond transaction and US $475 million senior secured term loan, which enabled it to refinance the debt and implement a comfortable, lower cost and longer term debt maturity profile, as well as remove several restrictive loan covenants that were in place since the 2019 refinancing, such as covenants that limited or restricted the disposal of non-core real estate assets of the former Petrotrin. The 2022 refinancing also resulted in a two-notch upgrade of the TPHL group by Standard & Poor's global ratings from B+ to BB. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Can the minister indicate what was the rate of interest on the two loans involving $500 million US and another $475 million US? Can the minister advise us, Honorable Senate, what was the rate of interest on these two loans?
Minister.
Whilst I'm not able to state the actual loan interest, what I can say is that they were able to secure in the round of refinancing lower costs and longer term debt maturity arrangements.
Mr. President says lower debt and lower cost rather, I beg your pardon, and the longer term time period for repayment of same. Can the minister indicate when would these debts that we have incurred of close to $1 billion US will mature?
Minister.
I don't have the maturity date, but what I can say again is that TPHL did in fact have a successful round of refinancing, and I'm quite satisfied that the terms and conditions of the loan would have been done in the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago at the end of it all.
Can the Honourable Minister, through you, Mr. President, indicate who were the financiers of this $1 billion US refinancing loan to Heritage Petroleum? Who were these financiers?
Minister.
Whilst I don't have the details of who the financiers are, again, I can just repeat that Heritage was able to close the two transactions, being the $500 million US senior secured bond and the US $475 million senior secured term loan. But details as to who these transactions were made with, that can always be provided.
Senator Mark.
Can I the Honorable Minister whether this latest loan arrangement aimed at refinancing the debt of the former Petrotrin. Could the Minister advise this Honorable House whether every single piece of asset owned by Heritage, by Garakara Refinery, as well as this company called Parliamentary Fuel Trading, all of their assets have now been mortgaged to this particular loan as compared to what took place in 2019 and prior? Can the Minister confirm or deny?
Senator Mark, that question does not arise.
Mr. President, that's the default?
Yes, that was the fault.
Guidance.
Sure.
If a minister is unable to answer questions because it doesn't fall within that minister's portfolio, I seek your guidance in the future to ask you whether that minister should be answering these questions when she cannot provide proper responses to my concerns. I will seek your guidance privately on that one, or you can indicate publicly now what is your position on this matter. Because the minister clearly is not in a position to prosecute this matter.
So, Senator Mark, as you indicated, that could be discussed at a later date in relation to the question that you have arisen.
Public business, government business, bill second reading.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601, and for other related matters, be now read a second time. Mr. President, this bill is 11 clauses long and offer amendments to several sections of the Firearms Act. These include to permit prison officers to carry firearms while off duty where the Commissioner of Prisons consider that the life or safety of the prison officer is under severe threat or threat. To introduce a firearm user identification card for use by holders of a firearm user's license, to allow municipal police officers to carry and possess certain non-lethal devices, to permit the Director of the Strategic Services Agency and any employee of that agency, hereafter to be referred to as SSA, as designated by the Director, to carry government-issued firearms and/or ammunition during the course and performance of their duties, to expand the list of persons who are exempt from liability for being in possession of a firearm or ammunition in a public place, to hold liable municipal police officers, the Director of the SSA, and any employees designated by the Director for offenses in relation to selling or transferring and purchasing or acquiring a firearm or ammunition to any unauthorized person. And finally, of that critical 7, is to vest in the Minister of National Security the power to extend the validity of a firearm user's license beyond the 3-year period stipulated in Section 17(6) of the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601. Mr. President, the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the public at large are in no doubt well aware of the fact that crime presents a serious challenge to the economy, our social living, all aspects of life of this republic. We face it on a daily basis, and the public records are replete with diverse cases of same. Criminals not only target law-abiding citizens of this country with the most heinous acts known to society, but they seem to do so without a blink, without thinking twice. The most recent example, and all of them qualify, most of them, but the most recent is where 2 citizens of our republic lost their young lives on account of an alleged $200 difference between 2 parties. It is no secret that the targets of the criminals' pursuits are not limited to the ordinary citizen, but also extend to law enforcement officials, including police officers, municipal police officers, and in recent times, a matter to which this particular bill is focused, prison officers, some of whom have unfortunately been mercilessly gunned down by these criminal elements. Our law enforcement officers risk their lives to protect us, all of us as citizens, our properties, the country at large, the investors' property in Trinidad and Tobago. And therefore, this government, Mr. President, recognizing that it is our duty under the Constitution, morally, legally, and in every wise, it is our duty to make laws to protect the peace, order, and good governance of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President. And it is incumbent on us, we consider, to effect laws which can afford such officers protection against these horrendous and menacing criminal elements. Notably, Mr. President, in Trinidad and Tobago, there is no inherent or constitutional right for any person to carry a firearm, and this is in contradiction to other jurisdictions where that is part of their constitutional arrangement. That's not the case in Trinidad and Tobago. Notwithstanding that, thousands of persons, many persons are permitted to carry firearms, allowed to purchase them, to acquire them, and to have them in their possession, but only if he or she holds the requisite license prescribed by the statute of the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601. The Firearms Act does, however, set out the specific persons who are allowed to be in possession of a firearm without a license, Mr. President, since the use of the firearm can be regarded as integral to the performance of such persons' duties and can offer protection should the need arise. As you know, Mr. President, situations can arise which can illustrate that the provisions of the Act may not be wide enough to protect certain persons in circumstances where lives may be at risk as a direct consequence of their jobs. Hence, the need arises to make urgent amendments to our laws in an effort to control crime and criminality and, of course, to save lives. One of the critical aims of this bill, therefore, Mr. President, is to provide a mechanism to afford statutory protection to certain officers by allowing them to have in their possession government-issued firearms and ammunition at specific times when there exists an imminent threat for their safety and the lives of others. Allow me, Mr. President, to expand on this point before I speak to any other matters which this bill seeks to address. There's the well-known, fairly recent case of Vishal Singh. And arising out of that, the need for further amendment to this legislation became very obvious, very apparent, after a ruling of the High Court in the matter Vishal Singh against the Commissioner of Prisons. The claimant, Mr. Vishal Singh, is a police officer who on August the 10th, 2015, was shot and injured by a prison officer during the course of exercising his, police officer Singh's, duty when he responded to a call pertaining to an individual being in possession of arms and ammunition in the Guayco area in East Trinidad. The prison officer also filed a claim against Mr. Singh and the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, claiming damages for assault and battery arising out of this shooting incident. In his affidavit, in support of his defense, the Commissioner of Prisons stated that at the material time, the prison officer was issued with a 9mm pistol to, and I quote, keep and carry, in his capacity as a prison officer in 2015 because of an imminent threat that existed upon the prison officer's life. The crux of the matter before the court, Mr. President, was the validity of the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service Firearms Policy, which stated that the Commissioner of Prisons had the power under Section 7, subsection 1 of the Firearms Act to issue firearms and or ammunition to prison officers who were either constructively on duty by operation of law or deemed to be on duty and acting in the capacity as a prison officer. Part of the policy outlined the establishment of a prison threat assessment committee set up by the Commissioner of Prisons to determine the authenticity of the threats made against prison officers. So a committee was established and is established, and it is that committee that studies the threat against the prison officer, makes a determination as to whether it is sufficiently severe or otherwise, issues that report to the prison commissioner, and the prison commissioner, largely on the basis of that, would decide on the course of action he would adopt. Mr. President, and of course the policy recognized that. And to mitigate against these threats, firearms and or other protective gears, where necessary, would be issued under the policy in a structured and professional manner. The Office of the Commissioner of Prisons claimed that the policy was permissible because prison officers are always on duty since they could be called out at any time in an emergency. The High Court, Mr. President, disagreed with this contention that prison officers are always on duty and held that the said policy and the decision of the Commissioner of Prisons to allow keep and carry, and again those in quotations, of firearms by prison officers who are not on active duty was irrational, illegal, and ultra-virus. I might tell you from my reading of the case, the court quite impressively identified what is to be meant by actively on duty, and the circumstances defined by the Commissioner did not embrace or were not embraced in that definition established by the court in accordance with its interpretation of the Act. The court opined that the policy conflicted with the provisions of the Firearms Act and as well the provisions of the prison rules. It was further stated that the Commissioner of Prisons was not empowered under the Act to exercise his discretion to decide who is or who is not constructively on duty to authorize the issuance of any firearm or ammunition to prison officers. Very importantly, Mr. President, the court did, however, give solid credence to the intent of the policy, quite expressly, that being to protect prison officers while off duty, given the numerous incidents of prison officers being murdered. It was noted that this was a matter for Parliament to treat with, since the Commissioner of Prisons could not validly derive any discretion to issue firearms to prison officers under any provisions of the existing Firearms Act. Mr. President, that state of affairs continued or began and continued over many years, perhaps decades, coursing through different governments, all well-intentioned, until it arose before the court in the Vishal Singh case, and the court made the pronouncements that I have just, in part, rehearsed. Mr. President, I do not wish to go further into the matter. I think enough has been said upon that. But the ramifications of this decision has undoubtedly impacted on the personal safety of at-risk prison officers who would have benefited from that policy, since certain officers who were issued with firearm and ammunition would have been required to stand down, to return same, and the threats of their lives, on their lives, persists. As a matter of fact, I can tell you, based on information raised with me only very recently, very recently, the police and prison officials had to come to the theater of threat to deal with an imminent one against one of the officers. So the threat continues. Mr. President, I need not remind this honorable and distinguished gathering, this House, because the newspapers, as they are wont to do, would have over many years, with emblazoned headlines, identified, shared with the national community and the world, a number of cases where prison officers lost their lives. One headline, Trinidad and Tobago Guardian, by Rosemary Sant, October the 4th, 2018, 22 prisoners, the headline said, killed in 28 years. And there are a whole number of other stories. December 2001, as far back as that, a prison officer aged 32 shot dead in Cascade. In another case, 2003, another prison officer shot dead in Laventille. In 2010, another shot dead in Laventille. One in Aruca. One prison officer strangled in Gasparillo. And so the very sad story went on. Pointe-à-Pierre, Mova, Diego Martin, all over the place. And by virtue of this office as Minister of National Security, in even a previous dispensation between the years 2002 and 2007, where I had direct responsibility as Minister in the Ministry of National Security for the prison at that time, I recall most pellucidly, if you like, many concerns and complaints and problems and fears expressed by officers in this regard. Officers of all ranks, superintendents have been taken down. And of course, that has a very demoralizing effect on the prison service, because in some cases, while we know that there are prison officers who have acted quite improperly, some have even broken the law and have had to be arrested by the police, in many cases reported by their own colleagues in the prison service, detained by their own colleagues until police reach, all of that. But there are some of the officers who would have lost their lives for whom the only crime or allegation against them would have been the upstanding pursuit of their oaths and the proper carrying out of their lawful duty. Mr. President, nothing less, nothing more than to have stood up in accordance with their oaths. And prisoners and others feel that they must pay for doing their duty. So you can well imagine how this affects the prison organization, the service, how this affects the family members of those who would have been attacked and who would have lost lives, including children. And of course, Mr. President, that has a very, very numbing effect on the entire society, because when you see those who are sworn and paid and uniformed to protect the society coming under attack, that makes the ordinary citizen, the civilian, feel particularly vulnerable and troubled, justifiably so. And Mr. President, a society must fight back. And I've come here today as Minister of National Security, moving these measures, asking for this Parliament's support in our legislative fight back, for that is all this House can do. And thereafter, it is up to those who will implement this legislation to ensure that it is properly implemented and effected. And of course, it also carries with it a role for the national community, every stakeholder, every citizen, to be vigilant, to be watchful, to stand for what is right. It was Archbishop Jason Gordon who told us in his New Year address recently, as far as he's concerned, and I subscribe to that, too many of us in this society do not stand on the side of righteousness as opposed to wrongiousness. Not enough of us are committed to truth and justice. We see people who are known miscreants, criminals, wanted here, there, and everywhere, coming together, holding hands for ulterior political and other purposes. But, Mr. President, we as a society, the law-abiding in the society, the right-thinking persons in the society, who we represent in this House, appointed as we are and elected as I am, we have a duty to gather ourselves together in the Constitution and in the law and to fight back against those who do this kind of thing to all of us. None is safe. None is beyond their reach, as this society, our history, and many other societies of the world have demonstrated. Mr. President, prison officers in the execution of their duties are often the recipients of deadly threats from inmates. The prison environment, as you would imagine, Mr. President, is one of volatility, which often manifests serious tensions between inmates and those who are paid by us in this society to keep them in order, in accordance with the orders of the court. There are many variables that can be attributable to this tension. However, the lengthy time for judicial processes to take effect in our country, very unfortunately and too often, has been asserted as the main cause of some of these tensions. I heard the prison association's spokespersons actually say, based on information coming from some of the inmates, there's a tremendous level of frustration on the part of inmates and on the part of the society as a whole when these processes take as long as they unfortunately do. But I am able to say, as a matter of fact, that there are many things that have been done in the last few years in this country and are being done as we speak. I mean, as we speak, in an attempt to quicken the pace of justice. And if that is achieved, it therefore reduces the tensions that it contributes to, and I am particularly happy about that. It is not uncommon in our society, unfortunately, for a murder case to take 10 years to make its way through the judicial system. And I can elucidate as to the many things that have been done and are being done to quicken this process, but I'll leave that for another time, or if I have a specific request, I should do so at a later stage in this debate. Mr. President, most of the inmates charged for murder are known gang members who have quite some influence, unfortunately, in their respective communities and in some cases across the country. Serious influence. You would be amazed. Prison officers are often seen by inmates as oppressors when carrying out their respective lawful duties, which sometimes often entails, searching and confiscating contraband items and maintaining order in the prison environment. It ain't no tea party in there, you know. The people who go in there are people who would have gone in there alleged to have committed nasty crimes on the outside. No regards for human persons, no regards for the law, no regards for the mother, the father, the neighbor, elders, women, children. They're rude. And when they get in there, and these officers who we pay to protect us, in keeping them in accordance with court orders, they see them as oppressors, they issue serious threats and carry them out from time to time. Mr. President, the jailhouse economy, to which I recently made reference, is real. And it is no small economy. It is measured in hundreds of thousands of dollars. Big businesses are run from inside the jail, through their friends, through illegal communications. And it's an ongoing battle, not only in our prisons, in all prisons of the world, if we be broad-minded and open and honest, in terms of dealing with these illegal communications, some of which has to do with calling shots on the outside. Get this one dead, get the other one dead. And as a result of that possibility and that reality and the fear that it generates in people, there are victims, businessmen and others outside. They get a message to pay extortion money and it pay. And it gone in a bank account. It gone in a mattress, below a mattress under a bed. And there are prisoners who come out of the jail to meet cars, businesses, property, and plenty money, and more influence. And so the story goes. And the beast is getting bigger and fatter by the hour. And it is our duty as parliamentarians to do whatever we can to lighten this society's burden in this regard. And this measure today, these measures are designed to achieve just that. During the period January 2021 to December 22, it has been reported to me that 88 prison officers have reported being threatened by inmates. Statistical data from the Office of the Commissioner of Prisons revealed also that 16 prison officers were murdered over the last 10 years alone, all allegedly based on police reports after investigation, ordered hits from behind the walls. Mr. President, as I indicated a while ago, illegal communications are a very critical part of that. The state has invested money and intellect and technologies to deal with this problem. It had limited, or well, let me not say limited, it had some measure of impact. But of course, technology being what it is, things have changed and circumstances, so it continues. And I give you the assurance, Mr. President, that the state is at the moment continuing its efforts to ensure that these illegal communications are a thing of the past. And I say with confidence, we continue that struggle. We also have the issue of prison officers allowing themselves rather feebly, weakly, unlawfully shamefully to become mules, some allegedly out of fear and some out of sheer complicity, because the jailhouse economy generates, as I told you, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Plenty, plenty, plenty money. A cigarette sells in there for $100 at a pop. And a phone call could be that too, $100. Many mothers outside the prison and girlfriends and aunts spend a lot of money. One mother complained to me, regularly the son, you want $1,000 on a phone card, $1,000 on a phone card. Or you want plenty money, go to buy in the cafeteria, which they have access to. They have like a cafe where they could buy things they need inside of there. And only after a while she discovered that a lot of that money was being used for other reasons, based on things that came to her knowledge. So, Mr. President, these are the kinds of factual scenarios that we find ourselves having to deal with. We do have, of course, official telephones which inmates can use and do use to communicate with their relatives. But there are those who want to communicate outside of that system. Hence the need for illegal communications. And that, as I said, is not unique to Trinidad and Tobago's prisons, and the struggle to deal with that continues. The prison service has also taken proactive approaches to reducing conflict between inmates and staff, which results in many attempts to harm prison officers. Programs have been introduced among our remanded inmates, such as needs programming, aimed at reducing institutional risk among remanded inmates. The needs program includes spiritual, religious programs, anger management, adult literacy, education programming, sports and cultural programs. There was a time when these things were not available to remand inmates, but today they are. And this is only a small sample of what is available to those who are incarcerated. Many young people go inside of there and come out with 5 and 6 and Cape passes, degrees, skills in radio presentations, broadcasting, skills in upholstery, animal husbandry, in all kinds of skills, all kinds of disciplines are available to inmates in the prison. Some of them even receive stipends just as they would have on the outside in some of the training programs that are available to them. So for those who think that this is only about lock and key and turnkey, and since 2001, this government adopted a restorative approach to justice as opposed to punitive or retributive posture, and therefore these programs fall smack bang inside of that. In terms of legislation, we have passed and we have since reviewed the Interception of Communications Act, Chapter 1508, which was passed by this Parliament to make it illegal for these illegal communications, which may be harmful to prison staff. We also passed the Miscellaneous Provisions Law Enforcement Officers Act number 25 of 2019, which was passed to expand the offenses and to increase punishments to prison officers or persons who were found guilty of offenses against prison staff and prison staff who were willfully negligent in the execution of their duties. I don't have to elucidate on that those are laws that have been passed and deemed to be known with perfection by all my colleagues in this House. So we have done what we had to do in terms of legislation. In light of the court's ruling in V. Shall Singh, and as well the high incidence of murders of prison officers, Clause 8 of this bill will introduce Section 8A, which seeks to empower the Commissioner of Prisons to grant a prison officer the permission to have in his possession a firearm or ammunition outside of the prison environment while off duty in circumstances where the Commissioner of Prisons considers that his life is under threat. This proposed amendment makes it a quicker and an easier way to solve an immediate problem. The incident I told you about last week, the prison officer himself was unaware of the threat, but it came to the attention of law enforcement. And it was through the commissioner that action had to be taken to protect him. He was completely oblivious. And in those circumstances, you can't expect him to now go and make an application for a firearm user's license. He has to get the forms online or whatever. He completes them, and there's a whole process, by which time he might well be in trouble. And therefore, this measure allows the prison commissioner to respond with promptitude. 1 o'clock in the morning if necessary. And that is the advantage of this, Mr. President. Furthermore, not all prison officers may be able to afford the $8 or $9 or $10,000 to purchase a firearm, because that has become big business in the world, and not the least in Trinidad and Tobago, generating a lot of activity and a lot of money. But that's a separate matter. And therefore, because a prison officer cannot afford to buy one if he gets himself a firearm user's license, doesn't mean that he doesn't need protection, and therefore this Clause 8 is designed to be able to protect all comers when the prison commissioner comes to the position that he has come to. So let me, Mr. President, read with specificity and accuracy the clause that is being proposed in this regard. Clause 8A, subclause 1, says, subject to subsection 2, a prison officer may have in his possession any firearm or ammunition which is the property of the government. That is stressed because it means it's not talking about his private one, and it ain't talking about an illegal one. It is talking about one that is the property of the government. Subsection 2 says the Commissioner of Prisons may grant permission to a prison officer to have in his possession any firearm or ammunition which is the property of the government while off duty, where he considers life or safety of the officer is under threat. Subclause 3, where the Commissioner of Prisons grants permission to a prison officer to have in his possession any firearm or ammunition which is the property of the government under subsection 2, he shall issue the prison officer a Trinidad and Tobago Services firearm identification card. This card will allow the holder to show it to a police officer so that the police officer would become aware that he is lawfully in possession of this, though it is not the usual FUL for the reasons I've stated. This card is necessary because at the moment, a firearm user's license currently in paper-based form, a little booklet for those who will know, I'm so advised, can be impractical for firearm holders to carry around on a daily basis and can easily become damaged and have become damaged. As such, this bill seeks to introduce a firearm user identification card, which is likely to be similar in size and nature, expected to be similar in size and nature to national ID cards and driver's permits, which will present a practical and convenient means of identifying and certifying that the holder of a firearm is appropriately licensed to carry same. The use of the card will also allow for the use of the card will also allow for the use of more modern security features on the card, which are not presently available in the current licensing regime with that booklet, which the records show have been tampered with, picture change, all kinds of little things, page tear out, all sorts of things, Mr. President. And this card, which this bill invites this Parliament to approve, will allow for an improvement in that to a better and more modern state with the security features so that the system will not be corrupted and duped as it has been in the past for the reason I've stated. Clause 4 of the bill, Mr. President, seeks to amend the definition of license under the Firearms Act to also include, therefore, the firearm user identification card. Additionally, Clause 11 of the bill seeks to amend Regulation 6.1 of the Firearms Regulations to provide for the form of the firearm user's license, one of which is a firearm user identification card that would contain particulars pertaining to the holder of the firearm and ammunition. And this card would contain matters such as the firearm user's license number, the name and address of the holder of the license, a photograph of the holder of the license, such electronic security features as the Commissioner of Police may determine, such further particulars as may be stated on the firearm user's license as Commissioner of Police may determine, and any other conditions which the Commissioner of Police may determine. The municipal police, to whom I made earlier reference, are often charged, in fact, I think always charged, with duties that are familiar to us, having been traditionally performed by the regular Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. They're very much involved in the law enforcement business. And they have also the mandate to keep peace and order within the municipalities that they serve. Certain operational capabilities which are carried out by the TTPS ought reasonably to extend to municipal police officers in furtherance of carrying out their very serious duties and responsibilities. The TTPS, as part of its transformation and modernization, has recently revamped its use of force policy to include the use of non-lethal weapons, which includes taser guns and pepper spray, so that the use of these non-lethal items, graduated up as the circumstance, as the response requires, is very important. No longer does the police officer have to go for his gun to deal with a knife threat, or a man with a powerful man or person of insane bent or some such thing. The use of these non-lethal applications allows much more, and therefore the revamped use of force policy takes these into account. And as I indicated earlier, municipal police function largely in the same environment. As for pepper spray, before I proceed, let me say for any unwary minds or souls outside of this chamber that might be listening, this is already up and running, available to distributors, to importers, and to members of the public. And in fact, in all those categories, persons have applied to the Commissioner of Police as the law requires. So the pepper spray regime is on course. Clause 4 of this bill would amend the definition of prohibited weapon under Section 2 of the Act to include weapons which are designed or manufactured or adapted for the discharge of any noxious liquid, gas, or other thing. This definition thus encompasses tasers, which are designed or manufactured to discharge electrical energy. Furthermore, Clause 5 of this bill would amend Section 6 of the Act by introducing a new Section 6(2)(b), which would allow municipal police officers to have in their possession a taser or pepper spray for the purpose of performing his functions as a municipal police officer. The main roles and functions of the Strategic Services Agency are outlined in Section 6 of the Strategic Services Agency Act, Chapter 1506. Again, it is deemed to be known by all.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you very warmly, Mr. President. It is not surprising, based on these roles and functions and responsibilities, that some of these SSA officers, undercover and covert as they are supposed to be, are often to find themselves in situations where their lives may be at risk in the course of the performance of their duty. I did say recently that reports had come to me that they were there doing their work in a particular theater of conflict or threat and risk, and shots were fired, and some of these undercover people had to scamper like everyone else to safety. But of course, it could be a situation where they're in a car. Police officers have reported sitting in a car, conducting surveillance exercises, and because they were seen by somebody not knowing what they were doing and all of that, they were actually approached by gunmen. Who is you? What are you doing here? Move out of the area, get out of here. Police officers have had to encounter that. SSA personnel will encounter this. And therefore, Clause 6 of this bill will amend Section 7 of the Act by deleting and replacing paragraph 7(1)(a) with a new paragraph. The new paragraph makes it clear that only persons in the performance of their duty and whose firearms and ammunition have been provided by the government are exempt from holding a firearm user's license for the said firearm. Mr. President, the amendment will allow the director of the SSA and any employee of that agency as designated by him to have in their possession government-issued firearms and/or ammunition during the course of performing their duties under the Act at Section 7(1)(a). Mr. President, Clause 7 seeks to repeal the current Section 8 of the Act and replace it with a new section which provides for an expansion of the persons who are now exempt from liability for carrying firearms or ammunition in a public place. The effect of this is that more persons, including the Director, Trinidad and Tobago Forensic Science Center, because sometimes by virtue of their work, they have to move around with or have in their possession firearms. Any scientific officer designated by the Director of the Forensic Science Center, customs officers and prison officers, in each case acting in the capacity as such in the performance of their duties, will be allowed to carry firearms or ammunition in public instead of only police officers and members of the defense force, which the current Act contemplates and allows as being exempt. So we are now broadening the category of persons who will be so exempt, Mr. President. The Director of the SSA and any employee designated by him would also be exempt from having needing licenses for the prohibition of having firearm or ammunition in their possession. So, that would be, Mr. President, that would be the end of all of my speaking time, or do I?
Finish at 2:49.
I finish at 2:49. And therefore, Mr. President, I would like the clauses that I had the occasion to elucidate, as I might have done upon, I would like to commend these measures to my colleagues in this House. Clause 11, just in closing, Clause 11 seeks to amend Regulation 20 of the Act to delete the word president and substitute the word minister in order to be consistent with similar amendments included in Act number 10 of 2019, the Firearms Amendment Act, which was previously inadvertently amended. So we passed in this House Act number 10 of 2019, and we were supposed to have made another amendment to that. As I have just described, that was not done. We take the opportunity in Clause 11 to do that, Mr. President. And with those few words, given the time constraints that we all face from these platforms, I beg the support of all of this House, all the right-thinking citizens of Trinidad and Tobago for these measures, represented by those of us who are elected or nominated to be here, appointed and are here. I crave all of our support and commend these measures accordingly. I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601, and for other related matters be now read a second time. Senator Lakshmi Dayal.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to contribute today to this debate on Act number 14 of 2002, which seeks to amend the Parent Act, the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601. Mr. President, we recognize that the issue of firearms and crime and criminality is one that requires our constant attention in the Parliament, and because of the serious threat posed to the lives of not just law enforcement, but every citizen of this country. We are dealing here today with some proposals which have come forward from the government to treat really primarily with the issue of threats against the lives of prison officers. And Mr. President, I have to say that since December of 2021, the judgment in the matter of Vishal Singh and the Commissioner of Prisons was handed down. And for the minister to stand here today and talk about the urgency with which they had to treat with the threat against the lives of prison officers and the need for the government to address the situation having regard to the judgment in the Vishal Singh matter. It has taken them more than a year to bring this matter here for debate. For 1 year and a month, 2 months, there has been nothing in place to allow the Commissioner of Prisons or anybody to treat with threats against prison officers in the manner that they seek to treat with it here today. And that is something that I think we must understand when we look at this matter as a whole. How could a threat and something that is seen as so pressing and urgent and is of such dire consequence take an entire year to come to this Parliament for debate? I find that to be unacceptable. I thought, having regard to the Vishal Singh decision that was handed down in December 2021, December 2nd, 2021, that urgent action would have been taken to correct the oversight, if that's what it was, an oversight by the Commissioner of Prisons, who thought he had the authority to institute what is essentially a keep and carry policy. But it took us more than a year to come to this place, to now stand here and deal with what is described by the minister as such an urgent matter, and that these are urgent amendments, and I wrote it down while he was speaking, urgent amendments to save lives. But from 2021 to February 2023, December 21 to February 2023, it was not urgent enough for them to move an urgent sitting of this House and to bring this amendment in place. So that's one thing, and it might be a reason why perhaps we hear from time to time that the Prison Officers Association say that they are losing confidence in the minister. Now, I must also say, and I want to start off by saying I support measures to keep our law enforcement personnel safe, whether they be police, army, coast guard, prison officers. They're all, once you work in that system, your life can be under threat. And this extends to even members of the judiciary, the DPP's office, many other areas. Once you are any part of the criminal justice system, you can actually find yourself being on the receiving end of threats, of ill will and malice from persons who are involved in criminality. And so we must have an approach where we continuously assess what we are doing to keep people safe. You cannot arm everybody. We cannot turn into the wild, wild west where we decide, well, listen, I cannot crack down on or I cannot control the number of firearms on the streets that are in the hands of criminals, so I'll give you a gun. Keep yourself safe. But that's what this has amounted to. I heard in another forum, a minister saying that there are now 12,000 illegal firearms on the streets of Trinidad and Tobago. We have come here today to say that we must give the Commissioner of Prisons authority to arm his officers when they leave, when they are off duty and when they go to their homes. But we are not being told what is being done to address the issue of illegal firearms on our streets. We are not being told, and really and truly, this is an admission of failure. Because for the last 7 years, the government who has been in control of the state has failed to secure the borders, the illegal ports of entry. We heard recently before a joint select committee of Parliament how many containers were entering this country unscanned because of scanners not working on the ports. And we've heard several complaints from members of the business community and otherwise about illegal firearms being brought into the country through the legal ports of entry. Why? Because scanners break down, they have to be replaced, they're not being fixed, and they are not working. So in that context, now, the solution is we must arm prison officers who are under threat. Well, what of the average citizen? What of the average citizen who is also under threat? What about all the other persons who work in the criminal justice system who are under threat? Are we going to simply arm everybody? That is not the solution. This is a measure simply put in place because they were doing something before that was deemed to be illegal by the court. And I think the point that everybody has glossed over somewhat, almost every speaker in the other place, and today the minister is talking about the case of Vishal Singh. But a point that was glossed over here is that a police officer, in the execution, legitimate execution of his duty, was wounded and injured, severely injured. He was shot in his back and his chest. Go back and read the file, if you could find it, on this matter of the kind of injuries Mr. Singh suffered executing his duties when he was shot by a prison officer who was given a firearm to carry home. And after Mr. Singh was shot by this prison officer, and that is very clearly stated in the judgment, subsequent to the incident, the Commissioner of Prisons published General Order 91 of 2016. Mr. Singh was shot in 2015. So subsequently, they came up with a policy that set up the Prison Threat Assessment Committee, etc., etc. Now, the minister tries to go into this issue of the procedure and so on, but at the end of the day, all this act says is that the commissioner, subject to subsection 2, the prison officer may have in his possession a firearm and ammunition, which is the property of the government, and the commissioner of prisons may grant permission to a prison officer to have in his possession any firearm or ammunition, which is the property of the government, while off duty, where he considers the life or safety of the officer under threat. So the criteria that has to be followed isn't spelled out. Is it that the government is going to ensure that the threat assessment is carried out? Because I assume that that's what was going to happen, that all of those things included in the policy, all of the rigorous vetting process that's a regular citizen or even a police officer will have to go through if they're applying for their firearm user's license, will have to go through, would also be followed. But I am here listening to the minister talking about sometimes the threat is imminent. And even if it's 1 o'clock in the morning, he has to go because by the time the prison officer go through the process, he might be dead. So the minute a threat comes to the attention of an official, whether it be police or prisons or somebody that a prison officer's life might be under threat, your solution is to go and hand him a gun? That cannot be right. It simply cannot be right. And the case of Vishal Singh makes the case for that. It makes the case for why you need, yes, prison officers are under threat, but it makes the case for why you still need to follow very stringent criteria to deal when you are giving out firearms. It is not a simple case of you might be under threat and therefore you must arm yourself. What about police protection? What about witness protection that we're supposed to have? If it is that the prison officer may be somehow connected to matters in the prison and so on, and he may come under threat because of that. You must have other systems in place. You cannot simply say that the answer is giving the Commissioner of Prisons the authority to grant essentially an FUL to a prison officer. It cannot be that simple. And I never thought I would see the day, but let me quote from the former Attorney General, Mr. Faris Al-Rawi, then Attorney General, Monday, November the 6th, 2017, article published in the Trinidad Guardian. Mr. President, with your leave, I would like to read. Attorney General Faris Al-Rawi has rejected calls from the Prison Officers Association for off-duty officers to carry firearms. He said that is not the answer to their security concerns. Not the UNC saying that, not me, not the people involved in the Vishal Singh case, whose names they love to call, but the former Attorney General. At a time when the Vishal Singh case had occurred, that incident had already occurred, when the general order had been passed by the prison officers and giving them these firearms under this policy, this is what Minister Al-Rawi had to say. He went on to say in this article, Al-Rawi said that there were many hard-working prison officers, and he challenged the Prison Officers Association to lead the charge in saying how illegal weapons and other illicit items like phones entered the prison. And I'll get to that in a little while. And he continued, and the article is quoting, passing more laws to say everybody take a gun and go home may not be the only solution. Passing more laws to say everybody take a house and go home may not be necessarily be the best solution. And of course, I think he was referring there to other recommendations made by the Prison Officers Association to assist prison officers with housing and so on, to ensure that there's secure housing for persons who are performing functions in this very high-risk situation. And the article goes on to quote, ensuring that the criminal empires do not continue to work inside the prison is the solution. And let's be honest as a society. Now, what the minister, I believe, was referring to there, and again, it's not often I agree with him, but I will agree with him there, that you have a serious problem with threats against prison officers arising out of the complicity of some prison officers. And again, I can quote none other than the present Minister of National Security, saying in an article dated December 7, 2021, published in the Trinidad Express, and the caption is, some prison officers part of the problem. And with your leave, Mr. President, I will read again. National Security Minister Fitzgerald Hines has placed some blame for the murders and attacks on prison officers at the feet of their own colleagues. He said, and I quote, it is a little unfortunate and a little unpleasant, but there is sufficient information out there for those who seek it, that unfortunately there are members of the protective services, and in this case, the prison service in particular, who are some ways by their selfish and short-sighted posture contribute to the problem. And again, I have to say, I am not arguing with the minister there. That is a fact. We had a joint select committee meeting dealing with gangs in the prison, and I didn't see it necessary to pull the entire, all of the minutes of that meeting and so on to read, but the Commissioner of Prisons is quoted in an article reporting on that committee meeting, talking about a $25 pack of cigarettes is sold in prison illegally for $500. Who bringing the cigarettes into the prison and selling for the $500? That is the question. He said his officers were tracking the contraband trade. He lamented that a prison officer paid with his life for seizing a cell phone from an inmate, yet so far for this year, some 6 to 8 officers were caught attempting to smuggle in items when scanned by an X-ray at the prison gate. So, Mr. President, when we come here to say that the prison service is under attack and we must arm prison officers, we have to address the issue of what we are doing to really clean up the problem within the prison service. We have to also address our minds to what else is being done to protect prison officers. There are a number of recommendations coming out from the Prison Officers Association and from regular everyday persons who are familiar with what goes on in the prison and the circumstances under which prison officers work. And to say that the answer to a problem of gun violence and guns in the hands of criminals is to arm people to allow them to defend themselves, it raises a lot of questions as to what the government is really doing to get illegal guns out of the hands of criminals. Because at the end of the day, this what next? Are we going to empower the Chief Justice to give guns to judges who may be under threat? Are we going to empower the Director of Public Prosecutions to give guns to prosecutors who are under threat? Are we going to say that the people who work in the Probation Services Department, which I think falls under the Ministry of Social Development, are they going to be empowered to give guns to the people who have to deal with persons on probation and who have to prepare probation reports? We cannot arm everybody. So where are the measures being put in place to deal with that? Let me also deal with the question of the minister's involvement in the grant of FULs. Mr. President, under no circumstances, I heard the minister saying they're asking right-thinking people to support this measure. Under no circumstance can a right-thinking person believe that a politician, a member of the cabinet, should have the authority to extend a license granted by the Commissioner of Police, who is supposed to be an independent person, who has sole discretion under this law to grant, revoke, and to set conditions in relation to a firearm user's license. Where the minister coming into that? Where does the minister enter the picture in such a structure? The Act clearly contemplates that the only person who should be involved in the granting of a firearm and who should determine whether a person should continue to hold a firearm is the Commissioner of Police. And in both the lower house and here today in piloting the bill, I have not heard the minister proffer any justification whatsoever in going on and on and on about police officers and criminality and the wrongdousness and lack of righteousness and all of that. The minister is hoping that this point be glossed over. But what this is direct interference in the discretion of the Commissioner of Police by a politician. If you look very clearly at the structure of Section 17 in the Parent Act, and specifically Section 17(6), where they talk about the validity of the license, subsection 7 goes on to say, an applicant for the renewal of a firearm user's license under this Act shall submit with his application a certificate of competence issued by a licensed firearms instructor and such other documents as may be prescribed by the Commissioner. So the Commissioner, when you go to renew, whether this is the practice or not, when you go to renew your FUL, the Commissioner could send police to your home to check your strongbox, as they call it, to see whether it is appropriate. The Commissioner could send police to talk to your wife to find out if you've been abusive. The Commissioner could make any number of inquiries. If you were charged with some offense or had something pending before the court involving domestic violence or any sort of violent behavior, the Commissioner could ask you to produce a fresh record to say, well, now the matter has been dismissed or whatever it is. There's a lot of discretion for the Commissioner. When you say that the minister will now by order be able to extend the life of any FUL, what you are doing is you are taking that process away from the Commissioner. At any point in time, if something comes to his attention, he may, of course, revoke the license. That is within his discretion. But why does a minister have to get involved? And we have heard no explanation. And if there is one, and there is a good explanation, I invite any member opposite, or even the minister in winding up, to say why he needs to have that discretion to extend the life of an FUL. If there is a good reason to extend the life, the 3-year provision for an FUL, then that reason could be very well proffered to the Commissioner of Police, and the Commissioner of Police can make that determination. What is this? You want to waive the fee? Why is it necessary to remove the Commissioner of Police from that process? This reeks, Mr. President, of political interference in the process of determining who must continue to hold firearms and why they should continue to do so. This, in essence, to me, sounds like a way to protect somebody or some persons or some category of persons from having to go through the normal process every 3 years of presenting themselves to the Commissioner of Police and asking for renewal? Is it a case where certain people will be given protection by the minister and not have to go to the police station, present the firearm, answer questions and so on by the police officers in their district who may want to make inquiries about them? This is direct political interference in a system that has absolutely no room for political input. No minister, no politician, no elected official should be involved in the process of determining the validity of any license. In every law in Trinidad and Tobago, yes, and I think it is ripe for being struck down by the court. But in every law in Trinidad and Tobago that deals with licenses, whether you come from liquor license to gambling license and everything, you have independent persons outside of the political arena making those decisions. No government or no elected official, no politician is involved in that. So why is this being done? And again, it was glossed over. The manner in which it was just simply glossed over here today makes me even more certain that there's something untoward here. That there's something that they are not telling us, some reason, some nefarious motive behind the insertion of this particular clause. And so I am very disturbed, and I will say, I put you on notice that a power such as this has no place in this law, and everything will be done by the opposition to challenge it. And I say no more. Mr. President, when we consider the scourge of crime, not only against members of law enforcement, but also against regular members of society, it is important to determine where we want to position ourselves on the issue of firearms. Now, in other jurisdictions, you have a right to bear arms, as they say. You have a constitutional right to have a gun, and the executive, the parliament can step in and prescribe, the conditions and so on that have to be met. We have a different system here where there's an absolute ban on firearms unless you fall into one of the exemptions. And this law is seeking to really expand the category of persons who can possess those firearms and firearms and ammunition. Now, I was pleased to see the insertion in the proposed Section 8A that was placed there after the debate in the House of the words, which is the property of government. And the reason for that is because in recent times, we've seen an explosion of reports where government-issued property, including ammunition, being found at crime scenes. So at least with this insertion here now, when you say that they may have in their possession, the prison officers may have in their possession firearm and ammunition, I presume that it being the property of government, that those shells will be properly marked and stamped, because we need to ensure that when we are issuing firearms and ammunition, in light of all that has already been said, where I have quoted members opposite who have acknowledged the problem of bad apples in the barrel, not only in the prison, but in TTPS regiment, all over. We need to make sure that these arms and ammunitions do not get into the hands of criminals. There was a case a couple of years ago, right in San Fernando, where a police officer was arrested for renting out his firearm to somebody. And we cannot turn a blind eye. We cannot turn a blind eye to these scenarios when we are now expanding the categories of people who would be allowed to have government-issued arms and ammunitions. Now, when we look at the amendments being proposed to Section 7(1), it repealed the previous subsection A, and I don't know if this is deliberate or not, but I would like them to just clarify. In the existing Section 7(1)A, where it speaks about the following persons are exempt from the provisions of Section 6.1 that relate to having a firearm or ammunition in their possession. And they go on to list the categories of persons. The existing provision in the Firearms Act also mentions there Special Reserve Police established under the Special Reserve Police Act, acting in his capacity as such. In this new proposed Section 1A, I see the listing of police, municipal police, Defence Force, Customs, prison officers, director of the SSA, and an employee designated by the director of the SSA. I don't see the SRPs included there, so I don't know if that's an oversight or if it is that it's a deliberate decision to leave it out. So I would ask for some clarification on that. But the interesting thing is that with the amendment being proposed here to Section 7.1a, these persons, police officers and members of municipal police, defence force, customs, etc., being exempt when they are acting in their capacity as such. And then you introduce a special provision to institute the keep and carry policy for prison officers. So all of the other persons listed in Section 7.1a have to go through the normal process. And as the minister just said a short while ago, by the time you detect the threats and they go through the entire process, they might be dead. So wouldn't the government think it more prudent for all categories of law enforcement to have a proper system in place to treat with the arming of our prison officers, police officers, defense force, customs, and everybody when they are off duty? Are we saying here that the threat against prison officers alone requires a section in the law that gives the Commissioner of Prisons this very broad and wide discretion to allow them to keep and carry their government-issued firearm? So what of the police officer who detects at 1 o'clock in the morning that there's a threat against his life? He must sleep in the police station? Is he not going to also, should the Commissioner of Prisons, police then, not be able to take action? What about the customs officer who put on a big bus on the port? We could only hope that one day it will happen, and detect, some illegal, a big cache of guns and weapons coming in, and a hit is called on him. Should the chief immigration officer not be able to make a very quick recommendation and allow for him to offer some kind of protection? You see, I'm simply pointing out here that these kind of VAPs and stopgap measures don't align themselves to a proper policy. What you need is not to run to the parliament because of the Vishal Singh judgment and say, okay, the Commissioner of Prisons was doing something illegal, let me insert a little Section 8 there and we go fix that. Because a prison officer shoot a policeman who was executing his duty, and subsequently they come up with a policy, but then the policy was found to be illegal. So let me take a year and come to parliament and I'll fix the problem with prison officers. It's in the news every day that prison officers being killed, so let me fix the issue with prison officers. So what are we going to do? We're going to wait until custom officers get killed to come here with our next amendment to fix it? You're going to wait until, what's the other people here? People in the SSA are attacked in their homes to say that we're going to put a Section 8, that might be Section 8, B, C, D, E, and F, to treat with all the other arms of law enforcement? No, you need a proper policy position, a proper framework that will allow all members of law enforcement to be the subject of a proper threat assessment, proper checks and balances, a system whereby you can determine whether other forms of protection could be offered to them, whether it is in the form. I know police officers who were threatened by persons before, and the Commissioner of Police determined that, look, we will have regular patrols at the house, we will do this, we will do that. He didn't give them a firearm to go home. Many of them eventually might make an application for an FUL, and it may be granted to them, but they will go through the process that every other citizen has to go through. They will perform the psychometric test. The spouse will have to come and agree that, or give their consent because you're bringing a firearm into the home, spouse and or cohabitational partner, that you're bringing a firearm into the home. They have to come and check and see, the setup you have at home to secure the firearm, etc. And there are a number of things that I could tell you about that whole system that currently is flawed. But you're adding to a flawed system now by taking a discretion away from the Commissioner of Police, giving it to the Commissioner of Prisons, and really not drilling down into all of the requirements that need to be done. And you're also not addressing the problem as it relates to all other arms of law enforcement. So what you are saying to law enforcement today is that we've come here to treat with prison officers because we understand based on this judgment that they can't get firearms to carry home anymore. And the issue of police officers and how much ever years it takes them to go through the process to wait for an FUL, we're not treating with that. Whether police officers could afford to purchase a firearm when they are granted the FUL, we're not treating with that today. We are not treating with the fact that municipal police might also be the subject of threat, or that they may get themselves involved in a situation where their life may come under threat. As you know, we take for granted the work that they do, but look at the situation that the country saw just last week or the week before. A traffic warden being accosted and being treated with in a certain manner by a police officer. Is that traffic warden now life under threat? Maybe. A police officer is charged with 6 offenses before the court. He may lose his job, his pension, everything down the drain. So what are we going to do? Are we going to say that all of these other threats to all different categories of people, we're not treating with it? We're treating with prison officers only. So in the absence of that policy, Mr. President, I say that this is just this is a Band-Aid. Again, as usual, like most of the legislation that's brought here, these are just simple, quick fixes. It is good public relations on the part of a government that has failed to really keep citizens safe. It is a way to buy a little bit of grace and goodwill with Prison Officers Association and others who have been critical of the government. And it is, as I said, given the position previously articulated by someone no less than the former Attorney General in 2017, it is interesting that the government have come here so strongly today as proponents for arming our prison officers when they themselves have acknowledged that it is not the solution. Really and truly, unless the government brings to the public a plan, a real plan to deal with the prevalence of illegal guns on our streets in the hands of the criminals, a real plan to deal with the issue of the contraband trade in the prison service, a real plan to treat with the the other issues that affect prison officers, such as secure housing and all of the other issues that they've been asking for, then we are not going to get anywhere. I was speaking to some people who are involved in law enforcement, and I asked them specifically about the issues facing prison officers. And one of the things they pointed out to me, which I'm sure should be no secret to the minister, is that the messages and the hits that they talk about coming out of the prison, they are coming in 2 ways. One, they're encrypted in the form of like song and poem and all sorts of ways that people are sending messages out of the prison to their affiliates and associates on the outside. Do we have analysts looking at these messages that are leaving the prison? Do we have them to determine whether or not there are threats that are coming outside? That is a legitimate question that they must say. They must say whether or not they are treating with that issue. The other thing that they pointed out is really that prison officers themselves are bringing and carrying the messages, that they are bringing and carrying the money that is being used in prison. They are bringing and carrying the contraband. And until you tackle that issue head on, you will continuously expose the good officers to the wrath of the criminals who are conspiring with the bad officers. So, arming our prison officers and giving a wide discretion to the Commissioner of Prisons in this case to simply deal with the issue of issuing firearms, Mr. President, cannot be seen as a measure to stop the violence against them in any way possible. What it might very well lead to, and I'll close off by saying this.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Yes, I'll close off by saying this. People who work in law enforcement work under very strenuous circumstances. We are not a data-driven society, so it is difficult to find data and produce data. So how many prison officers and police officers and other members of law enforcement are before the court on allegations of domestic violence? It is difficult to produce data on how many of them might be involved or may suffer from consequences, or consequences of anxiety and depression and so on, and might turn to substance abuse, particularly alcohol abuse. But let's be real. This is Trinidad and Tobago. Everybody knows a police officer. Everybody. I think there was a case some time ago of a police officer who shot and killed a female police officer who he was involved in a relationship with. And we cannot turn a blind eye to those instances and those circumstances when we are dealing with arming our men and women who are meant to protect and serve, and to even serve in the prison service and so on. When people work under those circumstances, we must also address our minds to ensuring that they are mentally, psychologically, and emotionally fit to have firearms when they are off duty and when they are in the home. Again, I think it is incumbent on the government, and it is really important for them to tell the population that in passing measures such as these, they will hand in hand. You don't wait until things go bad to try to fix it, As in this case where after the Vishal Singh incident and the shooting of the police officer, they come and try to fix something. You must have hand in hand with a policy such as this. You must improve the EAP that's available to police officers. You must improve, and prison officers. You must improve the requirements for regular assessments to take place to ensure that our men and women who are involved in law enforcement are fit to carry out their duty, and even more so, fit to be in possession of firearms whilst in their homes. We are saying here that we don't know, the minister says he doesn't know if the prison officers will be capable of purchasing a firearm and so on. Do you know if they are capable within their living arrangements to secure a firearm in a home where there may be young children? Are you aware whether they are capable to afford the type of, safe box, safe, strong box, whatever you want to call it, where that fire, those things are expensive, whether they could secure it properly? Or is it that somebody determines that a legitimate threat against a person's life, you give them a firearm and you deal with the consequences after? For far too long as a society, we are reactive and we are not proactive when it comes to many issues. But I think the issue of gun violence is one that we have certainly not been proactive. And I have no objection to ensuring that people whose lives are under threat can protect themselves. But I would like to see more done to ensure that we don't come to that point where we turn into the wild, wild west. You shoot at me, I shoot back at you, because that is not the society that I want to live in, or I want my child to grow up in, or I think anybody wants the future generations of this country to have to live in and grow up in. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Richards.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me and allowing me to join this debate on an act to amend the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601, and for other related matters. Let me begin by, and I'm sure I speak for my colleagues in this honorable House, by sending our prayers and sympathy and support to the people of Turkey and Syria who are experiencing a tragedy beyond imagination. My last view at BBC indicated 6,300 identified as dead so far, 15,000 injured, and the scale of this tragedy is unimaginable. So our prayers and our condolences and our support go out to the people of Turkey and Syria during this difficult time. I also spoke to one of our Trinbagonian brothers, who is a journalist in Turkey, Regan Devines, who is marked safe, thank God, but he's also indicated to me the scale of the tragedy. So I just wanted to start with that. This bill is very important because it is addressing the most critical issue to me facing Trinidad and Tobago at this time. Some may argue the economy and crime are the two most critical issues facing any country or our country. But if you're dead, the economy will mean nothing to you. So the preservation of life is critical. And it's interesting, and I'll get down to the details later on. This kind of omnibus bill, which is threaded together by several issues related to national security, and the variety of issues related to dealing with some of the issues that the Honourable Minister has identified, to me is interesting, because while I may have questions about some of the clauses, I generally support it, but there's one that I will identify later on that to me sticks out like a sore thumb. And you have to ask yourself why. In the words of a popular song of decades ago, things that make you go, So let me start. The first clauses 1, 2, 3, and 4, primarily procedural. Clause 4, 1, 2, 3 are procedural. Clause 4 deals with the fact that the bill would amend certain definitions in Section 2 of the Act. The definition of license would be amended to include a firearm user identification card, which I fully support and endorse. I think it's a productive move in terms of adding another layer of accountability to persons who would be granted FULs. The only thing I would ask of that is the minister indicated that this would be a document. If this could not be made digital to add portability on one hand and to move it into the 21st century in the digital age, so that the person who's issued with this would have a digital version of this on hand. I see the Minister of Digital Transformation is giving me a thumbs up, so that seems like it's a go. It will also amend, the definition of prohibited weapon to provide for prohibited weapons to mean weapons which are designed, manufactured, or adapted for the discharge of any noxious liquid, gas, or thing. I also am very happy to hear today that the pepper spray regime is fully active now. I had asked a question some months ago, given that we came together and agreed that it was a productive move, particularly to protect girls and women in Trinidad and Tobago. So I am happy to be able to scratch off a whole section of my presentation and save some time. Clause 5 of the bill would amend Section 6 of the Act by inserting a new subsection 2B. This new subsection would allow municipal police officers to have in his possession a taser for the purpose of performing its functions. It is described as a non-lethal weapon by some, but if you do the research, if incorrectly used, a taser can be a lethal weapon, whether we want to agree with that or not. Look at the research online and you will realize that if used incorrectly or on someone who may have a pre-existing unidentified condition, a taser can kill. I mean, generally it doesn't. And I did some calling around to see which of the new categories of persons who will have access to firearms and ammunition would be covered by the PCA, and municipal police officers fall within that. So there is some level of oversight where that is concerned. And yes, I agree with the statement by the Honourable Minister that municipal police are being called upon to operate in an increasingly dangerous environment, and their ability to be armed will provide a layer of protection, particularly in the municipalities in which they operate. So that is a plus in that regard, and the fact that it is a non-lethal weapon generally is a step in the right direction, in my opinion. Clause 6 of the bill will amend Section 7(1)(a) of the Act to allow the Director of Strategic Services Agency, the SSA, and any employee of the SSA as designated by him to have in their possession a firearm and/or ammunition during the course of performing their duties under the Act. I listened to the debate, most of the debate in the other place, and the reasons articulated by the Minister to me are plausible. My concern with this and the issue related to the prisons officers, which I'll get to later on, is what is preventing, if there's anything preventing this, I'm open to the suggestion. What is preventing, the Director of the Strategic Services Agency and/or the Commissioner of Prisons from identifying officers who may, in the pursuit of their duties, fall under greater threat? Because there are some jobs that put you at greater risk than others. We know that. Police officers, in my opinion, based on what I know of the work of the SSA, members of the SSA, prisons officers in the present context of criminality, their jobs put them at greater risk. I don't think anybody could argue with me with that. But what is preventing the Director of the SSA or the Commissioner of Prisons, having identified an officer whose life is under threat, from making a recommendation to those principals and saying this person, I believe, is recommended for an FUL to use in their protection of themselves and their family, and that recommendation is prioritized as opposed to passing that responsibility or that option on to the Commissioner of Prisons right now? Is there something that prevents that from happening as a mechanism? I don't know. But I think, given the fact that the experience and/or competence of the Office of the Commissioner of Police, for the most part, in this regard, in identifying persons who may be so qualified, including one, whether their lives are at more risk, which I can justify, I'm sure we can justify in some cases, and their families, because threat to oneself as an officer is one thing. It's not only the officers' lives that are under threat, it is their families, including their wives or husbands and children. So in those cases, and we've seen, I had a conversation with Seren Richard, the president of the Prison Officers Association, in preparation for this presentation, and he said, and confirmed the minister's information, that in the last 5 years, 6 officers have been killed. We saw that horrible situation of an officer off duty holding his child's hand, shot dead, the child running in a frenzy, a baby, toddler. So no one can argue with me that officers' lives are not, prison officers' lives are not under threat. But what is preventing the Commissioner of Prison from making a recommendation to an officer under threat to the Commissioner of Police to fast-track this because this person's life is in danger? Because the Commissioner of Police does it for ordinary citizens. What's preventing that? Why do we need to now repose that option with the Commissioner of Prisons? Because certainly there will be a cadre of persons as identified by the Commissioner of Police or his or her office. Congratulations to Mrs. Erla Christopher, by the way, on being unanimously appointed in that office to decide this cadre has come from the Commissioner of Prisons, this cadre has come from the Director of the Strategic Services Agency or any other agency designed to identify this person needs to be fast-tracked. Nothing, in my opinion, as opposed to putting a new responsibility on the Commissioner of Prisons to vet this person properly, because if I apply for a license, they have to be vetted properly, to ensure that the proper psychometric tests are done. Even if your life is under threat, it doesn't necessarily follow that you are suitable to hold a firearm. So while we acknowledge that your life may be under threat, you may not be of the mentally sound position to possess a firearm. Have we considered that? And while I am all for protecting the lives of prison officers, we must also understand that a firearm is a serious responsibility. Are we, as the Commissioner of Prison or the Director of the Strategic Agency, going to ensure that an assessment is done on the emotional state of the home, and there has not been a history of threats or conflict to the point where this weapon can be used on a spouse? Are those persons going to also ensure that there's a safe area to store this weapon so that children cannot have access to it? We have seen a number of situations, unfortunate situations in Trinidad and Tobago, where most recently a Coast Guard officer turned the gun on his spouse. Tragic. This is after she left. Where police officers have turned the guns on each other in situations described as love triangles. So giving someone a firearm, even in the instance of seeking to protect that person's life under threat, should also come with a fulsome assessment on the suitability of that person to have a firearm and or ammunition. Because there are other lives involved in a home that must also be considered and protected. And I believe that the Commissioner of Police's office is the area that has done it, and there's nothing preventing that office from getting a recommendation from the Commissioner of Prisons and the Director of the SSA to say these persons should be highly considered to own an FUL and have a weapon, unless I can be persuaded otherwise. And are we going to ensure, or is the Director of the SSA and the Commissioner of Prisons going to ensure that the spouse has signed off on this? Because by my understanding, in the normal run of things, with ordinary citizens applying for FUL licenses, the spouse should sign off on it. Because guess what? My husband or my wife is coming home with a weapon. And I don't know that everybody is stable enough to handle that situation if they get into conflict. So just something for consideration by the Honourable Minister. And also, whether or not, because the issue of oversight and independent oversight is extremely important. Where the police service and municipal police are concerned, the police company's authority has oversight to make sure that all the ducks in a row, if there is an untoward incident, and do an independent investigation. That is not the case where prisons officers are concerned, who may or may not have access to firearms to take home if something happens. Does the Commissioner of Police or his office have that kind of investigative capability in an independent manner to identify if something goes wrong? Because we have to look at all possible scenarios while we try to offer what I consider, quite frankly, some productive remedies. And the institution, the independent institution of the PCA, to me, is it that we're going to amend the PCA Act to now also include oversight over prisons to ensure there's that independent possibility of investigation if something goes wrong? Because the PCA now can investigate officers who misuse weapons. Something also for consideration. And I think the issue of psychometric tests to assess the suitability of someone is critical going forward. Not everyone who is threatened should have a weapon. As a matter of fact, the threat itself may give you a higher possibility of discharging the weapon irresponsibly because you are so wound up that anything moving in your yard, you're shooting. Do we want that? A neighbor coming over to pick a mango, God forbid, because you are under threat and you hear the trees in the back of your house rustling, and you look out your window because you're under threat and you fire the weapon. These are things we have to consider. Also, Mr. President, the issue of the bill, clause 9, I think I covered that, the issue of the municipal police and the director and any employee in the SSA who sells or transfers, no, I didn't cover this part, or transfers a firearm or ammunition to any other person who does not hold or who is not exempted from holding a firearm user's license, or who purchases or acquires any firearm or ammunition is liable for, on conviction, on indictment, to imprisonment or life. Now, the intellectual gymnastics you sometimes have to do because of how creative our criminal element is in this country is astounding when you're thinking of whether or not the bill is going to achieve the objective intention as intentioned. And while I saw, and I commend it, the transfer or selling of firearm or ammunition, have we considered inserting part of this which would take into consideration whether or not the person is negligent in the in this scenario of having this weapon? Because I could not transfer or sell, I could turn my back conveniently for 2 days. I didn't transfer or sell, but somebody had access to it. And you know how creative we are. So while I didn't actually transfer specified in the bill, or sell, or loan, my partner could not have a weapon authorized, and he or she could know possibly where it's stored and have access to it. Have access to my house, my cousin, my third cousin on my mother's side. And I didn't check it for 2 days. The person picks up the weapon, goes, uses it, brings it back, and this is not captured by this. So negligent operations that result in someone else having access to the weapon is something we need to consider. Maybe it's considered in other laws. I don't know. I'm just asking a question. And to me, moving on quickly, because I already know there's 7 speakers on the independent bench and several others on the other 2 benches, on the independent benches. And I was quite surprised that the Honourable Minister did not address what to me is going to be a clause that stands out like a sore thumb, which is clause 10 of the bill, which would amend section 17 by inserting a new subsection 6A to provide for the Minister of National Security to extend the validity of a firearm user's license beyond the 3 years specified in subsection 6. Now, if nothing else stuck out to me in this bill was this: why is a minister, who is essentially a political element, being inserted in this process? Is it that we have information that the Commissioner's office is overwhelmed and she can't deal with, or her team can't deal with vetting applications for extensions to the point where the minister has to now be inserted? I would love to know. And I would have thought, well, to me, an inclusion of a clause that to me is as potentially controversial as that could and should be addressed. As to the rationale as to why this is being included, I will tell you it gives me shivers. Shivers up my spine. Because what could the possible reason be for the Minister of National Security sitting in the cabinet being inserted in this process? Astounding, but maybe there's a good reason. I just haven't heard it yet. It would have to be a very good reason for me to be comfortable with this. Bordering on almost impossible, quite frankly. Because I do not know that the Commissioner of Police or her office has indicated that we are so overwhelmed that we need help in this regard. But maybe the minister can give me the reason why this is a productive inclusion. And what would be the process for the Office of the Minister of National Security to vet persons who require an extension? Is it that all the persons who require an extension apply through the Minister of National Security? It's not clear to me here. Is it that a cadre of the persons, a special cadre, let me put on my radio voice, a special cadre, And what are the exigent circumstances under which the Minister of National Security is required to do this? That the Commissioner of Police or the Office of the Commissioner of Police cannot entertain or continue, as by my understanding is presently the case. So this is a huge red flag for me, and something I will say, unless a really good reason is proffered when the minister is winding up, or one of the Honourable Minister's colleagues, I cannot and will not support. And you see, this thing about, Mr. President, through you, what some members of the public may not understand is when bills come before you, usually for me, there are so many productive clauses that you could say, yes, I could support this. And then there's one sore thumb that sticks out that is so egregious without proper explanation that it just puts a full stop. So while as I indicated before, from clauses 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, I understand the rationale, the background, the raison d'etre of including them. That one befuddles me, and I await with eager anticipation a plausible explanation as to why it should be included. As I indicated before, as I wrap up, I would like to know why we cannot modify or include in the remit of the Commissioner of Prisons or the Director of Strategic Services Agency to make prioritized recommendations for persons in the prisons and or the SSA because of threats to their lives, because that's the main reason that these clauses are being considered, to protect persons who are under threat, who are in more dangerous jobs than the average citizen, although that may be debatable in this environment. To recommend to the Commissioner of Police and her office that, please, these persons are under threat, and this is my profound recommendation that they be granted an FUL license and an FUL identification card once the checks and balances and the assessments are carried out and they fulfill the requirements of that. There's no reason to reinvent the wheel, as it were, unless we think there's some mischief that we're trying to remedy by moving that opportunity to those two offices, which already have their hands full, quite frankly, and may not be as experienced or competent as the Office of the Commissioner of Police, or unless something has happened in the Office of the Commissioner of Police that we are not aware of that has prompted this. And if that is so, we should be made aware of it. And with those few words, Mr. President, I thank you.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this important debate on an important piece of legislation. My colleague before me, the Honourable Minister of National Security, has spoken very persuasively and comprehensively to the bill in its entirety. And so, as I said in the other place, he makes my task that much lighter. And I hope that I will be forgiven if, to some extent, I repeat some of the things he has said, but it is not my intention to, so that I do not propose to visit many of the other areas that I might otherwise have visited, but for that comprehensive contribution. The bill before us, Mr. President, seeks to make 8 critical amendments to the Firearms Act, and it is useful just to address them briefly. To amend the definitions of license to include a firearm user identification card, and to amend the definition of prohibited weapon to provide for prohibited weapons to include weapons which are designed or manufactured for the discharge of any noxious liquid, gas, or thing, Section 2 of the Act. Secondly, to permit municipal officers to have in their possession certain non-lethal devices, such as tasers. Thirdly, to exempt the director of the Strategic Services Agency, SSA, and any employee of the SSA as designated by him from the requirement of having a license permit in order to have in their possession government-issued firearms and ammunition during the course of performing their duties as prescribed under the SSA Act. Fourthly, to repeal and substitute Section 8 of the Act to provide that an officer listed in Section 6, subsection 2, as well as a municipal police officer, the director of the Strategic Services Agency, and any employee of the SSA as designated by him acting in their capacity as such, would not be guilty of an offense if they carry any firearm or ammunition in a public place. Fifth, to include municipal police officers, the director of the SSA, as well as any employee of the SSA as designated by him under the category of offenses in the Act relating to selling or transferring a firearm or any ammunition to any unauthorized person. Sixth, to permit prison officers to carry firearms while off duty, subject to the discretion of the Commissioner of Prisons, where he considers the life or safety of the officer is under threat by any member of the public. Seventh, to grant the minister discretionary power to, by order, extend the validity of the firearm user's license. And eighth, to provide a firearm user's license to be in a form set out as a firearm user identification card for the purposes of production to a licensed dealer or police officer. Mr. President, my remarks today will seek to touch on some of those bits which I have enumerated under the general purpose of the bill, and secondly, to address the overarching reform process which this bill is part of in the government's attempts through a legislative agenda to secure the citizenry of this country, and importantly, by this bill, to make legislative provision for keeping safe our first responders, because we rely on our first responders to be out there in a very difficult societal context at all hours of the day and night, in difficult circumstances, very traumatic, very trying, and sometimes, as in the case of prison officers who are identified in this particular piece of draft legislation, at risk for their lives. So if you'll permit me, Mr. President, I will just look briefly, first of all, at the provisions which address the Strategic Services Agency. Clause 6, seeking to allow the director of the SSA and any employee of the agency to carry firearms during the course of performing their duties. What the current Section 7.1 of the Firearms Act seeks to do, it details a list of agencies whose employees in the current Firearms Act are exempted from the requirements to have a firearm user's license in order to have a firearm or ammunition in their possession, if the ammunition or the firearm are the property of the government, and if the individual is acting in the normal course of his duty. Madam Speaker, the SSA, we remind ourselves, is a very important part of our law enforcement network. It is provided for and created under the Strategic Services Agency Act, and without going into the detail of the functions of the SSA, which are all enumerated in the parent act, it is sufficient to say that it provides for significant intelligence and analytical support for our law enforcement in this country. The government is of the view, Mr. President, I beg your pardon, that based on the statutory functions of the SSA, it is prudent to allow the director and any employee of the SSA as designated by the director to carry firearms and ammunition during the course of performing their duties. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, I beg your pardon, Clause 6 of the bill seeks to amend Section 7.1 of the Act by deleting the previous Section 7.1 and replacing it with a renumbered Section 7.1a, Roman 1 to 7, to allow for easier reading. This enables the director of the SSA and any employee of the SSA as designated by him to have in their possession government-issued firearms and or ammunition during the course of performing their duties under the Act as stipulated. Secondly, I highlight, Mr. President, the fact that the bill seeks by Clause 7 to repeal and substitute Section 8 of the Act. It seeks to repeal and substitute Section 8 insofar as under that existing section, there was a lacuna in which only police officers and members of the Defense Force previously were covered under the Act. Now, with the proposed amendment, the Director, Trinidad and Tobago Forensic Science Center, any scientific officer designated by the Director, the TTFSC, customs officers, and prison officers in each case, acting in his capacity as such, will not be liable to the penalty prescribed in Section 8. So the amendment seeks to fill a lacuna that existed, that currently exists under the present law. Mr. President, I next highlight a critical amendment that is being brought to the Firearms Act by the bill before you, and that is Clause 8, which seeks to allow prison officers to carry firearms while off duty. A remark was made by the Honorable Senator on the other side, Senator Lachmidial, to suggest that what this act seeks to do is inconsistent with, contradictory even with remarks made by the previous holder of the office which I now have the privilege to serve in. But my information suggests that there may be a misunderstanding either, and I say this respectfully, in what the Honorable Senator recalls. It may have been contributed to by a less than accurate report from which she read. But my understanding is that what was said by my predecessor was that it would not be consistent with government policy for all prison officers to be armed. And that is, in fact, not what this amendment is seeking to do. Because what this amendment is seeking to do is to give to the Commissioner of Prisons a discretion to permit prisoners off duty to carry firearms if, in his discretion, he is of the view that their lives or safety are under threat. So the amendment which is being brought to the House by this particular bill is not an amendment to arm all prison officers. It is rather an amendment in the discretion of the Commissioner of Prisons to arm prison officers who, in his discretion, may be under threat to their lives or safety. And that is understandable in the context of the environment in which prison officers have to work. And we might remind ourselves, Mr. President, and with your leave, if I might remind this Honorable House and indeed the Honorable Senator on the other side, of a report that goes back to November, the 22nd of November 2013. It is a Special Prisons Committee proposal for an urgent, early needed action. It was in fact appointed under another Prime Minister on Monday, the 18th of November 2013, and a Special Prisons Committee comprising the following persons was appointed: Professor Ramesh Deosaran, Chairman; Senator the Honorable Emmanuel George, Minister of Justice; Senator the Honorable Gary Griffith, Minister of National Security; Mr. Daniel Can, Inspector of Prisons; Mr. Martin Martinez, Commissioner of Prisons; Mr. Stephen Williams, then Commissioner of Police Acting; Mr. Wayne Sturge, Attorney at Law; Mr. Gerald Gordon, General Secretary, Prison Service, 2nd Division Association, and Mr. Dwayne Murray, Secretary to the committee. And that report then, Mr. President, the terms of reference were to investigate, study, and make recommendations to equitably and expeditiously resolve the complaints identified by the prison officers and prisoners. And it is interesting to note at paragraph 4.4 of that report, which was tabled as far back as November 2013. And I read with your leave, Mr. President, paragraph 4.4. Though the Prison Officers Association have consistently expressed serious concerns regarding threats from prisoners and sometimes from members of the public, these concerns are being ignored. These concerns are accentuated by the very tragic fact that over the past 10 years, over 15 prison officers have either been killed or wounded. After hearing representations by Messrs. Seren Richards, President, and Gerald Gordon, General Secretary of the Prison Officers Association, the Acting Commissioner of Police, Mr. Stephen Williams, has agreed with the cooperation and recommendation of Prison Commissioner, Mr. Martin Martinez, to give priority to applications made by prison officers for firearms users' licenses. The point there being that as far back as 2013, there was a cry by prison officers to allow them in certain circumstances to carry arms in the discretion of the Commissioner of Prisons. Those recommendations were not implemented, Mr. President. It is this government, by this bill, that is coming to this House today to ask the permission of this House to respond finally to the concerns that have been articulated by prison officers in the discretion to allow them to carry arms whilst off duty. And I commend the government for that initiative. So that to suggest, as the suggestion has been made, that the move to arm prison officers is somehow or the other one which can receive partisan political disfavor is to do a disservice to the prison officers who, as first responders, are putting their lives at risk. We can recall, Mr. President, not too long ago, there was a record from 1990 to 2022. The deaths have been reported of some 26 prison officers. Senator Richards, the honorable independent senator, spoke to the fact of one of those prison officers being shot while he was holding the hand of his 3-year-old daughter. That is the reality that this government is seeking to address, to be able to give confidence and assurance to our first responders that their interests is being looked after, that this government understands the risks under which they labor, and therefore we ask them to continue to attend to the task at hand. Mr. President, another area that I emphasize for purposes of my brief remarks today is the bill seeking by the clause 9 to include municipal police officers and the director of the SSA, as well as any employee of the SSA as designated by him, under the category of offenses in the Act relating to selling or transferring a firearm or any ammunition to any authorized person. The point is that no one is above the law, and the bill seeks to ensure that when you put firearms into the hands of persons, there will be the risk that those persons may not discharge or take as seriously as they ought to the very sacred trust that is being placed in them. And what this bill seeks to do by clause 9 is to introduce penalties for persons who abuse the trust that is being placed in them. So it's not a free-for-all, it's not a get-out-of-jail card free, it's not a license to operate irresponsibly. And again, that is the hallmark of a responsible government. Another clause which is of significance, Mr. President, is the clause which introduces the concept of a firearms user's license card. And I will address two aspects of that. It has already been spoken to in detail by my colleague, the Honorable Minister of National Security. But I will address two aspects of it for the time being, and there is another question which can be addressed, I have no doubt, in due course by the mover of the bill. But two aspects which I will address immediately are, one, a concern which Honorable Senator Richards, independent senator, has expressed that he hopes that the card will allow for digital features. And I can give him the assurance, if you look at the amendment that has been introduced, the regulation which has been amended, Regulation 6.1b, Roman 4, makes provision in that card for such electronic security features as the Commissioner of Police may determine. And of course, that is a work in progress as this government moves towards digitization. So the very call by the Honorable Senator to ensure that the user cards, the firearm user cards, are properly digitized is something that is already contemplated in the amendment which we are asking this Honorable House to pass this evening. The other concern which has been expressed is the concern that the Minister of National Security is being given permission under the Act to extend the license, the life of the license. And it is correct that the Honorable Minister is being given permission to, or power rather, to extend the life of the license. But what we have to bear in mind with respect, if I may say so, and I mean this respectfully, is that two things. Under the existing legislation, that legislation as it exists secures to the Commissioner of Prisons the power to issue and by implication, with the greatest of respect, equally to revoke any firearm user's license. With Commissioner of Police, I beg your pardon, not prisons. Any firearm user's license which is issued within the rubric of this legislation. So that the fact that the minister may have issued a license, may have extended the life of a license, does not remove from the Commissioner of Police, in his discretion, the power. I'm sorry, there's a disturbance, Mr. President. I beg your pardon.
Ida. Attorney General, continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. When I was in high school, Mr. President, if I might be permitted to digress very briefly, I was taught rules of debating. And one of the rules that my teacher taught me, I'll put his name into the record now, his name was Brother Lolo. He was one of the Christian Brothers of Ireland. His name was spelled Lawlor. He said to me, when you are debating, young armor, always remember that when you are making a good point, your opponent will bang the desk to disturb you. It's a rule that I remember. I remember it in court when I used to be in that other place, and I'm reminded most recently here a few moments ago. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for allowing me to continue. So I was making the point with respect to the enduring power of the Commissioner of Police to revoke, because we know, those of us who understand the law of statutory interpretation, and we understand the law, we know that the power to grant by implication, even if it were not conferred expressly, includes the power to revoke. and therefore to the extent that the Commissioner of Police under the Firearms Act has power to grant a license, gives him in every appropriate case the power to revoke that license. And it doesn't matter the life of the user's license that may or may not have been extended by any particular minister in the course of events. Mr. President, just to continue in the couple thoughts that I was addressing, one of the comprehensive initiatives that this government is about is its overarching approach to the reform of firearms legislation generally. That has been a work in progress for some time now, and it continues to be a work in progress. And I can give this House the assurance that over a period of time, the Ministry of the Attorney General has been hard at work with our partners internationally and locally. Internationally, we've been working with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, and locally, we have been having workshops with stakeholders, the Ministry of National Security, the Office of Law Enforcement Policy, Customs and Excise Division, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Public Defender's Department, Office of the Chief Parliamentary Counsel, Law Reform Commission, and the International Law and Human Rights Unit of the Office of the Attorney General, with a view to comprehensive reform of the firearms legislation of this country, so that what is before this House today is part only of a very comprehensive firearm legislative package that will be coming to this House and to the other place to improve the quality of firearm use in this country. Before I close, Mr. President, permit me to just say a couple remarks in answer to one or two things said on the other side. One in particular which, and perhaps I will not go beyond that, one in particular which concerned me. And again, I hope, Mr. President, I've come here from another place. I have studied a profession which has taught me that there is always value in the precision of your research, and it is important not only to do the research, but accurately and with a commitment to rectitude, to represent what is said truthfully and without unnecessary gloss or exaggeration. And just for the record, may I, as I close, in supporting the Minister of National Security in the bill which he has brought before this House, may I close for the record by reminding the citizenry who have listened to the contributions today and will listen to others, that the suggestion that there is an oversight in the bill before this House, because, and it came from the other side, because there is no reference to the SRP, is just fundamentally incorrect. Because when you go to, and in every piece of legislation, the first part of the legislation that one starts with is the definition section. Terms are used throughout the legislation, and the draftsman finds it appropriate to assist persons who read the legislation to look at the definition section. So if one were to ask the question, is it correct that this bill is guilty of a grievous oversight of not including SRPs in its embrace? We only have to look to the definition of the term police officer, which is defined at Section 2 of the Consolidated Act. And police officer, I read, has the same meaning as the Police Service Act and includes a member of the Special Reserve Police established under the Special Reserve Police Act. With those few words, Mr. President, I am pleased to stand here today to give my support to this important bill. Thank you very much.
Senator John.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity. Mr. President, it was last Friday the government's nominee for Commissioner of Police received the unanimous vote of both sides of the aisle, right in this chamber, sitting as the lower house. Last evening, the leader of the United National Congress again publicly congratulated Mrs. Erla Herwood Christopher and wished her great success in her new assignments. Whilst the country generally, her appointment has generally been well received in the country, and the people, citizens have been wishing her well, the government, by virtue of these amendments, is conspiring to give her a bit of a headache. Because, Mr. President, as part of the new commissioner's role is the administration of the firearm user's license. And as the process is at this point in time, it is a single point responsibility. So it is fairly easy to administer or to know who is in charge of this very important process. The commissioner, by virtue of the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601, in Clause 21.3, it states, the commissioner shall establish and maintain a register, to be known as the Trinidad and Tobago Firearms Register, in which shall be kept a record of A, every license, registration, certificate, and permit that is issued, renewed or revoked by the commissioner. B, every application for a license, registration, certificate, or permit or renewal thereof that is refused by the commissioner. C, every importation into or exportation from Trinidad and Tobago of a firearm and ammunition of which the commissioner is informed under this act. And it goes on. So, Mr. President, according to the government or media reports, this system, as it stands now, is a mess, requiring all kinds of investigations. And the headline in the Express of January 23rd, 2022, in a Denise Wren's article, bribes paid for gun licensing. And I quote, the Stanley John report has detailed interviews with several police officers who spoke of rampant corruption in the firearms permit section of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. So, Mr. President, instead of fixing the mess or the issues, instead of taking illegal firearms off the street, instead of locking down the borders, instead of putting scanners on the port, disrupting the gangs, the amendments today serve to extend the availability of legal firearms and expand the number of persons with responsibility for the issues of these firearms, which incidentally now includes the minister. And the minister, in his lane of the bill here, he never mentioned this, the amendment containing Clause 10. The Honorable Attorney General did look at it or did speak on it, and basically what he advanced is that it does not take away from the Commissioner of Police's primary responsibility of revocation. But the question is, why is the minister taking unto himself that responsibility or that part of the process in the first place? As a matter of fact, the Senator Richards felt so strongly about it, he said it sends shivers up his spine. Now, I don't have shivers up my spine because I'm in the political arena, and I think I understand this government, and everything about them has something that is very insidious. So I don't understand, if it is, this is a responsibility of the commissioner to issue licenses. Why does the minister, and I jumped ahead to Clause 10 very quickly, want to take away, in Clause 10 it has Section 17 of the Act is amended by inserting after subsection 6 the following subsection. 6A, the minister may by order extend the date of expiry specified in this subsection. Now, under the Act, Mr. President, it has a license other than, at Clause 6, Subsection 6, clause 17. A license other than a provisional license shall be valid for 3 years from the date of issue and may be renewed upon payment of the appropriate fee for each renewal by the commissioner. What is difficult about that? I'm sure there's a process that will tell the holder of the FUL what kind of lead time they need with respect to applying for their renewal. What it says here is that they will have to pay a fee, and an applicant for the renewal at clause 17, subsection 7, an applicant for the renewal of a firearm user's license under this act shall submit with his application a certificate of competence issued by a licensed firearm instructor. So there are conditions. And B, any such documents as may be prescribed by the commissioner. I think it was Senator Lachmidial who spoke about maybe they might do some additional work, investigative work, and to find out whether there is something untoward during the period of the 3 years when this the FUL user would licensees would have had this this license. What it is, why it is the minister wants to take up the job of extending this license, I think that really needs some explanation, and I'm hoping that the minister will do so when he is wrapping up. Because if you, Mr. President, if you cannot manage, oversee, and account for FUL's issuance from one place, as is the case now, which is currently the Commissioner of Police Office, how can you manage, control, and account for who are the people getting licensed guns in 4 different cases? Because based on these amendments now, it has been expanded again from one single point of responsibility to 3 other access points. So, Mr. Vice President, clause 4 of the bill, the amendment is to include the firearm user's identification card, and this is a welcome change because it has become, to many users, it has become burdensome to carry a FUL booklet everywhere. Will this ID card be applied across the board, included but not limited to holders under the firearm users employee certificate, because they too have this big bulk of documentation? In the cases of, this is in the case of security companies, hundreds of employees may be FUEC holders and be required to walk with booklets, whereas the identification card would make it a lot easier to keep, and it is more durable. So maybe the minister will have to, or the Commissioner of Police, should this piece of the amendments be passed, will have to look at harmonization of the system. Mr. President, clause 5 of the bill treats with the ability for municipal police to carry pepper spray and tasers in the performance of their duties. The tasers are known as non-lethal weapons, but that is not necessarily the case, Mr. President. And basically, the municipal police, they operate in places such as cremation sites, recreation grounds, pavilions, and in the market, and the market particularly is a huge crush in terms of this space that is not really, many times is inadequate for its purpose. And you find there a wide cross-section of citizens, which include people who are mentally disturbed, people who are homeless, people who are in this space hustling to make $1, some to save $1. So one will want to know what level of public sensitization will take place, or whether it takes place for the now existent municipal police. We have seen many instances where members of the public, example market vendors, they get into heated argument with these, this segment of law enforcement. And arming them now with tasers is perhaps a good move. But tasers can also be lethal, can also have a lethal effect, depending on whom it is used upon and for the length of time. Mr. President, for a little context, I want to quote from a New York Post article. The author is Seth Barron, and the date is June 24, 2020. And it said, following the shooting death of a gentleman by the name of Rayshard Brooks by a police officer, because Brooks stole the officer's taser and fired it at him. New York Police Department cops in seeking guidance. The guy was shot dead by the cop, and they were seeking guidance as to how to handle similar conflicts. And a gentleman by the name of Garrett Wolf, the officer who shot Brooks, he is now facing felony murder charges that could get him many years in prison, even executed if he's found guilty. Mr. President, the district attorney who was prosecuting the case acknowledged, he said, according to Georgia law, a taser is considered a deadly weapon. A conducted electrical weapon or taser is seen. Tasers are extremely dangerous weapons, and the NYPD has only brought them into wide use amongst its patrol officers in the last 5 years or so. So this is not something that basically it is being claimed as non-lethal, but it is really not, depending on whom it is being used on, this weapon or instrument can be very dangerous. And used in the proximity of, let's say, market, that crush of market trading, things can and do get heated. So what kind of training is the minister recommending or placing as a prerequisite for the municipal police? Because in their training, it is 4 months with daily commute to and from the barracks or the area of training. Whereas the police, they stay on for that entire period for the full time in the barracks. Additionally, with the recent police aggression against what we would have seen was widely reported, this traffic warden, what type of counseling services, psychological assessments will be provided to officers to assist them in dealing with the public? This is important because we don't want a situation where overly aggressive officers are armed with tasers and abuse the powers given to them under the guise that it is a less lethal weapon. So, Mr. President, routine assessments are part and parcel of constant evaluation in the United States for those and other jurisdictions, for those who use tasers as part of their toolbox of equipment or instrument. And the New York Police Department conduct psychological assessments on their officers prior to hiring in an attempt to assess the temperament and suitability for officers to interact with members of the public, and often overly aggressive, unsuitable candidates are weeded out at this stage. So this is something we cannot just say we are going to hand over these instruments, of course, without the proper training and the proper assessment to ensure that we have been well served by our municipal police. Mr. President, Clause 6 of the bill is the amendment to allow for the Director of SSA and or any employees directed by him to carry firearms and ammunition. Now, this is another one that one cannot understand, because the SSA Director is a political appointment. And given this political appointee parallel powers to issue firearm permits as he sees fit, really is unacceptable. We have not seen the data with respect to why it is this cannot be part and parcel, or continue to be part of the responsibility of the Commissioner of Police, or indeed, they can also be issued, the SSA can also be issued with firearm users' employees certificate, which is similar to how security firms operate. Now, when the Minister Stuart Young was Minister of National Security, he had indicated that the process is tedious and cumbersome. And that in itself opens its own can of worms. And of course, it points fingers at the entire process under the Commissioner's remit. It says that the system as a whole is a failure. But instead of fixing it, the government is now choosing to work around it and bring in a whole other set of problems, and other folks who are not, don't have the structure, they don't have the organizational structure, they don't have the experience to treat with something called a firearm, a very dangerous weapon. So, Mr. Vice President, the FUECs are issued significantly faster than the FULs. I believe that the FUEC system should remain so that the commissioner, with the commissioner, until the system is reformed, and allow the commissioner to continue to have the power to oversee who is receiving permits under the SSA. This will prevent a free-for-all system, because carrying a firearm and ammunition is a great responsibility, which also requires proper training. And this, what is required of the applicant or the licensee is well embedded in settled law. So we see no need to change this at this time. Mr. Vice President, additionally, the current Minister of National Security, Hines, in the other place had stated as justification that persons who are doing recon and surveillance have been shot at. I think he said it today here in this place. But we have no data and reporting on these instances. Why have they not been given permission? Have they not been given permits under the SSA, the FUEC certificate then? This is a poor excuse because the government continues to use the FUL system to settle political scores and does not want to interfere with the Pandora's box, it appears. And that is the FUL issuance system under the Commissioner of Police. And again, I state, and that is the reason we are here today with them working, nibbling all the way around it and really maybe creating a much bigger problem. Mr. Vice President, in the Clause 8 amendment to empower the Commissioner of Prisons to grant permission to off-duty designated officers to keep and carry firearms and ammunition where there is a perceived risk. The Minister has made the case that this makes it easier for the prison officer. But, Mr. Vice President, the rationale or mischief that the government is attempting to remedy is that prison officers have come under heavy attack with the criminal elements making hits at officers at their home or in public spaces. Similar to the SSA situation, the government is admitting the failures of the Firearms Division in granting permits by once again bypassing the Commissioner and broadening the spectrum by which people can be issued firearms. Now, I saw online a document by the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service, and it says, why do officers receive threats? They receive threats for doing the right thing. Reprimanding an offender, removing illegal or unauthorized items from an offender's possession, and refusal to traffic items for or to an offender. And they also can receive threats for doing the wrong thing, contributing to trafficking of illegal or unauthorized items, denial of an offender's privileges or failure by corrupt, rogue officers to deliver as promised, and abuse of force. So this exposes the prison officers to threats. And Mr. Vice President, I believe the majority of prison officers are overwhelmingly dedicated and honest and do their best to instill safety and order in our jails. But there is a minority that we also have to look at who continue to engage in corrupt behavior, and I think speakers prior to me would have said that, even the Minister of National Security. And this corruption includes taking drugs and mobile phones into the prisons and can extend beyond the prison walls, sometimes involving criminal kingpins orchestrating activity from their cells. So, Mr. Vice President, the Prison Officers Association has pleaded constantly for mechanisms to protect the lives of officers who they contend are under constant threat from inmates under their charge. And I quote Prison Officer Association Secretary Gerard Gordon when he lamented that nothing has been implemented because, in his view, nobody cares about the prison officers and their families. So one understands that the government wants to do something and must do something, because loss of life, loss of prison officers' life is totally untenable. But Gordon says, in terms of what are they asking for, he said a key element is legislation, which will send a signal to the criminal element that the government, the state, is serious and that the issue of attacks on officers is serious about the issue of attacks on officers of the security forces. He made the case that the murders being perpetrated are not against the prison officers alone. It is a complete disregard for the authorities, and the state needs to respond in an extremely open and aggressive manner, and the government needs to be strong and legislate and not just talk. However, there are triggers to maybe these threats, and he spoke about the failure of the judiciary to deal with cases in a timely manner. And when they go to court and they come back with an attitude, and rightfully so, he says, they come back vexed and frustrated. And I think the Minister of National Security would have referenced that in 28 years, approximately 22 prison officers have lost their lives. And several speakers would have referenced prison officer Nigel Jones, who was gunned down in full view of his little daughter. And these incidences are truly untenable. But it is more than, again, just giving legislative permission to the Commissioner of Prisons to just hand out guns. Arming prison officers, just arming them alone, will not solve the problem, because even Mr. Gordon would have noted that there was a very senior prison officer, Jackson, can't remember what Jackson was his name, and he was gunned down. Superintendent of Prisons, Wayne Jackson, he was shot 32 times in his head, back and other parts of his body, as he exited his car in his Malabar home in October 2018. He was a superintendent of prisons. And he was armed. He was armed. So that didn't solve his problem. The issues facing, or some of the issues facing the prison, it is an admission of the government's massive failure to deal with crime in a holistic fashion. Even greater failure to deal with the abundance of illegal firearms that are out on the street. At the SSA, they would have estimated that about 12,000 illegal firearms that are in the hands of people looking to do harm. The inability of the government to reform the FUL division and process by which deserving candidates are issued firearms and ammunition for personal protection. The real issue, Mr. Vice President, in the prisons is the ability to communicate. The smuggling of cell phones and contraband in the prisons allow for prisoners to communicate hits against police and prison officers and coordinate criminal behavior whilst incarcerated. And one must ask, what is being done about that? What steps are being taken to weed out the rogue officers of the prison service who directly compromise the lives of their law-abiding colleagues? The leakage of data, that is, to identify the identity of officers, means that the personal information of these officers are being leaked by their own colleagues or persons working in the prison system. And the issuance of firearms when off duty is placing a plaster on a bullet wound. The leaks can extend as to officers now who are in possession of legal firearms. And this could these firearms can end up in the hands of the rogue elements. So now the hits will be more coordinated and firearms can go missing. And it's not if this happens and if that happens. Yes, certainly, it probably will bring some level of comfort if prison officers are given firearms. But if it is phones are still being trafficked in the prison system freely, then what is the point? So Minister Hines, in another place, whilst piloting this bill, mentioned runaway crime and gun culture and prison officers being under attack. And this is the direct admission of failure in treating and trying to bring serious crime under control. So again, putting a Band-Aid on this wound will not solve the problem. And this type of piecemeal legislation, because the Attorney General spoke about bringing more expansive legislation or more expansive amendments relative to the Firearms Act. So the piecemeal, as I said, legislation, once there's an outcry, the government will try to do something or make this attempt at some PR stunt. And basically, what is needed is a serious crackdown in this issue of the very unfortunate and unacceptable murders of our prison officers. There needs to be a serious crackdown on prison smuggling, and that is where really it should start, and that will have a far greater impact than just granting these firearms licensing to all and sundry. So, Mr. Vice President, in conclusion, I share the great concern of my colleague, Senator Lochmidial, with the deliberate broadening and expanding of the categories of persons who can issue firearms and ammunition. Regulations and order and management and oversight and accountability is always the issue in this country, and we try to close this table door after the whole horse has well bolted. And I think now we have a good opportunity to do a little more for prison officers, because I think they really need the support and the assistance of this Parliament. But we need to go a lot further to save their lives. So when the person issuing the firearm is also the check and balance for the conduct of the firearm, will there be cover-ups in the cases of wrongdoing? Because at least with the Commissioner of Police, you can see the various stages of responsibility. You know, there are different people doing different parts of the job of the issuance of FULs, or the administration, or the oversight, as it were. So we on this side support the right of qualifying citizens to bear arms and protect one's family and themselves. But there must be structure and full accountability. Why not fix the FUL system so that any applicant who fit the criteria can apply and protect themselves? The general public, I mean, it's not only prison officers. Now you can't go to Massey because they're out in the car park waiting for you. You can't go to Movie Town, they're waiting for you. Wherever you go now, everybody's under siege. Everybody is under siege. So I expect maybe the next piece of the piecemeal legislation will probably be that maybe the President of the Senate will want to ask us if we feel threatened. Right? Because every citizen of this country now, no one feels safe. And it matters not what the government says. If you don't feel safe, you're not safe. Right? So the general public, Mr. Vice President, is under attack just as much as the protective services. This today is an admission of failure by the National Security Minister and an admission of the failing systems to acquire legal firearms or to put this process out maybe to the all and sundry, as it were. Expanding who can issue firearms, the license, without the necessary oversight will just give us a bigger problem. Do these segments featuring the act have a problem? Most likely, it's likely that they do. You know, you can't trifle with people's lives. People must feel safe at work and safe in their homes. But just coming and saying, we are going to give this department head the ability to issue licensing without the necessary checks and balances, it is not going to work. We have to fix the system and not work around it. Mr. Vice President, I thank you.
Senator Thompson-Aye.
Mr. Vice President, even the word firearm makes me nervous. It is not a piece of hardware that I would ever wish to acquire, but duty calls. So today I say a few words on the Firearms Amendment Bill 2022. This is actually the 13th time that this act has been amended. I trust and hope that this will be lucky 13. Before I begin, though, I wish to recognize a historic event and allow me to congratulate the new Commissioner of Police, Erla Harewood Christopher, the first woman in the post, well qualified and well deserving. No affirmative action there. I wish her well. If you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman. And we're asking a lot of her. One afternoon last week, I saw a man in civilian wear walking across Independence Square. He was carrying the largest gun I had ever seen outside of the movies, television, or newspapers. I couldn't help wondering if he were police or bandit. Is that the norm? I was reminded of when I was a secondary school child in the process of purchasing a pen in a stationery store on Frederick Street. In walked the wannabe movie star, the then Commissioner of Police, Randolph Burrows. He was impeccably dressed in a gray suit. For some strange megalomaniac reason, he saw it fit to raise his jacket to display his gun to my friend and me. I do not know if we were to be in awe or fear of him, but I bestowed on him my most withering stare, completed my purchase, and left the store. I don't like guns. I recall dropping to the ground in a drugstore in Nassau when a trigger-happy man was shooting off bullets outside the store. It was a traumatic experience that left me shaken and afraid. On July 13, 2022, the Express newspaper carried a story by Elizabeth Williams in which she quoted the Minister of National Security, the Honorable Fitzgerald Hines, as saying that an analysis of the Strategic Services Agency had determined there were approximately 12,000 illegal firearms in Trinidad and Tobago. He said the matter was being treated with as 87% of the murders was a result of firearms. Last year, Trinidad and Tobago recorded its largest ever number of homicides, over 600. The report did not include, though, the number of persons who were killed by the police or the number of persons who were killed by bullets issued to the protective services. Today, we are debating a bill which, among other things, seeks to increase the categories of persons who may legally carry firearms. Let's examine that bill. Clause 4 presents no problems for me. It amends Section 2 of the Act and creates a new document, a firearm user identification card. This should assist in the identification of persons who may legally be in possession of a firearm. I trust that this document will embody all possible security features. The firearms regulation in Clause 11, if I may skip to that clause, seems to suggest that it is important that the card be not easily duplicated. It seems to suggest that, and it's important that the card be not easily duplicated. We are well aware, Mr. Vice President, of the creativity of our people, as it extends beyond composing calypsos and chutney and designing costumes for the mother of all carnivals, or also arranging steel band music. Clause 4B seems crafted to make assurance doubly sure and close any possible loopholes which a crafty lawyer may seek to exploit. We have many lawyers in Trinidad and Tobago who are too clever by half, having their eye always to the main chance. It is therefore useful to add the word manufactured to the definition of prohibited weapons. I can envisage a lot of argument on the point otherwise. As law students, we learned of the literal rule, the mischief rule, and so on. And as I speak of the use of words, I would urge the newly minted commissioner not to get involved in semantics to score points. I took a keen interest in her discourse with the Trinidad and Tobago Promoters Association. The fact that the wrong word extortion was used, which has a precise legal meaning, did not make their concerns any less valid. We got the gist of it. All is not well with the police and their numbers and their presence at FETs. I have been reliably informed by a senior officer, now retired, that an inspector was known to receive payment even though he never ever left his bed to go to a vet. I hope the conversation will continue and the parties arrive at a compromise. The police need all the allies they can get, and the Commission should avoid alienating any sector in society that can help her in this war on crime situation, which has reached epidemic proportions. Clause 5 amends Section 6 to insert a new subsection 2b, which empowers a member of the municipal police who is acting as such and performing such functions to have in his possession any weapon capable of discharging liquid or gas. This clause, therefore, clears the way for the municipal police to carry and use pepper spray, tear gas, and tasers. Having regard to the 2012 study of the American Heart Association in their journal circulation on the risk involved with taser, I trust that there will be training for the police in its use. Also, the USA Today of April 26, 2021, spoke of 500 deaths by taser used by the police since 2021. So that 2021 study should be looked at to avoid those things happening here. Clause 6, I seem to recall a prediction by a modern-day Cassandra that blood will flow in our streets, so maybe that is why we are looking to increase all of those safeguards. Clause 6 amends Section 7 of the Act to clearly specify the categories of persons who are exempt from holding a firearm user's license, namely a person whose firearm and ammunition are the property of the government and are required in the performance of their duties and acting in their capacity as such. And those persons are a police officer, a member of the municipal police, a member of the defense force, a customs officer, a prison officer, the director of the Strategic Services Agency, an employee designated by the director of the Strategic Services Agency. Clause 7 is pretty straightforward. It repeals Section 8 of the Act and creates a new Section 8 which enlarges the category of persons who may carry firearms or ammunition in a public place. Clause 8 enacts Clause 8A, which empowers the Commissioner of Prisons to permit off-duty prison officers to carry firearms and ammunition if in his consideration their life or safety is threatened, and also to issue Trinidad and Tobago Prison Services firearm identification card to the prison officer. Strange enough, the bill essentials, I don't know if it's a Freudian slip, speaks not of the Commissioner of Prisons, but the Commissioner of Police, who is the one to issue these permits. Mr. President, in 2021, it was reported that 27 prison officers had been murdered in the last 30 years. Last Saturday, February 4, 2022, an article in the Newsday newspaper written by Sean Douglas bore the headline, Hines, 88 prison officers threatened. Douglas reported that in piloting the bill in the other place, as happened today, the Minister of National Security had said that last year alone, 88 prison officers reported being threatened by inmates. The minister said then, as he said again, that many hits on prison officers were ordered by jail gang leaders, many upset at officers who oppose their jail rackets, which annually net them hundreds of thousands of dollars. Cigarettes, marijuana, and cell phones are the main contraband in jail, he said, with the latter being the worst contributor to illegal communications. Mr. Vice President, I myself once received a phone call from someone remanded to the prison. I was surprised, as I did not think he would have been granted bail, having regard to the charge. I asked him how he was able to get bail. He told me he was still inside. I asked him, how could you be inside and calling me from Golden Grove? He laughed and said, don't study that. Mr. Hines made no mention of the prison officers who had been arrested and charged for possession of contraband items, including cell phones, while on the prison compound. He said nothing about how this problem was being addressed. Interestingly, I also read in last Sunday's Newsday, February 5, 2022, Debbie Jacobs' article titled, "How Prison Changed My Life." It was the success story of a rehabilitated prisoner, James. A lovely story it was, giving us so much hope. A part of that story struck a chord with me. It stated, and I quote, James said, verbal and physical abuse by some prison officers causes problems. Inmates feel no one cares about them. They get bitter, lose hope, and say, I hope I don't see him out there. Sometimes, unfortunately, in a few cases, prison officers may be authors of their own fate. I did say a few cases. I suggest, before we give officers guns to take home, that they be subjected to a psychometric evaluation to see if they are fit and proper persons to enjoy that facility. Under no circumstances are officers who have allegations of domestic abuse made against them to be issued firearms to take home. If the allegations are made after they have been issued firearms, these are to be withdrawn immediately. Mr. Vice President, I have always endorsed the popular saying, people go to jail as punishment, not for punishment. But we know that some officers treat prisoners unfairly. Perhaps it is the officer's nature, or it may be the result of the brutal atmosphere and terrible conditions under which the officers work. The present Commissioner of Prison is a very hard-working man, committed to the cause of rehabilitation and restorative justice. We've had many a conversation which has left me very heartened. I spoke some time ago about a calypso I had sung at Royal Holloway Hall of London University in 1999 at a Penal Reform International Conference. It was translated into 3 different languages and earned me a standing ovation. It was entitled, Prisoners Are People Too. I also shared it during an interview on I-95.5 FM with my late, dear departed friend, Wayne Chance. Not everyone recognizes that a prisoner does not lose his humanity when he enters prison. I recommend the book, Making Standards Work, an international handbook on good prison practice published by Penal Reform International and gifted to me by Baroness Vivian Stern, President of Penal Reform International, who came to Trinidad to open the Hugh Wooding Law School Legal Aid Clinic Mediation Center in 2000. It should be required reading by the Minister of National Security, the Prison Commissioner, and all officials in the prison system. I recommend also that they visit some open prison systems to see what aspects of those programs can be adapted for use here. We should also upgrade our prison conditions to a more humane state and introduce conjugal visits. Sometimes, unfortunately, in a few cases, prison officers may be authors of their own fate. I suggest that, as I said before, the psychometric evaluation should be done on all of them who want to be firearms. A story by Ricky Ramdas in the Express of July 28, 2022, told of a prison officer who had stabbed his wife 19 times, allegedly because he had seen signs of infidelity on her electronic device. Had he owned a gun, it was not unlikely that he would have used it on her. In a Janelle D'Souza article in Newsday, April 17, 2022, it was reported, and we've heard about it today, a Coast Guardsman had killed his wife and then committed suicide. Mr. Vice President, we saw in a much publicized video a police officer roughing up a traffic warden. A change of name from police force to police service has not brought about the desired response. There is still a lot more to be done to have police officers behave in a manner expected of their office that they hold and the responsibility with which they are entrusted. They are men before they are police officers, and army men and coast guardsmen. They bring with them a particular type of macho behavior. They subscribe to the Calypsonians' false and misguided fallacies promulgated by kings of Calypso, like my old CYO partner Penguin, women don't like soft man. And the mighty sparrow advised to them, every now and then, you have to knock them down. They love you long and they love you strong. Black up the eye and bust up your knee, and they will love you eternally. I expect he would have changed that narrative even before his recent baptism. Women would do well to follow instead Francine's advice and put wheels on their heels and run away. We women love generous, nurturing, warm, and gentle men like Professor Gordon Rollet. That is why so many of us shed tears when he died. Mr. President, the police officers have a number of problems, and prison officers too. When I was director of the Legal Aid Clinic, they visited me all the time. They would waylay me in court and talk of their problems. I used to tell them, I am not Professor, I am not Dr. Bonterre, but they came anyway. So we need to deal with them, to assist them with their problems before this problem of their murders continue to escalate. I look at the clauses and we wonder, and we have not been given an explanation, why the discretion must be removed from the Commissioner of Police with all the necessary safeguards. We would like to know why we are going to put that on the Commissioner of Police, the minister who has such a wide ministry with so much responsibilities and people who may not be qualified to deal with that problem. We agree, I certainly do agree, that we need to assist the police officers, the prison officers, because there is a real problem. They are under attack and the statistics show that. But we need to get it right. And we need to put in amendments that will make for getting it right. All of us agreed that what we want is a more peaceful society. And the people who work in the prison service, they have their role to play, as do the police. So perhaps we need to take another look again and see what we can do. Hopefully, and sadly, I must say, number 13 isn't all well, and we really would like number 13, who would have hoped that they would have had it right. So, Mr. Vice President, with those few words, I thank you for allowing me this opportunity, and I wish all of the society well.
Senator Renuka Sagram Singh Sukla.
Mr. Vice President, I thank you most sincerely for the opportunity to jump into this debate. So much has been said by, of course, the government bench, members of the opposition, and even the independent senators. So my intervention, Mr. Vice President, of course, the Honorable Minister of National Security and my learned senior would have gotten into the crux of the intention of the government in of course, moving this bill today. My intervention, Mr. Vice President, will of course be again to deal with certain things put on the record, of course, by the opposition senators. And as I go along, of course, any other concern, other concerns, of course, one raised particularly by Senator Paul Richards. I would just want to add my 2 pence to the debate and see if I can play a part in assisting Mr. Richards, Senator Richards, to understand perhaps why certain amendments are brought here today. You know, immediately, Mr. Vice President, I want to again address certain comments made by the Honorable Senator Lakshmi Dayal. You know, Senator Lakshmi Dayal took copious notes, mentioned that, you know, the issue of firearms, crime and criminality requires a constant review. The senator also said to treat primarily with the issue of threats to prisoners. You know, but what is surprising is that the senator also mentioned since December 2021, the decision was handed down in Vishal Singh, and why we as a government, why we are here so late to bring forward this debate in an attempt to protect prisoners. And you see, I know the Honorable Attorney General mentioned it in his contribution, but again, for the record, I want to remind this country of a JSC November 2013. And in that JSC, I know that the Honorable Attorney General made mention generally about that JSC and the findings in that JSC. But you see, the opposition came here today via Ms. Lakshmi Dayal and asked the question suggesting that this government is late in treating with the issue of prison officers. But you see, Mr. Vice President, in that 2013 JSC, we had 3 members of the People's Partnership sitting in that JSC. We have Senator Emmanuel George, who was the Minister of Justice, because back then they had a ministry for everything. We had Senator Gary Griffith, who was the Minister of National Security. And we have a senator who sat in this Senate, Mr. Wayne Sturge, attorney at law, who sat in that JSC together with other members. And what is surprising is since 2013, and then since 2013, recommendations were made relative to the prisons. And I will summarize. One of the major recommendations was to give priority consideration to applications made by prison officers for firearm users license. These applications were to be prioritized by the Commissioner of Police. That was a recommendation made in 2013 in a joint select committee in which 3 opposition members sat. And Mr. Vice President, in 2013, 14, 15, and I always calculate the days and time, that we are a year late since the judgment. They were about 3 or 4 years late and did absolutely nothing to improve the conditions of prisoners during that time. There's a JSC report to that effect. So when they come here, when Senator Lakshmi Dayal constantly comes and she speaks about the lateness of the government, she speaks about us being, I think we intellectually bankrupt. I always put back a question to the Honorable Senator. When your government, the government that your party, the one that you support and you defend, when you all had an opportunity to make it right again, I am not saying, so this is not make up. The hands are the records of the Parliament show. When you all had the opportunity, absolutely nothing was done. So in my estimation, we come in a year later from the 2021 decision given by Vishal Singh. We're not too late in trying to bring amendments to, of course, improve the conditions and to put our first response officers in a position where they can better protect themselves. So I just had to, again, read into the record that particular JSC finding. You know, Mr. Vice President, and this is now very serious matters. A question was asked by Senator Lakshmi Dayal, also paying attention to the case of Vishal Singh. She said a police officer was severely shot and wounded by a prison officer. I agree, I read the entire judgment. She asked about the criteria for the granting of a firearm. Because, of course, the amendment that we have brought does not specifically speak to the criteria in which will be considered. But for the purpose of the public listening on, for the purpose of the independent senators in particular, Mr. Vice President, what I must remind this Honorable Senate is that notwithstanding so we have this amendment that we are bringing in the law today, but there is an Order 91 which speaks to the policy consideration that is still in existence and the policy consideration that, of course, is going to guide the Commissioner of Prison in making a determination as to whether or not he is going to grant a firearm to an at-risk officer who make the application to have that, to be allowed to keep and carry a firearm beyond his working hours. So I want to read into the record, and that policy is critical because what it helps us to understand is that notwithstanding the fact in this amendment, we are now giving, yes, we are giving to the Commissioner of Prisons the opportunity to make a decision as to whether or not he's going to grant an at-risk officer the permission to keep and carry his firearm. Notwithstanding this fact, we must remember this Commissioner of Prison is not going to be acting on a frolic of his own. In making said decision, the Commissioner of Prison is guided by the General Order number 26 of 2016. Senator Lachmidial just referred to it as Order 91, but that General Order number 26 of 2016 is critical for the members opposite and for the public to understand what is happening and what is going to be the guiding principle in policy, which is now married with the law, which is the amendments we are bringing here today, that will guide the Commissioner of Prison in being able to make a decision in whether or not an officer who makes an application to be able to use a firearm, whether he should be granted that application. So, for example, so in this specific order, and this is why I want to read it into the record so that the public understand what this order speaks to and understand that we are not making law vike. We have taken into consideration that this 2016, as I said, order number 26 of 2016 is still the guiding principle. Now, this order came into effect on the 11th of July 2016, and it still remains the policy. It remains the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service Firearms policy. And let me read into the record what this policy, a little snapshot of what this particular order speaks to, Mr. Vice President. The order created the Prison Threat Assessment Committee, and I know some members would have generally mentioned it, but for the benefit of the public, let's understand what the Prison Threat Assessment Committee does. Now, this is a 3-person committee, Mr. Vice President, comprising of a member of the Prison Service Executive, a member of the Strategic Operations Unit, and a member from an organization either from the TTPS or the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. So yes, while in law today we are asking that a Commissioner of Prison, the Commissioner of Prison can then grant the permission to an officer to use his firearm beyond the working hours, we must remember this order, the composition created in the General Order number 26 of 2016, which speaks to the Prison Threat Assessment Committee, a committee who is going to be charged, Mr. Vice President, with the responsibility, of course, advising the Commissioner of Prison before he makes a decision as to whether or not he ought to grant a license or permission to the officer who may apply to use a firearm beyond working hours. Now, this order is so critical because even in this particular General Order 26 of 2016, Mr. Vice President, it even speaks to the timeline for decisions. And the timelines, for example, what was mentioned in this particular order is that decisions are to be made within a reasonable time. So it means that if an at-risk prison officer makes an application to the Commissioner of Prisons, setting out his case, stating that he believes that he's at risk and so on, the Commissioner of Prisons is guided by this policy, the contents of General Order number 26 of 2016, which says that even in his deliberations and even in making his decision, he has to make that decision within a reasonable time. Of course, unreasonableness of time making that decision is critical because it means that an application is not just going to sit on the desk of the Commissioner of Prisons for however long. The Commissioner is now guided again by acting on this application in reasonable time. This particular order, Mr. Vice President, also speaks about the determination of decisions. What it says is once the Commissioner of Prison finds that the risks associated with the threat is significantly high, the Commissioner of Prisons would give approval for the officer to be issued with a firearm and ammunition, as well as other protective gears. And of course, the order goes on to speak about where decisions are rejected and so on. Now, again, Mr. Vice President, why am I focusing, or why have I focused on the General Order number 26 of 2016 is to specifically deal with some of the concerns that people may have, the public may have, members of the Senate may have, with why are we giving a Commissioner of Prison the power to make a decision on who he's going to grant this particular license to use a firearm beyond their working hours. And I just want to remind this Honorable Senate, remind this country that the policies that were created, the policies that are existing in the General Order number 26 of 2016, this remains the guiding principles for the Commissioner of Prison. So it is not that the Commissioner of Prison is going to act on a frolic of his own. It is not that the Commissioner of Prison is not, he is certainly restricted by the contents of the policy and what exists in the order itself. And this certainly, I'm hoping that it allays some of the fears that persons may have relative to, okay, well, now the Commissioner, he is the one who making the decision as opposed to the Commissioner of Police. Understand that there's this Order 91 that is in existence that creates the policy and is going to guide the decisions and explain, and of course it gets into the role of, as I said before, that risk assessment committee, who's then going to serve, and I mentioned the composition of that committee, who's then going to, upon whose advice the Commissioner of Prison, of course, is going to act in order to make a decision as to whether to grant a firearm or not. Now, Mr. Vice President, a critical question was asked by Senator Richardson. I'm glad that the Honorable Senator is here, and I know. And he asked it, I know, with a genuine concern about ministerial interference. Of course, the opposition, of course, they would go ahead and create and try to promote the rhetoric that, you know, we're trying to, the politicians again, this government has some nefarious reason, because I think Senator Lachmidial said that as to why, you know, when the question was asked, I think the senator said, under no circumstances should a minister interfere, and she suggested that there's some sinister plot by this government to interfere in the issuance of the extension of these licenses. Now, Mr. Vice President, of course, I know we have listened. I'm sure that that is why the Attorney General and some other members are in discussion. We are listening to what the independent senators particularly are asking, because it's from a genuine place of concern. And of course, the decision will ultimately be made as to how we will treat with this particular clause. But what I want to do, Mr. Vice President, especially, I want to debunk the suggestion or the inference that there's a sinister plot behind this particular amendment. And here's what I will do to try to attempt to debunk that view. Mr. Vice President, one would think that an attorney at law, as Senator Lachmidial, would know that there are other critical pieces of legislation that exist on our books, not created by the PNM alone, but from administration after administration, in which you have a minister playing a hand in certain decisions and extensions. So, for example, the senator spoke about the Liquor License Act. Mr. Vice President, if I may look at Section 5.1 of the Liquor License Act, for example, because she mentioned the Liquor License Act and suggested that the minister plays no part there. Mrs. Vice President, Section 5.1 of the Liquor License Act, Section 45.1 of the Liquor License Act, Section 47 of the Liquor License Act, Section 59 of the Liquor License Act, Section 68, Section 82, Section 83, Section 83A, Section 83A. All of these are sections of the Liquor License Act that speaks about ministerial intervention. And it speaks about ministerial intervention at different levels. And so when that law was passed, and mind you, this is an Act 27 of 1955, amended in 2014. Back then, I would not want to believe that there was a nefarious reason for ensuring that a minister played a part and played his hand in certain licenses or the grant of it or the extensions of it. Recognizing, Mr. Vice President, that we as the executive and the policy drivers, of course, sometimes there is the need to intervene. And there is legislation on the book that is good law, that is existable. You always, the opposition has challenged everything. Challenge that. Challenge the Liquor License Act if you have a problem with the minister playing a part here. But that is an existing law. Mr. Vice President, if we look at Section 36(1), Section 36(1) of the same License Act that did so clearly, Senator Lajmial didn't do her homework before she came because she couldn't mention the Liquor License Act. Section 36(1) of the Liquor License Act, Mr. Vice President, it says, and I read into the record, the minister may, in his discretion, authorize listen to this one, in his discretion, authorize a licensing committee to grant a certificate for the issue of a renewal of a spirit dealer's license in respect of premises situated in any part of Trinidad and Tobago. Again, you see ministerial discretion.
Senators on the other side, kindly allow the good minister to make a contribution. The level of crosstalk is a little too much. Senator Leida, whilst I'm on my feet, your prop you were using just now to engage humor is not acceptable either.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So I want to start from the place by debunking that ridiculous suggestion that the purpose of this legislation and the amendment that we are bringing here is because we have some ulterior motive. My saying to that is only if you have cocoa in the sun, then freight raid. But that is not the reason why we are bringing this amendment here today, Mr. Vice President. There is existing law on the books that you have seen ministerial interference. For example, and not interference, but where a minister has a discretion. That is the word I should use. A minister have. If we turn, for example, to Mr. Vice President, and again I go back to the center because she's the lawyer here. We have the Immigration Act, 10.5, Section 10.5 of the Immigration Act. You see ministerial intervention as well, and minister being able to intervene again. Section 10.5, this deals, Mr. Vice President, specifically with entry permits. Under this specific section, Mr. Vice President, it says, and listen to what it says, the minister may at any time in writing extend, vary, or cancel a permit. This exists on our books as a piece of law where you have a minister being able to vary, he is able to extend, he is able to cancel a permit. It's on the books. So again, Mr. Vice President, to come here and suggest the amendment that we are bringing is because we have some you see, the UNC judges us by their own standards and they can't get away from that. That is their biggest problem. Because every time they pass and they do something is because they had an under-the-table reason. But we don't operate like that. And that is why, for the benefits of the sober-thinking people of Trinidad and Tobago, the sober members of the Senate, I want you to understand that even if at the end of the day, the decision, if at the end of the day, the decision is taken.
Members, the level of vicious crosstalk is a little too much. It's becoming vicious now and personal. Kindly desist.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for your protection, but don't worry, my skin very thick and I could take it. So anyway, so Mr. Vice President, as I said, so we have the Immigration Act, and then again we have the Gambling and Betting Act, Chapter 1119, Section 40H1. Again, in that particular section, Mr. Vice President, it says, where the board refuses permission to promote a contest, the applicant may within 2 weeks apply to the minister to review such decision. Again, you have ministerial discretion. So the point that I'm making, Mr. Vice President, by reading into the record exists, and there's so much more, but I have limited time and a lot to say. There are pieces of legislation that already exist in our books in which we have seen that a minister has the power to extend, and it's not done with the purpose of a nefarious or under-the-table reason, Mr. Vice President. It is because, of course, the executive who are the drivers of the policy that their intervention would be required. Now, Mr. Vice President, now if the question may be asked, I know in the other place this was discussed briefly. We would have seen, and I want to put it on the record again here with respect to the minister having the power to extend. We saw what happened with COVID-19, Mr. Vice President, and we saw with COVID-19 there was a need for at that stage for the minister to intervene, different ministers at different times to intervene to extend license, all right? So for example, Mr. Vice President, during the pandemic, we had the government would have had to introduce via several miscellaneous provisions in 2020, several extensions varying aspects, whereby you would have had the validity of certain licenses were extended. We had, of course, our Trinidad and Tobago driver's permit. We had, well, I went through length and breadth the liquor license, some of it. We had even the Old Metal and Marine Stores Act. Certain those licensings were extended by who? Under the hand of the minister. All right. Now, a question may arise, why not give the power to extend by the Commissioner of Police rather than a minister having the power to extend? Now, Mr. Vice President, most respectfully, I am almost, I could address this particular issue if that question arises by reading into the record, Mr. Vice President, that in my respectful submission, I believe that the only time the Commissioner of Police would have the autonomy and the authority to extend time, that could be that can certainly be found, Mr. Vice President, when a state of emergency, for example, is declared under the special emergency powers. Now, under the special emergency powers, for example, most recently, Mr. Vice President, in Regulation 311 of the Emergency Powers Regulation 2021, Legal Notice 142 dated the 16th of May 2021, we saw that the Commissioner of Police was then granted the power to extend time. As opposed, and this to my mind, respectfully, Mr. Vice President, are the only circumstances in law, in existing law, that I believe that a Commissioner of Police is, while we are under a state of an emergency, that a Commissioner of Police has the power to extend time, as opposed to a minister where we could create statute and allow it. But as I said before, Mr. Vice President, I know ultimately the government bench will take into consideration some of all of these submissions made by especially the members of the Independence bench relative to this particular issue of ministerial, for want of a better word, interference, as they have put it. And I'm sure that we will make a prudent decision, of course, that is good both in law and policy. But I had to address the issue, especially to debunk the notion that this was being done with some ulterior motive in mind. Now, Mr. Vice President, Senator Richards asked another very important question. The Honorable Senator asked, what is preventing the director of the SSA or the Commissioner of Prisons from making a recommendation to the Commissioner of Police for the at-risk officers to, of course, be allowed to keep and carry a firearm? And most respectfully, my 2 pence to, of course, and I'm sure the Minister of National Security in his winding up will deal in more detail with this issue. But most respectfully, I can foresee that if we place this again on this, even though, yes, we know the grant of FULs and the grant of these licenses already falls squarely on the Commissioner of Police in the current incarnation of the law, if we have a lot of applications, added applications from prison service, from prison officers, we can look at the issue, of course, of another administrative bottleneck existing on the desk of the Commissioner of Police. And this was one of the particular reasons why I personally supported moving this responsibility from the Commissioner of Police to the Commissioner of Prison, who is equally qualified, who is charged with the responsibility of running and administratively the prisons. And more so, I would have read into the record Order 91. He is now supported by this Risk Assessment Committee. There is a policy from 2016, a copious document. Maybe the opposition should take some time and read it, which of course gets into detail as to what will be the guidelines in issuing a prison officer the opportunity to keep and carry a firearm beyond working hours. So I personally, through you, Mr. Vice President, to Senator Richards, I believe that the Commissioner of Prison, of course, supported by the provisions provided in Order 91, can certainly make a decision that will be in the best interest of his officers. And why I spoke about the administrative bottlenecking as well, remember the Commissioner of Police, together with their ordinary responsibility, together with her ordinary responsibility, we have other applications that falls on the desk of the Commissioner of Police. We see it most recently with the sex registry. We see with pepper spray applications. There are other. Yes, we know by certain administrative orders. We know the Commissioner can delegate responsibilities. We know all of that. But to my mind, most respectfully, Mr. Vice President, even in assisting the Office of the Commissioner of Police from having to deal with these applications, because mind you, in that same policy, spoke about the fact that prison officers who making these applications, they would also be subject to the same kind of mental assessment, and this is the kind of review that this committee who would advise, of course, the commissioner. This is the kind of investigation that they do. Imagine that now resting with a commissioner of police who already has their ordinary responsibilities. You have increased responsibilities with pepper spray applications, sex registry, and the list goes on. I respectfully believe, Mr. Vice President, that a commissioner of prison who is equally qualified should be charged, most respectfully, with the responsibility to make such a decision. And so that is with respect to of course, that concern. Now, Mr. Vice President, I know Ms. Senator Gillian John spoke about the municipal police, and actually in the crux of my presentation, Clause 5 of the bill was just something, Clause 5 and Clause 7 of the bill, which speaks about the SSA. Those are two areas that I want to briefly be able to address. Mr. Vice President, can you tell me how much more time for full time?
You are to finish at 5:48, so you have about 11 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. So, Mr. Vice President, if I may now look at Clause 5 of the bill that appears before us. And, of course, Clause 5 of the bill speaks specifically to municipal police officers. And I have to, of course, say that the Assistant Commissioner of Municipal Police, I know he is very, very hardworking. He is none other than my father. And I know he's assisted quite ably by a lot of, I know he's quite ably assisted by a lot of hardworking officers of the municipal police. Now, in dealing with this particular clause, Mr. Vice President, I know others before me would have gotten into detail about the municipal police. And the municipal police, of course, they are very much charged with similar responsibilities and tasks as the ordinary TTPS, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. There are only two distinctions, Mr. Vice President, that exist between municipal police and regular police. And one, municipal police are limited relative to their investigative powers and the capacity they have to investigate criminal offenses, serious criminal offenses. And other than that, so that is one of the major distinctions that exist. And of course, they are not allowed to use automatic weapons. Mr. Vice President, I want to, and the reason why I'm making this point is because municipal police officers, this amendment, I lend support for it because, of course, they are also at-risk officers. I want to debunk any view that members of the public may have if the belief is that municipal police, they primarily are Rotten Tomatoes police or they're market police. I want to debunk that view, Mr. Vice President. And that is why I would have read into the record some of the responsibilities. some of the response, I want to read into the record, sorry, Mr. Vice President, some of the responsibilities of municipal police is to facilitate the maintenance of law and order, of course, within a municipality, to provide security at corporation meetings, and to ensure the safety and protection of staff and individuals as well as corporation property assets. Municipal police are to adequately enforce the municipal bylaws and regulations of the council to facilitate any prevention of crime and infraction. And there's a list of responsibilities. Why I've gotten into just a few, of course there's a list and there's not enough time to get into it, it's just so that the members of the public understand how critical even these municipal police are to policing in Trinidad and Tobago. And as a consequence, I support the amendment in which we're not trying, because mind you, we're speaking about pepper sprays and tasers here for municipal police. This is simply to even the odds. This is not to put municipal police officers in an advantageous position, but it's to simply even the odds that should an officer find him or herself in a position where he is now or she is now required to defend themselves, at least they have a different level of protection, and that is the protection, of course, Mr. Vice President, that this particular bill provides, that the amendment that we are seeking here today will provide. I know Senator John spoke about whether or not, and of course Senator John would have gone into tasers, and I believe she would have made mention to research that she would have done that spoke about the seriousness of tasers. Now, I'm pleased to read into the record, Mr. Vice President, in July 2016, the government agreed to the creation, as we all know, of 1,107 additional positions of the municipal police, to the municipal police, and that was to be spread across the 14 municipalities, right? But beyond that, Mr. Vice President, what we also have in existence today is a municipal police academy, which was established in July 2018 in the Old Marabella South Secondary School. And why I'm bringing up this particular academy, Mr. Vice President, is because Senator John would have spoken about tasers. She would have spoken about whether or not training, well, of course, the seriousness of the tasers as well. And what I'm pleased to remind the people of Trinidad and Tobago and the Senate is that we have at the Old Marabella South Secondary School, Mr. Vice President, a municipal police academy that is up and running and that is functioning. And that once this amendment, of course, is brought in the law, what you can rest assured, and I am certain, is that the level of training at the academy will be increased in order to allow these officers the training that is required in order to treat with these tasers, to deal with pepper spray. Now, to that end, Mr. Vice President, I understand that Mr. Curtis Belford, Senior Superintendent who runs that academy, I understand that he's very hardworking and he's actually one of the person who spearheads the various levels of training that the academy provides. And mind you, some of the levels of training that the academy provides, Mr. Vice President, is in the area of operations. We have Operation Task Force Unit. There's the police skill section. There is the quartermaster stores. There's the development training section. And why I'm getting into this, Mr. Vice President, is to lay any fear that the public may have, that even the opposition may have, about putting tasers in the hands of municipal police officers. Whether or not they would be trained, whether or not they would be able to deal with this. My answer to that is that I am certain the municipal police officers will, once the amendment to the law comes into being, this school, this academy that is already up and running and that is so critical in the training of municipal police, I am most certain that under one of these units that are already in existence, that this additional training will be provided to the municipal police, Mr. Vice President, to be able to allow them the opportunity to be able to, of course, properly handle tasers, properly handle pepper spray, and so not put the public in harm's way if and when, God forbid, there's a need for the officers to have to use the pepper spray or the tasers. That is important, Mr. Vice President, of course, for us to understand. So on that realm, on that point of training, Mr. Vice President, I am sure that the necessary amendments will be brought up. Now, of course, Mr. Vice President, again, one of the major reasons why I also support the amendment being brought in the interest of the municipal police is because apart from having all of the rules and a lot of the similar rules and responsibilities of police officers, remember municipal police are really the ones who spearhead, for want of a better word, community type policing, the softer side of policing. And of course, being in the communities, Mr. Vice President, God forbid again, if for some reason municipal officers find themselves in a position where they also have to protect members of the communities in which they exist in. The amendment that we are seeking to bring in the law, Mr. Vice President, will again not put them in an advantageous position, but simply even the odds and allow the officers the opportunity to, of course, be able to protect not just themselves, but to protect the communities in which municipal police officers are working. Of course, and this, Mr. Vice President, in essence, is one of the major reasons why I would certainly support the amendment that proposed clause 5 of this bill seeks to bring. Now, before, in closing, Mr. Vice President, I just want to briefly put on the record why I support Clause 7 of this bill. And Clause 7 of the bill seeks to repeal and substitute Section 8 of the Act to provide that an officer listed in Section 7(1)(a) and AA, which would now include municipal police officers, and this is a specific part I want to focus on, and the director and an employee of the Strategic Services Agency, the SSA. Mr. Vice President, very, very briefly, why do I support the SSA and the amendments that have, not the SSA, but the amendment that we have brought today relative to the SSA, Mr. Vice President? I just thought that it's pertinent for me to read into the record, Mr. Vice President, the amendment that we are bringing today and the allowances that we are providing to the director of the SSA is no different from what exists in regional, in countries in the Caribbean region. So, and more similar to Trinidad and Tobago and the amendment we brought today, I found when I turned to Jamaica. Mr. Vice President, in Jamaica, this agency has similar duties. There's an agency that exists in Jamaica, Mr. Vice President, that has similar duties such as the SSA in Trinidad and Tobago, such as to promote and protect public safety and national security, and to promote and strengthen measures for the prevention, detection, investigation, and prosecution of serious crimes. But what is important, Mr. Vice President, to read into the record, and this section in the Jamaican law is very similar to the amendment that we are bringing here today. Section 46 of the Jamaica's Firearms Act, it states, Mr. Vice President, an officer designated by the Director General of the Major Organized Crime and Anti-Corruption Agency under the Major Organized Crime and Anti-Corruption Agency Act is exempt from the requirement of holding a firearm license. And this, Mr. Vice President, I believe it was critical because, again, there's always the belief that is promoted by those opposite that we create law vice. This is to show the members of this Honorable Senate that even in bringing forward this particular amendment, as seen in Clause 7, it is very much aligned with the law that exists in Section 46 of the Jamaica's Firearms Act. And that particular section, that act, Mr. Vice President, of course, speaks to giving the director of these agencies the opportunity to now be exempt from having to go through the rigorous process of obtaining a firearms FUL, regular FUL license, recognizing the line of duty, their job, what their job entails. There's also another comparative. We look outward at Australia, we look at Canada, we look at South Africa, Mr. Vice President. The Australian Security Intelligence Organization, known as the ASIO. In Australia, Mr. Vice President, what we see is that there's also existing legislation that allows officers who sit in these organizations to be exempt from holding a firearm license. In Canada, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service. If we get into the legislation and the regulations that govern that organization, who's similar again to the SSA, we have that their directors and members who sit there are again, they fall on an exempted list. South Africa, Mr. Vice President, the State Security Agency. Similar again to the SSA, Mr. Vice President, we have that officers who form part of that organization are similar to what we are hoping to achieve today with the support of those opposite, with the support of the independent senators. Would they have similar provisions as clause 7 in the bill that appears before us? And I believe it was critical to read that into the record so that one can understand, the public can understand that by the amendment that we have brought here today, it's very much in alignment with not just regional compared to Jamaica, but Australia, Canada, South Africa. So, Mr. Vice President, of course, I want to again add my support with the members of this side to the Minister of National Security, and of course commend this bill to members of this Honourable Senate. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Mark.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. After listening and consuming what can only be described as the incoherent, convoluted, and downright contradictory ramblings of the last speaker, I would want to say to her, that is the Honourable Minister, wheel back and come again. Wheel back and come again. You have been unconvincing completely in your ramblings. And Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, I want to indicate to my friend that a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. And to cherry pick from the Jamaican Firearms Act, which I have, and to go to 46 and say, yes, the anti-corruption, no, the organized anti-crime and anti-corruption agency of Jamaica, which is similar to the SSA in Trinidad, yes, they have access to weapons. Yes, they are exempted, according to the Honourable Senator, but she didn't tell you all. There is an independent firearms authority run by an independent board in Jamaica that is responsible for issuing weapons and ammunition and firearm licenses to people. No minister in Jamaica has the power to extend the license of any other member of the public. Let us be real. So, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, as I said, you know, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. And don't cherry pick now, because you're coming around the wrong person, because I have all the documents here. So, Mr. Vice President, let me say very early that this is a very complex matter. And I don't understand how the Honourable Minister in the office of the Attorney General's office can attempt to compare apples with oranges. To tell us in this Parliament that a minister has the power under the Immigration Act to do that, and the licensing is given by a minister in some other act. You are talking about guns. You know, it's a gun. A gun in a wrong individual hand can kill you. You know Mao Zedong, the former communist leader, of China once produced a red book. And one of the famous quotes in that red book, Mr. Vice President, went like this: political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Understand what we are talking about? Where does a minister get involved in police business to the point where he is inserting himself to determine and to give the authority to extend someone's license? Where does he come in there? Look, Mr. President, Vice President, what I would like to say this evening, I would like to look at a few clauses of this bill. We are not and will never be party to the undermining, the subversion of the police commissioner or the police service in Trinidad and Tobago. And any government that brings legislation that is designed to interfere with the independence and the autonomy of the police service and the Commissioner of Police will not find any support from the UNC. And that is what this several measures that is before us is all about. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, I want to deal with 4 clauses in the brief moments I have this evening. I want to deal with clauses 8, 9, 10, and 11 of this bill. You know, this bill came in November. It was on the 11th of November, 2022, it was laid in the House. 3 days from today, or 4 days from today, Mr. Vice President, will make it exactly 3 months since that bill was laid. Only last week, this bill was debated in the other place, and it is being debated here today. One would have thought, because of the significance of this piece of legislation, the government would have taken some time off to hold some consultation with some of the stakeholders. No such consultation was held. So here it is, in clause 8 of the bill, Mr. President, the government is seeking to empower the Commissioner of Prisons to issue a card, a Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service card, which would give his men the right, if their life is threatened or their safety is threatened, to be issued with a firearm, property of the state, of course, and the appropriate ammunition. But this poses a problem. The Commissioner of Prison is not accustomed issuing a card to allow a prison officer whose life has been threatened a firearm license, literally speaking. That was done before in consultation with the Commissioner of Police. But the government, in its haste to undermine the office of the Commissioner of Police because of whatever bacchanal they had and issues they had with a former Commissioner of Police, have now said we are going to give this power to the Commissioner of Prison. Mr. Vice President, we have a bill here giving the Commissioner of Police a certain power to issue firearms to his officers. But nowhere in the legislation are there guidelines, are there checks and balances. What we are being told in this clause 8 is that subject to the discretion, if someone approaches the Commissioner of Prisons, that is a prisons officer, and says, look, my life is under threat, my safety is under threat, where in the legislation, Mr. Vice President, are there guidelines to address the fundamental issues that must be addressed before a firearm license or identification card can be issued? Where is that? Is the government now going to equip the office of the Commissioner of Prisons with the necessary resources and the necessary guidelines to carry out its functions? But that is being done right now by the Commissioner of Police. Why are you going there? Mr. Vice President, the Prison Officers Association of Trinidad and Tobago has not been consulted on this legislation, even though purportedly it is supposed to protect them, but they have not been consulted. They are asking for an independent board to be given the power to issue firearms to them. They don't want the Commissioner of Prisons to do it because it will be subject to his discretion and it will be riddled with subjectivity. So they want an independent board to be established to determine, Mr. Vice President, when a prison officer comes to that board and says, my life has been threatened or my safety has been threatened, there is a process that will be undertaken by the independent board, rather than, Mr. President, a commissioner of prison who is going to be operating purely on a subjective basis, purely on a discretionary basis. This is a parliament, you know. This is no parlor. You can't come here with legislation to give power to a commissioner of prisons and don't come with the appropriate checks and balances and safeguards and guidelines. Law has to be precise. My friend Anthony Vieira will tell you, and my friend who just spoke. My friend who spoke, the lawyer will tell you that. But Sister Thompson, he would also tell you that. Senator, law must be precise. It must be clear. It must be unambiguous. So you cannot tell me you're giving the authority to the Commissioner of Police, the Commissioner of Prisons, and you have nothing in the law to tell this Parliament how he is going to execute his duties. So this man could become a rogue. This man could pick and choose who he wants to issue license to or guns to. Is that what we want? Is that what we are saying, Mr. President? It cannot be. And not every prisoner or prison officer rather life might be threatened in a way that would call for that kind of issuance of an identification card? So what is to determine, what are the criteria, Mr. President, to constitute a threat to one's life and safety? Who is to determine that? The Commissioner of Prison? This is sheer madness. We have to be serious. And Mr. President, I thought that, this government ought to take this bill to a special select committee of the Senate. And let us invite all the stakeholders involved in this. But instead, they are rushing it, Mr. Vice President. They are rushing it. Mr. Vice President, I looked at several reports in Clause 9, and I'm dealing with the SSA. Now, let me make it, I would like to say it from the outset. I have nothing against the SSA. It's an intelligence agency, and they do public duty on behalf of the taxpayers of TNT. So we have to welcome and thank them for their services. But, Mr. President, if you are going to give to the Director General or the Director of the SSA the power to issue arms and ammunition to his employees, and Attorney General, you may direct, and the Minister of National Security, my information is that the SSA has an employee base or a staff complement of between 350 to 450 employees. I would ask you to tell me if I'm wrong or right on that. No, Mr. President, if it is that the government has taken a decision through this piece of legislation to give the director of the SSA the authority not only to arm himself, but 350 to 450 employees, the question that we ask is on what basis? What basis? Look, I went through 5 reports, annual reports from the SSA from 2017 to 2021. And I have not seen in one of those reports any threat, any report, Mr. President, any threat assessment that would tell me and tell us that the employees of the SSA have come under direct threat. So I must take it from the minister's mouth that people have threatened them. And that is enough for us. No! We have to get a proper risk assessment and threat report before this Parliament so we can properly understand what we are dealing with. We just cannot give out or give power to a director who is a civilian. And by the way, Mr. President, let me just advise this honorable House that the equivalent agency of the SSA in Jamaica is the Anti-Organized Crime and Anti-Corruption Agency. And you know how the Secretary, how the Director General is appointed in Jamaica? By the Governor General, after recommendation from the Prime Minister and consultation with the leader of the opposition. And he's appointed for 5 years. And if you move him illegally, a tribunal will get involved. That is the kind of safeguards you have for a director general of the local version of our SSA in Jamaica. In Trinidad and Tobago, the Prime Minister and the National Security Minister, they appoint, along with the cabinet, they appoint the director of the SSA. So the SSA director is a political stooge and tool of the ruling party. That is what it will boil down to. They will say the same thing. Not only that, his contract can be terminated at any time. So what kind of security of tenure, Mr. President, does the Director of Strategic Services Agency has? What? He has none. Because he could be moved at any time. And he does nothing without the direction and consultation with the Minister of National Security. That is in the law. So you want to give a person the power to arm 300 to 450 employees, and this individual is a creature of the political directorate. Does that make sense? What you want to do? Create a private army? You want to arm a private army? You want to create a mongoose gang? Or you want to create a Tonton Makuts? That is your objective? Well, if that is not your objective, Mr. President, where are the checks and balances? Where is the threat assessment report? And Mr. President, I never knew that the SSA was involved in combat activities. I never knew that. But I have no problem, Mr. President, in giving these people what you call arms and ammunition, and guns. But I'm saying there must be justification for it. But what is the justification? And not only that, you have to amend this law. We have to amend the law. In Jamaica, I want to tell you, Mr. President, there's an oversight committee that looks over the activities of the SSA. And if you as a Jamaican has a complaint, you can go to that oversight committee and lodge a complaint, and they will investigate it. We have any such oversight committee in Trinidad and Tobago overseeing the activities of the SSA? No. Look, I talked to you, I raised the point rather, about my phone being tapped. Who can I complain to? To just the president? If we had an oversight committee, like they have in Jamaica, I could have gone to that committee and give them my phone and say, listen to yourself, listen. And they would have investigated for me. But you have an agency that has been conducting activities bordering on illegality. And you want me to engage them and give them arms. Not only that, Mr. President, I have to write to the Auditor General today to get from the Auditor General, after I search fruitlessly in the library, to get the audited financial accounts of the SSA. Mr. President, the last time this body was audited, or accounts were audited by the Auditor General, was 2008. 2008. We are now in 2023. And no audited accounts from that agency. Between 2017 to 2022, They spent almost $1.7 billion of taxpayers' money without any accountability. And I have not taken into account, Mr. President, what took place between 2009 and 2016. That must be another $1 billion. And you are telling me this rogue organization that's spending taxpayers' money without any accountability, we must now give them the power through the director to arm 350 to 450 employees? On what basis? On what basis? Mr. President, I want to invite my colleagues to go to the Strategic Services Agency Act. Go under Section 10. And it tells you that they shall have their books audited by the Auditor General.
Mr. President, this is irrelevant. 46.1, please. Has nothing to do with the audited accounts.
Yes, Senator Mark, this is not a debate on the Strategic Services Agency. It is a debate in relation to the Firearms Amendment Bill. So I would ask you to either connect it once again to what is in front of us or move on to another point.
So Mr. President, what I'm simply advising this Honorable House is that what we are being asked to do today, as it relates to this particular Clause 8, the government needs to bring greater justification and greater rationalization for its proposal. Because right now, as we look at it, it just does not make sense what is being suggested in this piece of legislation that is before me. Mr. Vice President, I would also like to let you know that the minister in Clause 10 of the bill gives himself the authority the minister under Clause 10, subsection 6A, it reads that the minister may, by order, extend the date of expiry specified in subsection 6. Now, this is the first time in the history of an independent Trinidad and Tobago that a government is seeking to give to a minister the power to extend your license when it has expired, even though the Attorney General has indicated that the police commissioner still retains the power to issue, approve that is, and revoke. But if he has the power under the Firearms Act to approve your application for firearms user's license, and he also has the power to revoke it, where does the minister come into the picture to extend that time? Where? Look, we are asking that this clause be deleted completely. Deleted completely. Politicians have no business in police operations. The doctrine of independence, police independence, from non-interference, from interference rather, by politicians, is well established. And I don't think the time has come unless there is comprehensive reform of the Firearms Act for us to consider this insertion, so much so that the NAPI minister did not even speak to that issue. It took the Attorney General to come to the podium to justify this clause that the minister himself did not even promote. So scared was the minister. He knew what this was about. And he knew that this parliament will interrogate him on this. So he did not mention it at all. Where in the law, in the Caribbean, my honorable friend who spoke from the office of the Attorney General did not explain to this parliament, properly speaking, in those jurisdictions, particularly Jamaica, that she mentioned, there were checks and balances. It was not a Vike arrangement, Mr. President. And by the way, Mr. President, in Clause 9, SSA, has the government taken a decision to sideline the Commissioner of Police when it comes to the issuing of fire users' licenses to the SSA director and his employees? Is that what the government is proposing in Clause 9? The police commissioner will no longer have the authority to oversee the issuing of firearm users' licenses to the SSA. That is now in the hands of the director of the SSA. Well, I want to ask the question. If that is so, does the ordinary police officer, including the SRP, have the authority to have their commissioner of police issue, as a matter of course, firearm licenses for them to take home and for them to have in public places? Show me that in the law. Don't tell me yes. So, Mr. President, I have been advised this is the first time we are putting into law a power not only for the Commissioner of Prisons, but also the Director of Strategic Services Agency, the power to issue firearms and ammunition to their workers, to their employees, to their officers. I do not believe, and I stand corrected, that the Commissioner of Police has that power. He might be exercising a discretion. But I don't think in law he has that power. And if it is good for the SSA, if it is good for the prisons association and the prison body, prison service, through the Commissioner of Prisons, why are you discriminating against our police officers? Why are you discriminating against our SRPs? Because they don't have the right, when they leave the parliament, for example, to bear arms at home, unless they get a firearm user's license. And if they don't get one, what happens to them? Some of them, I'm told, have applied for 10 years, and they can't get a firearm user's license. But you're going to give the SSA, a civilian organization, the power to issue arms and bullets to their employees. But you have hard-working policemen, including the SRPs, who don't have access to that particular privilege. Is that fair? Is that fair? These are matters, Mr. President, that we need to confront. And what game is this government up to? You put something in the legislation that we will certainly look at favorably or sympathetically. Yes, because in the last 2 decades, Mr. President, over 30 prison officers have died, have been murdered. Is the most amount of prison officers murdered in the entire Commonwealth. So I can understand, Mr. President, why we must look favorably at providing the prison officers with some protection. But it cannot be done willy-willy or willy-nilly. It has to be done in an organized, systematic, legal framework.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Mr. President, 11. Going from president to minister. I want to tell this government, when you're legislating, you're not legislating for tomorrow, you know. You're not legislating for next year, you know. You're legislating for the next 100 years. And when the UNC gets into office in 2025 or before, we will have to inherit this law. So when you're making law, make sure you protect yourself, because we will come for you and we will show you it is your legislation. So think carefully when you're making laws. So we do not support any power going to any minister. And by the way, I want to ask the Minister of National Security. Did you at any point in time, Minister of National Security, approach the former Commissioner of Police, Gary Griffith, to get licenses for your friends, your supporters and family? I want the minister to tell us that. And is it because of the fact that the Commissioner of Police carried out his duties and responsibility independently, you bring a piece of legislation to give you power? Is it that?
Senator.
I'm asking.
I'm
not making any accusation. I'm just asking. And I'm entitled to ask so. I'm not accusing him of anything.
Senator, I'm on my legs. Just be careful about the line that you're going down. Just be careful of the line that you're going down.
Mr. President, I am just asking questions and I'm entitled to. Mr. President, all I would say in the few seconds I have that you have granted me, I would like the government to think carefully what they are doing. This bill ought to be subject to a special select committee of the Parliament, and let us invite our stakeholders to comment on the provisions or the clauses of this bill. The bill in its current form is flawed, is deficient, is contradictory, is discriminatory. And it is unworkable. It is bad law. It is bad law. And we need to revisit what we have here. And we must maintain the independence of the police service. We must maintain the independence of the Commissioner of Police. We don't want no politician interfering in the business of the police in Trinidad and Tobago. Politicians must make policies through the cabinet, but don't get into operational matters, which is the domain of the police, unless you want to get jailed. So, Mr. President, I call on this government to look at this document. It's called Guide on Firearms Licensing Law, dated November the 22nd, Home Office, the UK. I have it here. I want to make it available to the Attorney General so that they can understand what a real check and balance system is and not the kind that they're seeking to promote here. So, Mr. President, I leave this document with the Attorney General and the Minister of National Security to deal with the whole issuance of firearms and how it is done in the United Kingdom for their consumption, and not to come here with a half-baked piece of legislation seeking our support, which, Mr. Vice President, we will want to tell the government in closing. We have some amendments for your consideration at the committee stage, and we hope that the government will consider these amendments so that we can strengthen the legislation that is before this Honorable Senate at this time. I thank you very much, Mr.
Senator Dialsing. Senator Mark. Senator Mark, you don't have to take off your mask. Have a seat. When you, Senator Mark, but I'm on my legs, I'm speaking. If you have to take off your mask to get your point across over the floor, then you're doing it wrong. Please do not shout across the floor. No. Doesn't matter what you thought. Please do not shout across the floor. Thank you, Senator Mark. Senator Dialsing.
Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to partake in this discussion on the bill and act to amend the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601, and for other related matters. Mr. President, there are 12,000 illegal firearms out there, and these are figures that we had gotten from the Minister of National Security. And it seems more coming in through our porous borders, despite numerous attempts by various administrations to curtail this. And certain travel advisory from the United States, UK, gives an unsafe picture of our paradise. And the criminal seems to now have the upper hand. So we now would have to look how we can somehow take back that balance, take back our country, our paradise from the criminals. And any sort of legislation that may come forth to help, I would try to support it. So we all need to come together to see if we can help alleviate the problems that citizens have. Now, we now have a ray of hope because finally we have gotten a new commissioner of police in not acting again, but in the role. And we know that she may have some improvements that, that could probably help us in our fight. We had our last acting COP, Mr. McDonald Jacob, who looked at the younger generation and also looking to give life skills, looking at mediation in the community. That was his style. Then the Commissioner of Police we had before, Mr. Gary Griffith, had a frontal attack on the criminals, attack with full force. And the point of view here now we have is that we have different points of view, and I hope that our new Commissioner of Police may now blend in this. Look at the generations coming up and attack criminals with full force. And this legislation here seems to be giving us that power, giving the certain persons that power to arm themselves, to go out there, to defend themselves, to attack the criminal elements, which seem to be creating havoc. So therefore, I would like to say that Mr. Gary Griffith had an idea that if you had criminals coming to you and you had a firearm, you have to keep up with the times. You need to keep up with the times. And persons who would have had firearm users license, who would have had a pistol or a revolver, after you have home invasions, Mr. President, with 4, 5, 6 persons coming in, he had elevated his permission to get a variation where persons could now have other weapons like shotguns and also carbine pistols, where they can take down a greater number of persons, 4 or 5 people coming in your home. And this is how we need to think. We need to think now, how can citizens arm themselves to protect their family and homes? How can off-duty personnel, persons who are even trained, like even the SRPs was mentioned here, police officers can even go home with their firearm, and they may be able to take down a situation. They may see something happening and be able to use that firearm. And in the past, that has happened. The power to defend themselves, and even cases where they may use the firearm, not just to protect themselves, but to other persons. So when you look at Clause 8, which came about to try to see if we can somehow give the use of firearms to the customs officers, I see a benefit if customs officers are out there and they may be able to assist the public and to take down a situation where other persons are at risk. And sometimes I dare say we may have to develop a reward system for those officers who have firearms to actually intervene in that situation where he's not just protecting himself and his family, but also protecting the public out there who, he would now be vested with that power to have that firearm. So I'm thinking we have to look at that. So at every corner we may have a person with a firearm working on the side of the national security who may be able to help. So therefore, I must say we are here today mainly, I think, due to the Vishal Singh case. And the Vishal Singh case certainly was a challenge to the Commissioner of Prisons, who in his judgment had given a prison officer a firearm and would have had the habit of doing that to protect those officers when they were out there. This is an old piece of, I think it was 1992. This was recognized where the Firearms Act would have been expanded then, amended then, to give him that power to give prison officers prohibited weapons. And it was in his discretion. But this case actually brought to the point that it was really due to, was an officer on duty or not working at the time, will that officer have that right to bear that arm outside? And I think the case actually brought some light to the legislation we had, showed some faults. So it was, they said, I think the judge in the judgment said the police commissioner acted ultra-vires, and therefore we needed to come to change that. The government, I think, had a choice to say, let's now go and address it. I heard it was a year later that I think Senator Lakshmi Diyal mentioned, but I say better late than never. Let us go what we at least now we can come to the forefront and say, we have studied this, we have decided, let's bring this to the forefront, let's legislate for it. So therefore, the question remains, does our prison officer need protection? And no one can doubt they do. They are at risk, and as I said, the 1992 changes recognize this. And even a committee which was set up, I think, by the previous government, the previous administration. And this committee was mentioned by our esteemed AG, where he said that the Kamala Prasad regime had to set up this committee. And this committee was actually a committee to look into the to give recommendations on the situation that occurred. I think it was in 2013 that Andy Rogers was murdered in Malabar. This was a prison officer. And that caused concern amongst the prison officers then. So since 2013, some things was started at least. And Professor Ramesh Devswan recommended that building of a new remand facility was recommended and is installing full body scanners, cell phone jammers. So all these are recommendations that were made, but things still continued. So even though we would have had jammers in place to prevent people calling hits from the prison, prisoners calling hits on customs officers or organizing crime, you found that there was still a lot of shortcomings. And as I mentioned that sometimes, even you have all that in place, you would have still had contraband going in. And sometimes the greatest risk of a prison officer is another prison officer who is not taking their duty and their oath properly. So the phone contraband still exists. There are still drones dropping out stuff in prisons. These things exist. And despite all these things, we had to say that it's not just here. The USA has challenges, and there are studies that show that even their system, there are hits called from within the prison. There are challenges with their correction officers, and even there was an article I'd like to read. Reading, Mr. President, September 26, 2022. It's a David Montgomery article in Pew. And this article is captioned, "Prison Staff Shortage Takes Its Toll on the Guards." So it actually speaks to the fact that it's an endangered environment these officers have to live in. It's an ever-present threat of violence. And some of the prisons there are privately owned too. But they are still getting problems, even though they are paid well, because they are also endangered. And the situation is a bit different in the United States because their persons have the right to bear arms. So those prison officers could have their arms and go out with it. Here, we are in a more dangerous situation where persons can go out there, prison officers can go out there and be at risk of death and dying. So therefore, did the government stay put and said, do nothing? I said no. We had in this same chamber the interception of communication. So this came about, and we had this bill debated here, and this is something the government did to look at the proper lockdown of the prison to prevent these hits from being made. So but there will always be some shortcomings, and we always have the need to legislate. So that is one piece of legislation that I have to commend the previous AG for bringing this. And also, we also realized, since there was still a problem, there was the Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2019, where it gave powers to the law enforcement officers, and it looked at dismissing rogue officers, prison officers, and it looked like specific crimes against the police, immigration officers, and customs officers. So it actually tried to give some more teeth, tried to give some more power to the prison officers, even police officers expanded, and immigration officers and customs officers. So crimes directed towards them would take a new level. So again, we have to commend the government for bringing these pieces here. You see, we have to remember that what was occurring at the time, Trevor Serrett, Mr. President, he was killed in his food stall in Valencia. And after he was killed, 3 days after, Nigel Jones was killed. And the memory still plays on my mind, where Nigel Jones, if one remember, he was holding the hand of his 3-year-old daughter when a vehicle pulled up alongside them and persons opened fire at him. Now, a video shows Jones' daughter scampering about erratically before someone held the screaming and traumatized child to prevent her from running in the road. This image keeps playing in my mind, and no child should have to endure this. 1 minute the child would be feeling loved and safe holding the hand of a protector with the happy memories of a birthday party she just attended. The next, her whole world is turned upside down. So we have all failed this child. We have failed to protect this father. We have failed to protect the endangered prison officers. And we are failing to protect society. But the thing I want to make mention, Mr. President, is Nigel Jones had a firearm, but he was not able to draw his licensed firearm to defend himself. So even though we may give these officers firearms, they may not be able to use it when the element of surprise comes about. So we have to realize that having a firearm is not the only solution. We have to have an all-out approach on how to get the criminals from they not having guns, and also the duty officers now being off-duty officers being more alert. So therefore, after this Nigel Jones incident, we had 5 officers resigning. And you see, the situation that occurs in the United States, we may have to see how we can protect our officers. Do they need to wear masks when they're in prison? Do they need to be anonymous? Do we have to have a CARICOM sort of a exchange with these officers so they would not be at risk and get hit? So these are things not just given a firearm. And I want to make mention that after this case, a 3rd officer was targeted at her El Dorado home, and thankfully, an off-duty police officer used his licensed firearm to thwart the attempt. So again, off-duty firearms would help in certain situations. So in that case, the off-duty police officer assisted. In the Vishal case, it was a different case. It was 2 national security officers at each other.
Senator, you are going through several cases to justify Clause 8. You don't need to go through all the cases. Several senators before have spoken to some of those cases. And secondly, you're running into tedious repetition right now as it relates to Clause 8 because several senators have spoken to Clause 8 and the justifications therefore. So I would ask you that if you have any new points in relation to that clause that has not been spoken to thus far, that you could continue now. If not, then you'll have to move on to another point.
Sir. What I'm guarding at is even though senators spoke to Clause 8, even though in my heart I want to support Clause 8 because I think in your arming the population out there, population of law-abiding citizens with the FULs, prison officers, off-duty police officers, you can help crime. And this is my take on it. However, what I would want to say is if we had probably, remember there was a 2014, I think we were supposed to review the prison officers' regulations. And I'm thinking if we had reviewed it and looked at the definition of off-duty, expanded it, would we really need to be here? Would we not have looked at that regulation and see if somehow we could have expanded it to use that regulation now to give these prison officers their permission to go there? So while I look at Clause 8 and I am saying that the commissioner of prisons had before had the power to grant the prison officers licenses, the permission to carry these firearms. After that judgment, I think he was a bit tied up, and I think here we are trying to see if we can somehow give him that legislative power. Now, the thing I want to say, Mr. President, we need clear guidance on how you're going to give the prison officers this permission to go with this fire. Because you see, you may find that I am a prison officer who speaks out against the conditions there. I may not be friendly with the commissioner of prisons, and he may now use this to deny me having a firearm outside. And this level of cliquism could occur. So we always have to guard against the fact that some officers may have a grievance with the fact that the prison commissioner of prison may not grant them because they might be a thorn in his side. And therefore, I think we need some guidance where in cases where a prison officer thinks he's unfairly treated and his life is at risk, and he goes through that whole procedure that you have to know that if you're at risk, but he's still denied, what level of what is there for him to do? Who can he appeal to? And this is what this is something that I would have to, how will that come into play there? So I must say that the job of a prison officer, and this is another thing why I'm looking at supporting it. If you are a prison officer, police officer, the hazard of the profession would be you can be killed. And I'm looking at the fact that even OSHA guidelines should be demanded that personnel like prison officers be offered the means to get a FUL or a firearm user's employee certificate when they are coming in for that job. So therefore, you have a safe environment for me because I'm now being afforded to this. So while I am trying to say the powers of the commissioner of prisons to grant me a firearm, and I heard it mentioned that sometime in a situation it's a situation that may arise very quickly where you may get knowledge that a prison officer is at risk. And if this prison officer is at risk, you don't have to apply for the FUEC, which may take a time. So, but that shows that there is a failure in the system. We should have a faster way of being able to access these FUECs, as well as if I'm applying for a job as a prison officer, automatically I should have to go through and be precepted, and automatically I should have to apply to get a FUEC. And if I do that, then I'm not really having to wait because I'm already granted one for the government-issued guns and ammunition. And in that way, I do not have any delay. I'm at risk. I can now go and get it to me because I'm already had gone through the checks and balances where a normal person will go through. While you're looking at the home, you're looking to see spousal approval, you're looking at safety, you're looking at training, psychometric. So I'm thinking we could have a different way of handling this by those persons getting the FUEC the minute as a part of the job application. So I wanted to look now at the fact that if part of Ramesh Devsaran's recommendation is to expedite FULs to officers, I think this is something we need to look at. This is something that we need to look at also, where we would have that timeline expedited for these individuals and other individuals who would be coming into these profession. So I hear also another argument that the cost of prison officers, some cannot afford firearms that cost $7,000. Good, so we may not be able to afford that. Some prison officers could and have applied, and some prison officers have had their FULs. Those who cannot afford it, I am suggesting that the government could give them a loan, just as how we in this house have a car loan for our cars. You afford those officers a loan to purchase their weapon, to get a FUL that they can keep. So even after they have retired from duty, if their life is at risk, they meet a prisoner down the road, you still have that weapon, and it's not dependent on the state when you are just working for that state. Their danger could occur years after their retirement, where some irate criminal look at them and remember that they were in prison and decide to take advantage of them. So therefore, I'm suggesting that loans be offered also, and I'm also looking at the fact that given officers guns, mistakes could occur. We know that. We have domestic violence. We have, certain elements where people may misuse it. But if I look at the general picture, and I think it's a greater good by being able to protect the public, I see that I may want to support this in the sense that I think the officers are in need of protection, and I would certainly want to ensure that our officers can do their jobs properly. However, a member of the public may look at this and say 26 officers' lives were lost since 1990. So 26 officers in 32 years. So 0.81 per year. So we want to protect them. What about the average citizen? The average citizen could come now and say, listen, 26 and 32 years. But if you look at the figures from 1990 that was quoted from the other side, 1990 till 2022, it's much more persons in the public that are victims of crime and have been shot at and have been murdered. So therefore, every citizen, and not just prison officers, are endangered and should be afforded a firearm. So I make the point that I would like to support this. But I also now would turn to the clause 6 of the bill, which seeks to amend 7(1)(a) of the Act to allow the Director of Strategic Services Agency and any employee of the agency as designated by him to have in their possession a firearm or ammunition during the course of performing their duties under the Act. Now, Mr. President, the SSA now has found its way into this legislation, which I thought was mainly stimulated by the Vishal judgment. So suddenly now I see another element now we plan to expand this the Strategic Service Agency. And I must say, the Strategic Service Agency Act, Section 6, Chapter 15.06, shows the important function of the SSA. They are monitoring criminal elements, they gather information, and in the interest of national security, very important. They can go there and they have an important role to play in protecting us against terrorists, looking at elements like gangs, those are hard-working individuals. And I would be saying that with those hard-working individuals, the Minister of National Security even mentioned a case where while they were staking out, they were on a stakeout looking at some individuals, they were observed and persons approached them. So when you get that idea, you know the dangerous job they have. You know that, and they are there and they could be ambushed, they could be shot at, and I mean, if you see a strange car in my neighborhood, all the neighbors would be up in arms trying to figure out what's going on, what's that car there. So imagine you go to an area where there's a drug den, you go to an area where they are staking out certain criminal elements, gangs. It's easy for them to be, compromised. But the question remains, should we go this way? Or can they not ask for the police to accompany them, armed police to accompany them when they are going into these areas? So this is a suggestion. If we are not looking at giving that powers, we have something else we could do. Now, the director of the SSA would now have the power to give his employees the firearms. Now, an intelligence agency like the SSA, my problem in it, Mr. President, is do I trust these agencies? Does these agencies have public trust to say that they have the confidence? And I go back in time a bit where if you look at another agency, the SWAT, before, under the regime of the late Patrick Manning, they were there to provide information, but it was misused. It was clearly that journalists, judges, politicians, and others were information was garnered from them without their permission. So we have that mistrust for the SWAT before. Also, in the People's Partnership government, there was concern of a former director being appointed. And this caused some major concerns where members of the press, letters to the editor, would have written letters to say they weren't comfortable with a director who was there, had no experience. So we had, in my opinion, both administrations somehow not, being up to standard in terms of what's going on in these intelligence agencies. And why I'm belaboring this point, you see, while these organizations were supposed to protect us, you found that they were, somehow not having that level of confidence. So if we do not have that level of confidence in these organizations, should we now have that confidence now for a director to be given permissions for persons to have firearms? Somehow I feel a bit uneasy about this. And I really would not like a director, and I'm looking at, to be usurping the role of the Commissioner of Police. And, I have more confidence in the Commissioner of Police to grant licensing than, say, if you had a telephone operator occupying the post of a director there. So the confidence in these organizations had me a bit perturbed, in the sense I want them to succeed, I want them to do something good, but if you had instances in the past where you had some sort of clique, partisan things occurring, you would have to guard against this. And it's not just us, Mr. President, because even in the United States, it shows that, that you remember the CIA and the FBI, they had and have mistrust in the U.S. House committees, where certain members would have mentioned that they do not trust the CIA and the FBI. And this is in the paragon of democracy. This is in the United States. And in the April 1st, 2023, the April 1st, 2021, an article on NBC News, House Republican in public hearing, House Republican in public hearing had a lot of mistrust in these organizations. So this article actually served to make mention that a member of the Republican Party said that he has problems with the objectives of the CIA. So we have that mistrust occurring from different sides on their intelligence agencies. So my problem is, yes, even a December Ipsos poll, 37% of the persons there said the deep state was working against the President Trump at the time. So we have a mistrust among members of the public. So I want to know, would the public trust this organization or trust a director to be given that power? And I most respectfully have to say I do not support this piece here because of the past history that I still feel uncomfortable with. The fact that other worldwide other organizations globally, intelligence organizations, people also question their motives, how they operate, and if there are any sort of agenda. So therefore, I must say, I also, besides the director being given that power, again, I look at the powers. Would those people in the SSA be screened properly? Would they have been screened when they came for that job? Screened properly in terms of knowing their house situation, domestic violence history, drug history. And this is another problem I have with a director just saying, hey, you take this firearm, you're going to stake out somewhere. So this is a concern I have. And I think that we had made, I think it was made mention, I think it was on November 22nd, 2022 in The Guardian, where the Minister of National Security mentioned a report that there were legal firearms which are now causing problems. Also, I think there was 81 legal firearms causing problems, and that's now before them. I think it's 108. So therefore, if then we had concerns about legal issued firearms causing problems, if we are now expanding this list here today in this Firearms Amendment Bill, we may be now expanding the amount of persons who would be falling into this category. So we have to be careful if we are not saying, just take this, I'm your friend, I'm the director, take this, We don't even know how some of those persons would be employed. And I heard Senator Mark said that he would not like to have that as a kind of an agency that can take advantage and could be a power unto themselves. So we may have to guard against this. And even, to people may say we may be getting another flying squad or whatever. We have to guard against it. So I must say I do not support that clause 6 of the bill. And I now come on to look at clause 5, which amends section 6 of the Act by inserting new paragraph 2b. And this new subsection would allow municipal police officer to have in possession a taser for the purpose of performing his functions. So therefore, it seems to be realized that, hey, there is an important function for the police, because section 53 and 52 also gives of the Police Act also gives similar powers to these officers serving in the corporations as the police, and therefore. We see there is a function, we see there's a means to expand them, where I heard it was 771 of these officers exist, and government has a plan to double it to around 1,500. Excellent plan, because you now would have additional persons out there in the community working to crime. Now, if these officers are reacting to certain situations, we have to realize a taser in this day and age, I think that's not adequate. I think that's not real. That's not a good thing to have an officer going out, probably going next to a drug den, trying to make law and order. I think we should have to seriously consider these officers also being trained and also being actually given firearms for the FUEC, and even more lethal weapons, not just the fact that you have a non-lethal weapon in taser. So I agree, taser has its function, the pepper spray has its function, so you have to have a graduated sort of a takedown in people attacking you, but you have to realize the climate we are living in, normal pistols and upgrade again to other weapons, that I think once these officers are trained, I think we have to now don't do a disservice to them, but give them heavier weapons. The gangs lives in the community, and you see, when they are making their beat, and I read gangster could just say, let me teach them a lesson, they're coming around here tomorrow, and we could shoot at them. So therefore, pepper spray and taser cannot really match up against an AK-47. Now, I am even seeing some private companies, security companies, with lovely shotguns that they go guarding the banks. They will have these Remingtons and lovely Benelli guns. And I'm saying we have to look at the officers now.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Yes, thank you. So we have to look at these officers and decide if we can graduate them up to meet this. Okay. Now, I would also like to make mention to the fact that the Section 9, which looks at the liabilities that would be given to persons who breach this. So therefore, persons who sell or transfer a firearm or ammunition to any other person who does not hold or who is not exempt from holding a firearm user's license, who purchases and acquires a firearm for an ammunition, is liable on conviction to indictment and imprisonment for life. So it serves to give some comfort to us. Hey, we are now giving more firearms to certain individuals. Therefore, we should now have a greater degree of monitoring them and giving us a comfort that they would less likely to be able to give out and dispose of these firearms. But, Mr. President, sanctions are good, but you see, if no one is held for breaches, it's just petty legislation. And why I make mention to this is various crimes in the recent past where people got shot various homicides. We had shells that were issued from police and army. And if no one was held accountable, then what comfort do I have that Clause 9 would hold somebody responsible if you are seeing these shells and ammunition or misuse? So I would have liked somehow if we could get a comfort that persons who are issued these weapons and ammunition, when they're coming back to lodge it, you have to lodge it. Because if you're going to be lodging these bullets, how come some of it is finding its way into the crime scene? So we have to get a system to check these ammunitions. We have to realize who will guard the guard. So therefore, I see what this clause is attempting to do, but I still, at the end of the day, you know, it doesn't leave me much comfort because we're still seeing things unanswered in recent criminal activities we saw. Clause 10, I think, which serves to insert a new subsection to provide the Minister of National Security to extend the validity of the firearms user's license beyond the 3 years specified in subsection 6. I see this has brought some discomfort among certain members, and it also, I feel, a level of discomfort. I heard that legislation with the bar license, etc., have ministerial oversight. But you see, in this case, to me, that function is a function of that independent creature, the Commissioner of Police in the Constitution. She has that function. And I think by us trying to encroach that domain, it's not like it's something that we should tread very carefully. And therefore, Clause 10, I have some discomfort for this, and I'm still not comfortable in supporting this. And as I look at Clause 11, it looks at giving the user identification card instead of the booklets. And the booklets are really cumbersome. They tear. Sometimes it's a problem to have those booklets in pieces sometimes. And so I support this. It was an initiative given by the last Commissioner of Police, Gary Griffith, and I think this is a good idea in modernizing all the information in the card, which could be read at a moment's notice. So thank you, Mr. President, for this. I support some, but not all pieces of this legislation, and I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Senator Sukai.
Good evening, all. Mr. President, fellow members of the Senate, members of the viewing and listening public, members of the media, thank you. Mr. President, through you, as I begin my presentation and contribution to this Honorable Senate, I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, for this opportunity to serve my people of this country. As well, through the Honorable Prime Minister, I would like to express my gratitude to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And for them, I will always remember my position as their humble servant in this august chamber. Mr. President, my journey from the heart of one of the largest...
Senator, 1 second. Members. I am on my legs, Senator Leiter. When I'm on my legs, there will be silence in the chamber. When a member is making their maiden contribution, we expect quiet to allow them to do so. Senator, continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my journey from the heart of one of the largest business community in Trinidad and Tobago, provided me the platform to advocate for the people, for the betterment of business, and the betterment of the society as a whole. With that, during that time, I've gained the knowledge and experience and understand the plight of the people and the concerns they may have. Now that I sit as a legislator in this chamber, I intend to utilize my new position to assist the Prime Minister and my government to serve the laws, to help shape the laws and policies that will ultimately better the lives and livelihood of our people. One such concern, Mr. President, is that of crime, and hence the proposed amendments of the Firearms Act demonstrates this government's fortitude and willingness to take the necessary steps to put a handle on the burgeoning crime situation. My presentation today, Mr. President, will focus specifically on 3 of the clauses. I'm looking at clause 4, 5, and 11. In summary, clause 5, and I don't want to bore the entire Senate because we've been through it 100 times, but in an essence is to amend the Act to allow municipal police to have in their possession non-lethal weapons. Clause 4 and 11 will amend the Act to legitimize the firearm user identification card, which will ultimately replace the current permit. Mr. President, as my time as head of the Chamber of Commerce in Chaguanas, it allowed me to sit on various committees that were held within the Borough Corporation of Chaguanas. Those committees entitled a safety and security portion, where stakeholders such as the municipal police, TTPS, NGOs, the Chamber of Commerce, so you had business entities, religious entities, and the Borough Corporation came together to be able to provide certain initiatives. And many a times, the TTPS or Central Division weren't able to handle the whole situation altogether, and they needed assistance from the municipal police. With that being said, some of those incidents or those occasions were like during Carnival time, when the roads were packed and visitors were flooding. Also during peak time like Christmas, for instance, when you know you have illegal vending taking place and the municipal police were there on the ground combing the markets. So they play an important role in our society in the prevention to protect the citizens and the burgess from the elements of crime. But, you know, more so now, I see the importance of empowering the municipal police with these non-lethal weapons, right? And with that being said, I would like to draw a reference to an article on the U.S. Department of Justice in their National Institute of Justice Journal, issue number 267, dated December 2010, an article titled Police Use of Force, the Impact of Less Lethal Weapons and Tactics by Philip Bullman. It states the advance in less lethal technology offers the promise for more effective control over resistive suspects with fewer serious injuries. Pepper spray was among the first of these newer, less lethal weapons to achieve widespread adoption by the police force. More recently, you have something called the CEDs, and the acronym stands for Conducted Energy Devices, which encompasses your tasers and other popular devices that fall within that category. The article continues to state that if injury reduction is the primary goal, agencies that deploy pepper spray and CEDs are clearly at an advantage. Both weapons prevent or minimize the physical struggle that are likely to occur and avoid injury from the officers or the suspect alike. So again, the article states clearly, the use of these non-lethal weapons in such confrontation will help save or even prevent loss of life. And while there may be medical concerns and some fears about the use, either with the pepper sprays or the CEDs, the pain caused from these elements are less serious than the injuries that could be caused by a lethal weapon. So according to the medical research, death or serious harm associated with these devices are rather rare. So, Mr. President, I'd like to also state that in 2020, after much consultation, the United Nations Human Rights published a guidance on less lethal weapons in law enforcement, which timely enough will be utilized by this government in terms of the rollout initiatives. And it already have helped shaped what some of these policies are going to be implemented in the future. And again, with consultation, with proper consultation and proper training, these devices could safely be placed into the hands of the members of the municipal police. Mr. President, I stand here today and I understand the importance of crime and the issue the government of the day has when in terms of combating crime. And I do believe that all key stakeholders, those who sit here and those who are on the outside, are all important in terms of empowering everyone to be able to solve some of these issues. According to the Minister of Local Government, the Honorable Mr. Faris Al-Rawi, stated that the population of municipal police should increase or will be increasing from a number of 700 to almost 1,500. This is really a positive step in that direction because I know for a fact and from experience, sitting amongst that community, especially in the Borough Corporation, there was always a lack of manpower, especially in the Central Division. So this will definitely add to their fight towards solving crime. Mr. President, clauses 4 and 11 of the amendment reference the legitimize the introduction of new firearm identification card. The card will be a game changer for both authorities and FUL holders. And I say, coming from a background as a computer engineer and information technology specialist, digitization of these processes will help lay a solid foundation for a digital society. Allow me to commend the works of the Minister of Digital Transformation and the Minister of Works and Transport, the Honorable Mr. Hasselbachus, who has many new processes in the pipeline, such as digitization of government services that will help eliminate bureaucracy and red tape that is already in the system. We have been talking over and over about the ease of doing business. This is one step forward, and the Minister of Trade is here. This is definitely a step in the right direction because as we introduce this new card, it will not only allow greater due diligence being done on the individuals, but like a concern that Dr. Varma had was understanding whether or not these individuals are sound-minded and maybe their backgrounds will all be imprinted within the biometrics of that, well, the electronics behind that card. Because with the scan, a whole database could be profiled on that individual. Mr. President, I would like to also recognize the Honorable Minister of Works, Mr. Rohan Sinanan, because under his tenure, a new driver's license has been implemented. And with that new digital driver's license, licensing is able to have proper records of the individuals going forward. And I will tell you, his team, led by the Commissioner Clive Clark, have been doing an exceptional job, and I can give you first-hand account of this. Think about it as such. Let's say you're in an accident, and one of the victims in that accident is an FUL holder. The police arrive on scene, and they need to ascertain whether or not the situation of the FUL, the firearm itself, is actually on the holder, or if a firearm is present. When you scan the driver, or when they identify the individual, a database will pull up with identifying whether or not that individual is actually an FUL holder. It will give the officers the confidence and also to know the knowledge to know that they need to secure that firearm before it gets out into the public sphere and is lost. These are great initiatives, and it is what the purpose of digitization is for. This is the trust, and this is the direction that this government is going, to be able to build a digital society for Trinidad and Tobago. The possibilities are endless, and a digital society could help play an integral role in the fight against crime in this country. Let's not forget also the Ministry of Trade, and we also have the Honorable Minister here, Mr. Paula Gopi-Schoon, and the initiatives that they have been championed. And I would like to identify, because I've also worked with Ms. Gopi-Schoon as a chamber head, especially in terms of digitization and also providing a single electronic window that has made the access for business owners to be able to access important information when it comes to trade and conducting business along her privy. Hence, Mr. President, I would like to say that the rollout of this firearm identification card will help regularize the industry that we have seen in past years to become a sort of free fall, where individuals have been granted license and we are not too sure what due diligence was done behind. However, this new card will ensure that individuals are properly certified, and that every year they could check in with appropriate stations or facilities that will ensure that they are equipped or continue to be equipped to handle these devices going forward. And these records will be all electronic, and it could be pulled up with a mere scan or touch of a button. Robert Kennedy once said, "Every society gets the kind of criminal it deserves." What is equally true is that every community gets the kind of law enforcement it insists on. In closing, Mr. President, I would like the opportunity to express condolences to the family and loved ones of Mr. Arnold Beam. He was a stalwart in the promotion of culture in Trinidad and Tobago, and may his soul find peace and be ready for his journey into the next. Mr. President, this will be the conclusion of my maiden speech, and I support the amendment of the Firearm Act.
Senators, before I call on the next speaker, permit me to congratulate Senator Sukai on his maiden contribution in this chamber. Senator Leiter.
Mr. President, let me first start off by congratulating the newly minted senator on his maiden contribution. I'll join you in that congratulations. And as such, given that it is his maiden contribution, I will give him a free pass on this particular one. However, Mr. President, it'll be remiss of me if I don't say and recognize the fact that when the Honourable Senator was starting his contribution and he was thanking his Prime Minister, that I saw him stutter in the beginning. He almost said Kamala Prasad Bisesa when he was about to thank. And I saw he caught himself quickly and he said his Prime Minister. That, along with the praise of all the ministers in the cabinet, I don't think he left out one, but he gets a free pass on this one. Mr. President, I thank you for acknowledging me at this time to rise and make this targeted contribution comprising a precise intervention into this Firearms Amendment Bill 2022. And, Mr. President, it is at a time when we see our nation reeling from an onslaught of crime in this country, criminal activity that is binding the citizens of this nation. Mr. President, it is the Minister of National Security who piloted this bill, who reached a milestone, and not one to be proud of, but a milestone of 1,000 murders under his tenure in office. And it's through this lens that I will treat with a few of the material clauses in this bill from some of the angles that may not have been touched by my honourable colleagues. I don't want to be repetitious. But, Mr. President, when I look at Clause 5, and I examine Clause 5 as it pertains to tasers for municipal police officers. This clause will enable the municipal police officers in their various municipal corporations across the country to use non-lethal weapons such as tasers and pepper spray, etc. And I'm content that municipal officers will have something now at their disposal, with the exception of a baton on one end and a gun at the next end. I am content with that. But, Mr. President, several questions raised when we see this level of legislation coming before us. And one of the questions that I have is, what training do these officers have in using the tasers? Have the officers been trained in knowing the appropriate time to use these tasers? I heard the Honourable Minister Sagram Suklal state that, she's almost certain, a quote that she's almost certain.
So, Senator, just a reminder, when you're mentioning minister, you use the title. So, minister in the Ministry of the Office of the Attorney General.
Yes. Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General. Let me get my Tylenol out. Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General, where the goodly minister indicated that she was almost certain and listed a plethora of various training agencies that she was almost certain that one of these agencies will provide the training for the pepper spray and the tasers, etc. But the minister can't just come to us and tell us that she's certain. What we would want to hear is exactly which one of those agencies will be responsible for it, and what are the programs. Give us the examples of the programs and the types of training that will be provided. Because many of us on this side and outside of this parliament don't have the trust that they will follow the necessary steps to ensure that training is provided. Mr. President, another question is, are there already any sort of required standard operating procedures in place to prevent the abuse, or at least the overuse of tasers? Is there a force policy to govern these municipal police officers in place? I heard nothing about a policy. So maybe the Minister of National Security can enlighten us if there's that. So I raise these questions, Mr. President, because of the experiences that we see when the tasers were introduced in other jurisdictions, such as in Canada, in Ottawa, and in Toronto. Mr. President, the following was reported that the Department of Justice conducted a study on the impact of making tasers widely available for the police officers, and the evidence showing that the use, and I quote, the use rapidly overtook other force alternatives, and in some cases were being used at rates that exceeded that of officers using a soft, empty-hand tactics. So I asked myself the question, has a similar study been conducted in Trinidad and Tobago? Basically, what is informing this rollout of tasers in this law, including how much tasers to procure, where they will be used, and how they must be used? Also, has the government taken the time to review any of the studies done in other jurisdictions? We in the opposition, let me make it clear, are not against non-lethal weapons for police service. The question is, has the purchase of the equipment been enhanced by the appropriate research of the use? And in the context of Trinidad and Tobago, it is not far-fetched that without rigor in training, you can see a copycat scenario happening here as happened in Canada with the overuse. And this is worsened by the report that tasers became a go-to tactic beyond the sort of softer approach to calm down perpetrators. In other words, taser use is not associated with de-escalation on the site. Rather, from this research, it has a potential to embolden officers to ramp up aggression. Mr. President, in Toronto, the argument advanced was that tasers save lives. And this was supported by various coroner inquests. And the coroner inquest recommended that tasers be deployed to all frontline officers. My attempt today is not to present an argument two or four or against. We in the opposition as a government in waiting have always advocated for alternatives to lethal force. Therefore, I'm not coming here with a roadblock here today for Clause 5. In fact, our advocacy for non-lethal weapons used in society underpin the reason why we have pressed this government to bring into being the pepper spray legislation, though they continue to fail woefully in putting it in enacting it and to help protect the women in our country. So we are in support of non-lethal weapons by police. The issue is that the argument can't simply be, well, the officer didn't kill, so we should be satisfied with that. The use of force policy must not amount to the thinking that once you live, it's okay. Now, Mr. President, one way that this government can use to prevent excessive force, even with tasers, is to ensure that there are other mechanisms, such as body cameras for police in their operation. But, Mr. President, it was only in last Friday, when we looked in the other place, when the Prime Minister was questioned and the Prime Minister's question, that about the use of body cameras in TTPS. And the Prime Minister in the other place stated that there was some 1,120 body cameras in use currently with the TTPS. The Prime Minister also indicated that that was a mere 12% of police officers in this country using this. And this cannot be a sufficient quantity. And when the opposition pressed further and asked, when do you intend to procure more body cameras so that we could prevent the misuse of things like tasers or firearms, the Prime Minister gave no comfort in terms of a time frame to supply them. And he simply stated that he was confident that they will be procured, the cameras will be in place. Mr. President, body cameras ensure that officers conform to the required professional standard in their daily operation. But they cannot even support body cameras.
Senator, there's a point of order.
46(1), please. You're not considering body cameras.
So, Senator, I think you've made your point in relation to the body cameras and protection against misuse. There's no need to elaborate further, so you can move on.
The Minister of Tourism fears my response, but he will not break me today. He will not break me today. Mr. President, I'm simply stating that if they can't roll out the body cameras, how do we expect them to roll out the tasers properly in this country? But anyway, I'll move on with your advice, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Independent Office of Police Conduct in the United Kingdom issued its 5-year review on the IOPC cases involving the use of tasers between 2015 and 2020. And so, Mr. President, there are some lessons that the municipal police could learn and benefit from this study, given our deliberations in this Clause 5 here this evening. 3 of the key recommendations, Mr. President, that they outlined surrounded around improving guidance in the public domain in relation to, firstly, the types of situations in which taser use would and would not be appropriate, including for particular groups, for example, vulnerable people and children. Secondly, the risk of tasers and how officers can assess risk and mitigate them. And thirdly, Mr. President, reinforcing that tasers should not be used to elicit compliance with instructions or procedures where there's no threat or the threat has been substantially reduced. So what does these recommendations mean? The risk factors associated with tasers use outlined in this UK Office for Police Conduct include multiple or prolonged discharge, or on vulnerable people and on children. Because as you know, Mr. President, you can fire that taser several times, or you can keep the finger on the trigger to keep the electricity striking the person. But Mr. President, this means that the standard procedure should make it clear to the police and to the public the amount of times an officer can tase someone safely. This is important. We've heard nothing about that today. Let us ask some questions related to some of the risk factors, because there's a risk here. Will the municipal police be able to use the taser for crowd control? Can they use the taser on children? Can you imagine if a child was struck with a taser and died? Can the taser be used on a pregnant woman who's acting irrational? Those are serious questions. And what pre-existing medical conditions someone may have that would make it difficult for a municipal police officer to use a taser. You see, these are the gray areas that open up the officer to the potential risk, Mr. President, of something happening to a citizen when they deploy tasers. We've heard nothing about that here today. And Mr. President, regarding the persons being tested, the UK Office for Police Conduct reported, and I quote, of the 94 people involved in taser discharges, over half were tased more than once, and just under a third were subjected to prolonged discharges. So this is worrying when roughly 1 in 3 persons were subjected to prolonged discharges. And dare I say potentially death. And this means that it is insufficient for officers to be just given a taser without undergoing rigorous training in the effect of safe use, without having properly enforced standard operating procedures in place, or a force policy. The report went on to state, and I quote, mental health, drugs, and alcohol were common features of our investigations. And so this raises the questions as to the police use of tasers when confronted with persons who may be street dwellers right out there in Port of Spain, or who are mentally ill, or substance abusers. It is necessary for these persons not to fall victim to overuse of the tasers by prolonged discharges. Finally, Mr. President, the UK report pointed to the result that in almost a quarter of the cases, the tasers were used for non-compliance. They pointed to the need for officers to properly identify their course of action and to be clear of someone's vulnerability, how it may impact them, and their ability to understand and comply to instructions when facing a taser. Mr. President, as I conclude on Clause 5, on the municipal police and on non-lethal weapons, it must be said that the government must include a comprehensive education program, as well as potential fines and penalties for wrongful use of tasers. This is for fines for police, you know. Not for the state to pay for it, but for police that may misuse this device if they go beyond the operating procedures and the force policy. They must be held accountable when they have this device in their hand, as they should with a firearm. So we agree with the tasers under these conditions, and we hope that the government takes heed on this here today. Mr. President, I move on to Clause 8 of the bill. This clause allows for prison officers to possess firearms when off duty in their life or safety is under threat, as the clause states. Mr. President, the clause also creates the opportunity for Trinidad and Tobago prison service firearm identification card to be issued to these officers. But this raises the issues in the prison service, and that we see in the media, and that has been ventilated here today in this Senate, where we hear of hits being called from behind prison walls, corrupt officers working with inmates in illegal practices, and scanners and jammers not under the purview of the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service, but under another agency. So the general question I have is why not just allow these prison officers to get their FULs and have it expedited by the Commissioner of Police? That way, it provides them with privacy, a level of privacy. And it cannot be taken away by the arbitrary action of a senior Commissioner of Prisons. The Honorable Minister of National Security indicated that the FUL process could take a long time, and that many of these officers may not be able to afford the firearm, 5, 6 to 10,000. Why not provide them a government grant to protect themselves? Why not have the process expedited and allow them to get their FULs if they're under risk? The Minister of National Security indicated that you have to sometimes react very fast because of the threat. Can you not react fast through the Commissioner of Police? And what then when the prison officer retires? He hands back in his firearm. Is he at any less risk? He goes straight home to that neighborhood. He's not forgotten. An FUL can fix that. And when we listen to the corruption that happens in the prison service, and there are officers who may be aware that he's given this firearm to go home, what happens when they leak that out to the criminal and he's ambushed and killed for his firearm? Wouldn't an FUL protect him, Mr. President? Wouldn't it give him privacy? And let me just clear it up for the Honorable Attorney General that the DSRI report, the recommendation was that they prioritize prison officers to get FULs through the Commissioner of Police, not to remove the Commissioner of Police's discretion. But I move on, Mr. President. The jurisdiction that our jurisprudence follows from is the United Kingdom. And whilst the circumstances surrounding prison officers would be unique in our local case, it's still instructive to examine how this is dealt with in other jurisdictions. And so in the UK, we noted, and I quote, "Prison service officers do not carry firearms, weapons when carrying out their normal duties. However, understanding the risks associated with Northern Ireland, a significant number of officers there have been trained to use firearms and issue with a personal protection weapon." Mr. President, this is not Northern Ireland. This is Trinidad and Tobago. We don't have the Republican Army here, the Irish Republican Army here. But we have cases where hits are being called from inside the prison walls. We have stood by haplessly as a nation and witnessed prison officers being gunned down in the street under the CCTV cameras, Mr. President. And therefore, no one in sound mind can ask the question whether or not it's a clear and present danger that prison officers face on a daily basis. One only has to look at several newspaper articles. I'll just mention a couple. On the 30th of November 2021, Loop article entitled...
Senator, there's really no need to mention the newspaper articles specifically because several senators prior to you would have mentioned the several incidences that would have occurred. You've made the point.
Yes.
If you have something new to bring to the
Yes,
point,
yes.
by all means.
President. So I won't quote the articles, but I will say that in 2021, just at the end of 2021, if I read these articles to you, you would have seen 5 prison officers gunned down in 2021. And when I listen to Senator Mark speak about 30 prison officers gunned down in 2 decades, and then I hear 5 gunned down under this People's National Movement government, I tell myself it is an indictment on this government and their inability to control crime in this country. 2021 alone, seeing these prison officers perish. But we in the opposition believe that prison officers deserve to be properly equipped and protected themselves. But the problem is bigger than that in this country. The problem is that we are experiencing the worst crime wave in our history today. So as I heard another senator say, it's a plaster for a sore. However, when we reflect on the fact that the last case in the article, if I was allowed to read it, was that of a case of a prison officer who was killed before he had a chance to draw his firearm and answer in response. And why that's pertinent is because it draws the question about the training necessary for a prison officer to properly use his firearm. You see, unlike police officers, Mr. President, the better part of operations of prison officers is conducted without the use of a firearm. And whilst there are some officers that may use a firearm in the performance of their duties, many others are ordinary officers, they don't have firearms. And then it raises a question as to the training levels of the general prison population. You see, so what we're saying here today is you just slap a gun. We get a threat, slap a gun on the prison officer. Let him go home with that. That's the solution. Where's the training to ensure that he uses it properly? Where's the assessment? Senator Lakshmi spoke about it. The assessment done, the proper assessment, the psychometric testing done to ensure that prison officers are sound mind to go home with a gun in a house with his wife or husband. Where's the agreement of the wife and the husband that prison officer could come home with that gun? These things are serious things. We're talking about life or death. The ones that may approach the Commissioner of Prisons for a personal protective arm would need to undergo this training. So where's the conversation about the rollout of a program to ensure that the entire pool of prison officers are trained so that if at any point in time they get a threat, they know how to use the firearm? Where's the ongoing training program? Because you could get trained once, but then you need to have ongoing training. I know the Prime Minister will understand that, like golf. If you stop playing golf for a little bit, you know. So it's the same thing with firearms. If you stop practicing, you don't shoot the hole. Mr. President, the Minister of National Security mentioned that a committee was set up. I heard him in his presentation that a committee was set up initially to make recommendations for those who may be vulnerable and those who require a personal protective firearm. But yet in this legislation here in Clause 8, we're seeing that the process for firearms is now apparently left up to the sole discretion of the Commissioner of Prisons. So I'm simply asking the question, does the committee still exist? Maybe the Minister can elaborate on that. Does the committee still exist? Or are we once again putting the hands in the power of one person? This has been a common trend by this government. Every piece of legislation almost every piece of legislation, I have to hear about some minister getting extreme powers or somebody who's appointed by a minister getting extreme powers in here. Legislation after legislation, here we are again. Here we are again. But I'll tell you what, you see in 2025, Mr. President, we have such a clean-up job to do when we come back into power, when we put this PNM out of office, and when we reverse all of this bad legislation, Mr. President. Mr. President, another question I have to ask is whether or not a prison officer can use his personal protection weapon.
Senator Mark, please. Allow Senator Leiter to make his contribution. Senator Leiter.
Another question is that whether or not a prison officer can use his personal protection weapon when his life is not at risk, but the life of others around him may be threatened? That's a pertinent question. For instance, an off-duty police officer, if he's in the vicinity of a robbery or an assault with a deadly weapon, one may expect him to exercise his discretion in the use of this firearm. So I just simply asking, is an off-duty prison officer, if he's presented in the same scenario, will he or she be looked at in the same light as the policeman? Maybe the Honourable Minister can clear that up. So I'm asking for clarity here. Is this form of immunity for prosecution considered here in this instance? Because as Senator Lakshmi Dayal alluded to, and she indicated with the case of Vishal Singh, the prison officer was given a gun and shot the police officer. And now the state is facing liability. So I want clarity here. Has that been thought about here in this legislation? So will the level of, what is the level of power given to the prison officer when he goes home? Mr. President, if a off-duty prison officer enters a restaurant, for example, and there's a robbery ensuing, how will they be treated with when they use their firearm to enforce protection on citizens in a scenario? What if the assailant survives the shooting and is able to try to convince the court that he was shot in his leg or back as he was fleeing the scene? Will the state now be sued? I'm just asking. So there needs to be legislation broader than the parameters of this bill to give clarity as to the use of these weapons. Especially when we consider, Mr. President, we have experienced one of the bloodiest times in our history under this Minister of National Security, Mr. President. It is not unlikely for a prison officer to walk into a bar, restaurant somewhere and encounter this. 600 murders, 61 in January. Highest in history, January. But I move on, Mr. President, to clause 10. Once again, it has been the norm of this Minister of National Security and the government, where instead of the government focusing on stemming the inflow of illegal firearms, the same minister inserts himself into the process pertaining to users' license by way of clause 10 and 11 in this bill, which I will treat with slightly. This clause grants the Minister of National Security the powers by order to extend the 3-year period for the validity of the license. Mr. President, how can that be acceptable? It's not the opposition alone speaking. I've listened to Senator Richard, Senator Dayal Singh. The independent bench also have a concern with this. It's not us alone. We in the opposition believe that there should be parliamentary oversight. Once more, this is a creeping trend, Mr. President, of members in the cabinet inserting themselves into processes where they should not be interfering. This amounts to executive overreach. My colleagues have treated with this deeply. So I am not going to go, but I'll take a different angle, Mr. President. So a similar measure is contemplated, by the way, in clause 11 regarding the power of the minister to extend the time by order. Now, Senator Mark, as he was wrapping up, mentioned a minister by his portfolio. And I know you cautioned him, Mr. President. And so I don't intend to have you stop me and caution me by calling a minister by his portfolio. But who the cap fit, or in this case, who the tam fit, we'll let them wear it. Mr. President, but I have to ask the question. I had to listen on a Tobago radio station about last month. I had to look at various social media platforms, even WhatsApp, to see the past Commissioner of Police, Gary Griffith, to be exact, because I know there's another one who took quick leave. But I had to listen to this minister on this radio talk about some minister who had been contacting him to pressure him into getting firearm user license for his partners. Now that's a dangerous thing when you contemplate that this clause 10 gives the minister powers.
So, the context of what you're saying, put together with the second part, can give the impression of imputation of improper motives. So I would just caution you about your wording, phraseology, and the context all coming together.
And I appreciate the advice. I really do. And so therefore, I will try to put it differently. Yeah? I'll try to put it differently. But I still want to know who is that minister that he's talking about. It is important because this bill, we see a minister being injected into a process circumventing a commissioner of police. And now it appears that the minister wants to have undue influence over the process here pertaining to this firearm user license for persons, or the extension. And I'm asking this question now. I impute no improper motives here today. Is this the beginning of various legislations being brought to this parliament? We have to be careful, eh? We need to be mindful. Is this the beginning of legislation being brought to this parliament that may eventually see the Honourable Minister of National Security completely circumventing the Commissioner, whoever the Minister of National Security is at the time? Don't know how much longer this minister may be there. But is this the beginning of things to come? Where we see a Minister of National Security getting full access to providing firearm user license? Is this? I cast no aspersions. But when we see this intrusion in this bill here, we must ask the question. This is highly improper, given that there's no parliamentary oversight. This is wrongtiousness, man. Wrongtiousness. I think that's a word created recently.
It's not.
But I am curious also as to who, Mr. President, the same way I was curious about that. Who is the senior government official that requested a license being granted for explosives for a dear friend of his in Tobago?
Mr. President, 46.1 and 53.1b on this particular section, please.
I called no names.
46.1 is upheld. You are asked now to move on to your next point.
Okay, well, Mr. President, I'm just closing by simply stating that when you have a situation where we see these things happening, where people are pressured for these things, or firearm dealerships in Tobago, for example, again, when you see those things, you have to be concerned when you see in this clause 10 and 11, the minister creeping his way into this type of legislation to circumvent a police commissioner. Because, Mr. President, the Commissioner of Police is tasked with ensuring that proper policies and procedures are adhered to when any form of granting, extending, anything you want. This one is extension. As I said, we could see a creeping intrusion. But the minister, the Commissioner of Police is tasked with ensuring that he or she follows the correct and proper procedures. Therefore, Mr. President, when I see the Minister of National Security now inserting himself in this law with the powers given to him in 10 and 11, I'm wrapping up this point, Mr. President. I'm wrapping it up.
So, Senator, there's a point of order.
People jumpy, boy.
Senator.
Come on, man.
Could you raise the point of order again, please?
53.1b.
So, Senator, once again, choose your words carefully in relation to the point that you are making.
I'm simply stating, I've taken your advice, and I'm simply stating that is the Minister of National Security now inserting himself in the law under this clause 10 and 11 in this bill. I ask myself again, is the minister, or by extension the government, trying to circumvent the Commissioner?
Mr. President, standing order.
I have to ask the question.
B. Mr. President, I'm moving a point of order. Tedious repetition.
So, member, okay, all right. So there's a proper way by which things operate here. When a member raises a point of order, they must be allowed to do so with silence in the chamber so that the chair can rule on said point of order. The point of order has been raised, Senator Leiter. The problem is that it's walking a very thin line in relation to imputation of improper motives, because the commentary is specific to the holder of the office and not the office. The legislation goes past the holder of the office, as you rightly stated in your contribution earlier. Hence the reason that that particular standing order is being upheld. I would ask you to move on.
Mr. President, thank you, and I will take your advice. I know that when the government hears the name Gary Griffith, they jump and skip and hop. So I wouldn't want them to do that today. So I'll move on, Mr. President, and I'll conclude.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll conclude. I think I've done enough. I think I've done enough to discredit this particular clause 10. So I've confined my presentation to 3 clauses of the bill, clauses 5, pertaining to the granting of non-lethal tasers to municipal police, clause 8 regarding personal weapons for off-duty prison officers, and clause 10 with the insertion of the Minister of National Security in a process that ought to have parliamentary sight on behalf of the government. And in summary, when assessing the policy implications of any legislation amendment, we must ask ourselves what will be the outcome. Results are important. Will the issuance of firearms to prison officers stem the hits from being called behind the jail walls? The answer is no, not if they don't fix the jammers and the scanners and empower the Commissioner of Prisons with that. Not if they don't treat with the basic issues. It must not escape this House that the government has blocked access to the control of jammers and scammers from the purview of the prison officers and placed them under the SSA. So the PNM jammed the prison officers from the jammers. Actions speak louder than words, Mr. President. This action alone means that this government can be held accountable in some of the hits being done from behind prison walls.
Again, Senator Leiter, I have asked repeatedly about the phrases that you are using that are constantly running afoul of the standing order as it relates to the imputation of improper motives. I will ask again, as you wrap up, be careful.
Thank you, President. So with regards to the issuance of tasers to municipal officers, it is necessary to ensure that they are adequately trained and the public is aware of the risks and dangers for proper use of tasers. Sadly, Mr. President, without the operationalization of body cameras in its entirety, which this government, after 7.5 years, has failed to bring on stream, this measure opens the door for abuse of the tasers. And I cast no aspersions on any police officer. They provide human service. But everyone on all sides have spoken about the fact that there may be a few bad apples in the bunch. So we have to be mindful of the importance of body cameras when it comes to these tasers. We saw a perfect example. It was somebody else cited the example that happened on Frederick Street. And I won't go into the details of it because it's already been said. But that traffic warden got justice while this errant officer was removed on suspension. Finally, the Minister of National Security ought to remove himself from this legislation and retain the separation of the executive from the process. Anything short of these matters raised would reduce these measures to a wish list rather than a set of remedies. Such remedies are sorely needed as citizens buckle under the weight of the worst crime wave in our history, and in my opinion, a most incapable Minister of National Security. And with those few words, I thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable President, in the absence of 14 subsection 2 being invoked, I seek to invoke at Standing Order 11, 1, and I seek your ruling on this matter.
So, Leader of Government Business is a procedural matter to take care of.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this Senate do now continue to sit until the conclusion of the matter at hand.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand, inclusive of the matters in the adjournment. Leader of Government Business? Yes. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The business of the Senate will continue until the completion of the business at hand, inclusive of the matters in the adjournment.
I sought your ruling on a standing order which I invoked, and you did not rule on my standing order, but instead you allow the Leader of Government Business to proceed with this matter. So I again seek your ruling on my standing orders that I have sought clarification on. The government failed to invoke at the appointed time, 7:50, 10 to 8, the standing order. I have invoked the other standing order to cut the sitting immediately.
So, Senator Mark, in relation to the point that you've just raised, the procedure was moved and the question put to all members of the Senate by way of the established procedure that the business of the Senate will continue until the completion of the business at hand, inclusive of the matters in the adjournment. All senators, by way of voicing, indicated A, which was louder than nay, and therefore the procedure was passed. As such, the procedure has been put and properly dispensed with. The business of the Senate will continue, inclusive of the matters in the adjournment. Any other questions, Senator Mark?
I don't
Go ahead.
understand one. No, I was still seeking your ruling on my particular standing order, the invocation. Whether, for instance, I was right and you are supposed to immediately adjourn this sitting until another day, or whether by I invoking these standing orders, you took that as a cue to put it to the House, because that's supposed to come from the government side, not from me. So that is why I raised the matter, and I sought your guidance.
Senator Mark, in relation to, again, the question that you've asked, the procedure was conducted in the proper fashion, was put to the Senate agreed that the business will continue, inclusive of the matters in the adjournment, and therefore it's been properly done. So we shall continue the business until completion, inclusive of the matters in... Okay, Senator Mark. Can we continue? Please, sir. Senator Welch.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this Firearms Amendment Bill 2022 and to make some brief observations on it, also to avoid repetition because several of the points I intended to make have been addressed by many of the senators who have already gone. Mr. President, let me say that in principle, I agree with the effect of these provisions, the philosophy behind it, the information that influences it, and what it is intended to achieve. In principle, I agree generally with it. However, I do have some concerns with respect to some particular provisions in that I think there is one that is totally unnecessary and cannot be justified and should perhaps be considered being deleted or rephrased to avoid its offending effect. There is one which I think is too restrictive. And there is also one which I think does not perhaps go far enough. I am also concerned that for simple provisions of the law, it should be drafted in such a way that the ordinary individual can sometimes look at it and understand its effect. Someone who is perhaps out of the country or the ordinary man who wants to know what the law is in relation to a particular issue and who does not have to resort to legal guidance because he wants to know if he can act in a particular way or not. And so if drafting can be simplified as much as possible, I think that would be a commendable achievement as well. So I would go through the clauses to illustrate the points which I have just identified in a general way, go through the clauses in a chronological sequence, and deal briefly with each of them. Now, if I may begin by looking at Clause 4 of the bill. Clause 4 of the bill, the effect of expanding the definition of prohibited weapon, the effect of it is that tasers would now be included within that definition of prohibited weapon, which as it stands, it is not on the present provisions of the Firearms Act. However, the proposed provision, I think, could be simplified and could simply read any weapon of whatever description or design which is designed, manufactured, or adopted for the discharge of any noxious liquid, gas, electrical energy, or other thing. By the use of, if one had incorporated the word electrical energy into it, one can fully understand that this is intended to include tasers, because from what the Minister of National Security himself has said, a taser involves the discharge of electrical energy. However, electrical energy is not included in the proposed amendment to the definition. There is no mention of taser in that proposed definition, and one is left to infer it by adding two and two together and understanding that the word other thing now includes tasers. So it involves an interpretation which an ordinary individual looking at it will not readily understand that this definition now prohibits what we know as tasers, because it does not really specify that. It is somewhat clouded in legality. Legalese, I should say, sorry. So that is my first observation. I would have preferred a more specific definition, which the ordinary person can look at and understand. However, that having been said, I think now that we know prohibited weapon includes tasers by implication, I think that it is a very important inclusion. And I say that because, quite apart from the prison officer aspect and municipal police and police officers being able to use it, I think it is important because, as the law stands, without tasers being a prohibited weapon, what governs a taser? What is the present provision of the law that makes it illegal? From my research, the only law which can cover it by implication is the Prevention of Offensive Weapons Act. And that act, really, the penalties under that act are really minimal. On summary conviction, it is a fine of $1,000 or 6 months imprisonment. Conviction on the indictment, it is a fine of $6,000 or 2 years imprisonment. I do not think for something such as tasers, that is a sufficient deterrent, and therefore, by its inclusion under the definition of prohibited weapon, it now attracts the larger penalties associated with prohibited weapons under the firearms legislation. And therefore, by its inclusion there, it can now serve as a more serious potential deterrent. And I say the importance of deterrence because, as we know, crime is rampant in our society. It is now the bane of our existence. And a taser can potentially be used by the criminal element to further their objectives, be it by way of coercion, be it in domestic violence situations, be it to effect robbery, be it to incapacitate, be it to facilitate a kidnapping. And therefore, because of its potential usage and its potential consequences, it warrants a more serious treatment by the penal provisions of the law, which is achieved by bringing it within the firearms legislation under the definition of prohibited weapon once this bill becomes legislation, and therefore attracting the penalties which are applicable to prohibited weapons under the Firearms Act. And therefore, that is one important effect of this change in definition to include tasers. Another important effect of expanding the definition of prohibited weapon to include it is with respect to police powers. Because at present, under Section 6.2 of the Firearms Act, a police officer who is acting in the capacity of such is authorized by existing legislation, once he's acting in his capacity as such, to have a prohibited weapon. Now that prohibited weapon would include tasers. His authority to have such a weapon is now derived from statute, from legislation. And I think a taser is of such a nature that its use and permissibility by police officers, prison officers, municipal officers is such that that authority should be derived from legislation passed by this Parliament. Because the present position is that police officers have been using tasers as a result of departmental order and use of force policy put into place by the Commissioner of Police. This is such a significant piece of equipment. It should not be treated, in my view, like a handcuff or your regular police baton. Although it is called non-lethal, by nature, it causes excruciating pain from all reports you have seen. It incapacitates. It is an electrical shock to the body. And pain is pain, no matter how transient it may be. And therefore, let its use be governed by legislation. And if its use is to be governed by legislation, one implication that follows from that is that you may have regulations pursuant to that proposed legislation governing its use and governing the accountability of officers who deploy it. We have to ensure that it is not abused. And the Commissioner of Police, rather than simply departmental order or use of force policy, should be able to put in place regulations which gives rise to accountability, so that an officer who deploys a taser should be required, for instance, on his immediate return to station or as soon as possible, be required to record its use, to record the circumstances which justified it. It can often lead to the avoidance of the physical injury which may have to be used in circumstances of restraint of a person. That direct physical force, which has resulted in injuries, which has resulted in lawsuits, etc. So it is an important tool. And it is important that it be used, but that it's controlled because it is different from non-lethal weapons, because of its potential consequences, and that is also a potential consequence if it is abused, then it should be regulated. And as pointed out by several senators, there should be requirements for training in the use of it, apart from the requirements of accountability, which I have already spoken to. So this legislation allows municipal officers to use it. The proposed clause also allows it to be used by prison officers. And I think those expansions of its use to those category of persons are important, because municipal officers are the ones who are commonly on the ground and who may face breaches of the peace, fights, violent situations at parks, at parties, in the market, on the streets every day. They are the ones in touch and on the ground. And if police officers, it is recognized that they need to use it, then far more important that municipal officers also have that available to them as one of their tools. So I support the clause wholeheartedly, which speaks to municipal officers having it as well as including prison officers in that clause, because we know of the number of allegations in the prison about prison officers' brutality. We know of the responses to those allegations by prison officers who would just seek to justify their actions or respond to allegations by saying a prison officer was acting unruly, resisting arrest, being violent. And we know from the several lawsuits in which the state has lost and has had to pay taxpayers' money, that it is, in fact, a problem. And perhaps if we have the use of tasers by properly trained prison officers, with its ability to incapacitate, not on a permanent basis, not with the infliction of permanent injury, but in a transient context, then I fully support the legislation which gives that power to prison officers and the municipal cooperation officers as well. As pointed out, and I would not elaborate on it, it is necessary to put the mechanisms in place for proper training, accountability, and so on, to ensure there is no abuse of it. But the fact that abuse can take place is not a reason not to put these measures in place. The principle is required, but you need to act also to ensure that it is done in a proper manner. With respect to the firearm aspect of the provisions, Clause 6 of the bill would seek to amend Section 7(1)(a) of the Act to allow the Director of the Strategic Services Agency to be exempt from having to have a firearm user's license and allow him and a designate to carry such a firearm. There has been a lot of comment on this. There has been a lot of criticism whereby it is stated that the director should not have that power and it should be referred to the Commissioner of Police. But where a person has such responsibility as the director of the Strategic Services Agency and the persons employed there, I think it is important that they have the tools available to them to feel safe, to carry out their functions. And when one looks at the functions under the Strategic Services Agency Act, to me, it calls intrinsically for such persons so employed to be able to have firearms without necessarily going through the long process that is involved if they are to do so by way of a firearm user's license, because under the Act it says the responsibility of the agency is centralizing information to facilitate detection and prevention of illicit trafficking in drugs, coordinating operations for the suppression of drug trafficking, delivering strategic intelligence and making recommendations to government with respect to counter-narcotics matters, preparing drug interdiction strategy and stimulating the implementation of a policy in that regard, providing intelligence and analytical support. So this is a form of sensitive operation. This is a form of almost gathering intelligence. This is a way of being actual police informants. And this is an activity which involves an attack on the drug trade. Once you are involved in an attack on the drug trade, you are exposed to the risk of injury and the elements involved in drug trafficking, and therefore, I would think it is reasonable that they should have access to the use of firearms in the execution of their duties. And it has been pointed out, and I have no reason to doubt, that they, by the Minister of National Security, that they have even recently come under fire during surveillance exercises. So that is an example and an illustration of the very point which I am making, which is derived from their duties and responsibilities under the Act. So I do agree with the government proposal in this regard. However, that very same clause 6, which allows the director and a designate to be exempted from the requirement of a firearm user's license and to have a firearm in the execution of their duty, eliminates SRPs in the proposed list. I heard the Attorney General's justification saying, well, SRPs under the legislation are equally regarded as police officers and therefore qualify, and therefore there is no reason to list them. And that was a response to a criticism, or not a criticism, but an observation that they have been removed from the list. But the existing legislation, although it mentions police officers, it mentions the drafter of the legislation saw it fit to specifically mention SRPs as well. And therefore, it is only right that an explanation be required as to why they are now not included in the proposed legislation. Because when one looks at 7.1 of the Firearms Act, as it is, it says the following persons are exempt from the provisions of Section 6.1 that relate to having a firearm or ammunition in their possession. A police officer acting in his capacity as such, or any member of a municipal police service, and also a member of the Special Reserve Police established under the Special Reserve Police Act, acting in its capacity as such. So under the existing provisions, although police officers are included in Section 7, subsection 1 of the Firearms Act, the drafter found it necessary to specifically mention municipal officers as well as special reserve police officers. So this proposed new bill, however, this new section 71A, which replaces the 71 which I have just read, mentions police officer, a member of the Municipal Police Corporation, member of Defense Force, Customs Officer, Prison Officer, Director of Strategic Agency, and an employee designated by him are all the persons who are excluded, and Special Reserve Police officers are not. Therefore, having regard to the history of how the legislation is currently phrased and what this proposal seeks to do, the observation made by the opposition, and I believe also one of the independent senators, is a justified one, calling for an explanation which is above and beyond a flippant one in response. Because Special Reserve Police officers do carry out, to a large extent, the same functions and duties and are exposed to the same risk as regular police officers. And they need, as I made the point at the beginning, sometimes it is the ordinary citizen who is going to be affected by legislation need to understand the provisions and the changes. And the Special Reserve Police officer is entitled to understand the changes without too much legalese surrounding it. I move now, Mr. Vice President, to clause 8 of the bill, which empowers Commissioner of Prisons to grant prison officers to have in his possession while off duty if he considers the life and safety of the officer under threat. I think this is a very important provision. I do not need to be repetitious by going into the reasons in detail because it has been covered by several senators. But suffice it to say, the number of prison officers who have been murdered as a result, no other reason, but in many instances, for carrying out their duties conscientiously, diligently, and sometimes only to show an example, warrants measures which can assist in their protection. It may not be a foolproof measure. No one is saying it's a panacea to have them carry firearms, but it certainly may help. And it is better than not having any while off duty. My only concern with, my concern, having stated that, my concern with the proposed provision is its wording. If the commissioner considers the life and safety of the officer under threat, a commissioner of prisons, having regard to the decision in the Vishal Singh case, which has been referred to, and which the facts of which I would not rehash in any way, but a commissioner of prisons, having regard to that decision, can be forgiven for not applying for applying the wording of this provision very strictly and very inflexibly and giving it its literal interpretation so that he can only provide a prisoner officer if he considers the life and safety of that officer to be under threat, and there is evidence of the life and safety of that particular officer being under threat. But that is not, in reality, that is not the situation which always occurs. A prison officer may be at risk without actually being threatened. He may be carrying out his duty diligently. He may be refused to comply with a request of a prison officer, of a prisoner, sorry. He may apply the rules strictly in carrying out his duty, and without any threat being made to him, he can be regarded as a target simply for the position he has taken on an issue. Such a prison officer would not qualify to be granted permission to carry a firearm while he's off duty, because he has no evidence of any threat to provide. So while I agree that if the Commissioner of Prisons has reason to believe that a particular prison officer's life and safety is under threat, that is a circumstance in which he may provide him with he may allow the use of a firearm while off duty. I am thinking that it should not be strictly restricted to such a situation. In addition to an evidence of a positive threat, factors which should influence the exercise of the discretion is a risk factor, even if there is no evidence of an active threat. Risk factors which influence the discretion of the Commissioner of Prisons, and which should also be reflected in the provisions, would include such matters simply as the department you work in. If you are assigned to a department in which there are gangs, members, and members who are known to engage in gang violence and have connections on the outside, then even though you have not been threatened, this is a factor which should influence the discretion. The locality in which a prison officer may reside. We have heard of many of them asking for houses in certain areas. Many of them perhaps may live in what are considered to be hotspot areas. And even though there is no active threat on their lives, by reason of the very location where they live, they may feel unsafe. So that is a factor which should also influence the discretion. I am also saying the hours of work and the route to be traversed and the shifts you are on, all of these matters may go into the influence of the discretion. Because there have been reports of prison officers who have been gunned down, and there has been no evidence of any active threat in their case. Granted, a firearm, as I said, may not be foolproof protection, because if you are ambushed and taken by surprise, your lights may still be outed. But certainly, having it in their possession affords them a measure of protection in other circumstances where they may come under attack and where there is a margin of time to allow a response. So I am in full support of this measure, but I think it should be expanded to include the factors which I have identified. This is not to say that the concerns expressed by the opposition members are being ignored or that they are not valid. They are, in fact, valid concerns because prison officers remain members of society. Some of them have the same vulnerabilities as other persons. Some of them may be in situations where they are domestic violence abusers. However, that is not a reason not to implement the provisions, but that is a reason to, when it comes to the actual issuance.
Senator Welch, you have 5 more minutes.
To put measures in place regarding it. However, what I wish to say to the of observation I would wish to make to the prison officers who have been clamoring for the use of firearms, I wish to observe that no matter if this policy is implemented, you are still not protected if your own colleagues are your worst enemy. Because there are cell phones in the prison, there are cell phone charges in the prison, there have been prison officers who have been charged with carrying such items into the prison, there have been prison officers who have been convicted. And you cannot look outside and simply blame the executive or members of society. We are within your own camp. It is being facilitated where your colleagues may be your own worst enemies. So there is a need for colleagues to act responsibly, to put humanity before money. Because no doubt, the prison officers who facilitate this kind of behavior and facilitate prison officers are not just doing it but probably for some kind of financial reward. And therefore, you must care about your own colleague. Mr. Vice President, in the last bit of time I have, I want to see how I can quickly address this matter of the minister having the power to extend under the legislation, a firearm user's license is issued for 3 years. This proposal contemplates that the minister may have the power to extend the period beyond the 3 years. My concern with that provision is this. If it is that that provision is to be interpreted as a class provision, a general provision, which means that the minister makes a decision which applies to all firearm licenses, then that is perhaps acceptable given certain circumstances. But when one looks at this provision, it is not so restricted. It can be interpreted and applied to mean that in a particular instance, the minister has the power to say, John, your license is going to be extended beyond the 3 years, which amounts indirectly to a usurpation of the power of the commissioner of prisons, who may, for some reason, not wish to renew that license. I agree that this provision is unwarranted.
Senator Welch, your time has come to an end. Your last. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Knight.
In the name of God, the most gracious, most merciful. Mr. Vice President, I must express my concern to you as we debate this matter, which is of such importance, that I would notice, Mr. Vice President, that what is a very delicate matter, that the mover of this motion, the Minister of National Security, and the Honorable Attorney General should be holding a caucus in the cafeteria with independent senators about this bill. I heard them discussing the merits of this bill in the cafeteria. And I think that is disconcerting. I think it is of grave concern. There's a certain protocol, and anything that needs to be aired, Mr. Vice President, should be aired in this chamber.
Point of order. 46-1.
Senator Knight, 46-1 upheld. Kindly proceed with your contribution.
But I felt it necessary to bring that to your attention, Mr. Vice President.
Mr. Vice President, I too was about to stand on the very standing order. Since you ruled as you did, could that be extracted from, expunged, I'm sorry, from the record?
No need to extract, but if it can be expunged from the records, proceed.
Mr. Vice President.
Senator Mark, please with haste take your seat and allow your colleague to make. Can you?
So, Mr. Vice President, this government has a remarkable ability to speak about the ills of the society, as the Minister of National Security did with righteous indignation, talking about crime. And he spoke about it as if this government is above and disparate from the society itself. We have news for this government, Mr. Vice President. Most of societal ills that we are experiencing presently is a result of this government and its policy. So should one be able to maintain focus, summon the internal capacity to listen to that presentation from the Minister of National Security? The Minister spoke about crime as though the PNM government inherited the problem of crime, rather than, which is the reality which shows that the PNM, they are the architects of this horrendous crime surge. And the statistics bear this out.
Senator Nakid, on Standing Order 46.6, I ask you to get away from that point and focus on the 11 clauses at hand.
Mr. Vice President, I'm responding directly to what has been said in this chamber by not only the Minister of National Security, who spoke about crime, but also Senator Sukai, who spoke about crime, as indicated by his presentation about the United Nations. This is a direct rebuttal. I do not want to go into tedious repetition, so I'm responding directly.
It's not about tedious repetition, sir. What I've cautioned you on is improper motives of saying that the government is the architect of crime.
Well,
I ask you to desist from such statements and focus on the bill at hand.
I am. But I will clarify, Mr. Vice President.
There's no need to clarify, sir. I'm asking you to move on.
So I cannot clarify the statistics, is that what you're saying?
No, you can clarify statistics, but to state architect of the crime is wrong.
Okay. Well, by coincidence, Mr. Vice President, it seems that every time this government is in power, crime goes up. And when the United National Congress is in government, crime goes down. And the Minister of National Security spoke about his government had begun a policy of restorative justice. And they were not only focused on punitive justice. I challenge the Minister of National Security, Mr. Vice President, to give the people of Trinidad and Tobago the data verifying what must be a vacuous statement. Because I want to know exactly what policy has this government put in place to support his claim that they have been focused on restorative justice since the 2000s. This is what he said. Mr. Vice President, this government knows as much about restorative justice as they know about sport and culture, social and community development, trade and industry, and as we have seen with their overplayed hand on the Dragon gas deal, energy and energy industry. This government knows nothing about proper governance.
46.1.
Senator, in your preamble to your points, I ask that you curtail. And
I was about to do so, Mr. Vice President. I thank you very much. So if we go directly to clause 10 and 11, the PNM continues to fluff their lines, Mr. Vice President. They did so in appointing Commissioner of Police. And they have received the opposition support in appointing this new Commissioner of Police, Ulla Haywood Christopher. They appointed her, Mr. Vice President, and by clause 10 and 11, do you know what they did? They immediately usurp her authority, undermine her power. Isn't that a contradictory position by this government? I mean, this government is topsy-turvy all the way around. You just appoint this lady to much fanfare, first COP, female COP, and then you turn around now and want to give, not one, the Commissioner of Prisons, but two. Not even someone substantively in law enforcement. He's a Minister of National Security, a politician. You give not one, you give two people the power to usurp, undermine the authority of who? The Commissioner of Police. In other words, Mr. Vice President, this government is in the unique and embarrassing position of having three Commissioners of Police. Wow. Only the PNM could do that. Mr. Vice President, under this government, we have become almost immunized to their constant overreach, constitutional overreach. And this is what I will come to my substantive base in discussing these things. Because based on a report by ICLAC, which is the Economic Commission of Latin America and the Caribbean, since 2008, they were very pointed in their statement that you cannot look at crime and measures to combat crime in an abstract way. And this is what they said, Mr. Vice President. Crime and violence threaten individual safety and affect the social, economic, and political life of our country and its citizens. As one of the most critical issues affecting Caribbean societies today, crime and violence have a significant impact on the achievement of development goals, lower levels of life satisfaction, the erosion of social capital, intergenerational transmission of violence, and higher mortality and morbidity rates are just some of the non-monetary costs of crime and violence. And I'll tell you why I bring this up. This is a government, and I have said this ad nauseum, Mr. Vice President. This is a government that focuses on the punitive side of things. How? Crime? More guns in the society. Give this one more authority, they issue guns. Give this one more authority, they issue guns. I say it again to this government. The root causes of crime is poverty. Let me repeat that. The root cause of crime is poverty. You want to get rid of crime, Mr. Vice President? And I think Senator Sukai mentioned what the United Nations said about crime. I repeat, poverty alleviation is vital to curbing the scourge of crime, not increasing guns or the gun supply in our country. And this is where the government falls short time and time again. And let's take a look, Mr. Vice President, even closer, because we are speaking to the people here. Who are the perpetrators and the victims of crime? They belong to the majority shareholders of this country, our African and Indo-Trinbagonians. Why then will this government not deal with the root cause of crime? Why is it easier for these majority shareholders to get a loan for a carnival outfit or for a car than to get a loan for a small business? Bring legislation that could change those laws, that could have more access for our poor and working class people to get access to loans, to start building their lives, to bring them out of the poverty cycle.
Senator Nakin, I ask that you focus on the bill at hand and not go as wide as you are going, please.
Well, Mr. Vice President, I am guided by you, but I just thought that, or I know when I look, for example, as I piggyback on what Senator Sukai said, he mentioned United Nations. United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime, they also mentioned. They mentioned it and they were pointed, and this was in the 7th of October, 2005. That crime is the cause and consequence of poverty. They did not say that you get rid of crime, Mr. Vice President, which is our purpose for being here, by increasing the gun supply. They actually talked about curbing the drug supply, the gun supply. But when you have a visionless, leaderless, rudderless government, these are the kind of solutions that they propose here in the Parliament. It's easy to come here and bring this legislation because it doesn't affect them, Mr. Vice President, or their communities. But it affects the communities that a lot of people are living in. I'll give you an example. the UNODC spoke about underdevelopment being such a major cause of crime. What is underdevelopment? Underdevelopment, Mr. Vice President, is when you cut things like gate. I thought we had one Vice President in the chamber.
Point of order 46-1.
Senator Naked, this is the fourth time that this standing order is being invoked.
But is it properly invoked?
Of course, by procedure. Senator Naked, I ask that you keep your points relevant to the 11 clauses as it pertains to the firearms bill at hand.
Guided, Mr. Vice President. So when we look at the clauses that they seek to bring here, without any rationale, without any logic, giving the Minister of National Security this ambit, wide ambit to decide who gets firearms or extension of time. And you know, we have to ask ourselves, why would a minister, as has been said before, why would he want to involve himself in such a process when he knows there would be backlash? Because it's all about, you have to take everything in context in our time. We are very much right now in a position where this Minister of National Security is under fire. I mean, we'll make no bones about it. He's under fire, under pressure. Very much the perception is that he's doing a poor job. Why then would we want to give him that power to put himself in a position to make even worse decisions that he has already made? I think this legislation has not been well thought out, Mr. Vice President, because we are almost in agreement with some of it. But these little tidbits that can be so dangerous, that has been explained before, why he has not given us any reason when he moved the motion for why, as a matter of fact, as has been said, he totally, not glossed over it, he totally, I don't know if he forgot, he totally did not mention it, what powers he would have, and why would that be? This is not a game, this is not a joke. This is accountability. We have to speak to the people. Why this Minister of National Security, who under his watch has seen the most murders, again I repeat, perpetrator and victim, majority shareholders of this country, African and Indo-Chinbagonian people. Why would he seek then, rather than bring serious legislation, him and the Attorney General, that could alleviate poverty, they seek to bring more guns into the supply of the country? I mean, how obtuse is that, Mr. Vice President? How retrograde that thinking, when all other countries who have progressed on a societal level, economically, they're moving forward. They're saying, you know what? Let's face this problem head on. So we don't have to have clauses like 10 and 11. You know what we'll bring? We'll bring legislation that perhaps could address sports and culture. And that is most appropriate right now. Our panmen, our steel bandmen, as the Minister of Tourism and Culture will know, in a season where they work hard, right now in carnival season, 3,000 and 5,000, that is the maximum they're making. What do you expect these people to do when they have to feed their families? Wouldn't it be better to have legislation that address maybe that? We want to bring more guns into society, give people more guns. Mr. Vice President, this reactive legislation, as was said by Senator Lachmidial, bereft of vision, lacking in ideas, non-existent framework, is mediocrity exemplified. And I think, Mr. Vice President, as I come to a close, I'll be brief. We ask, the United National Congress we implore this government to consider the majority shareholders of this country. The shareholders that you haven't addressed in any of your legislation so far in this session. Rather than pander to the elitist characters in society, think about the people that you were meant to serve. Think about those people that this legislation would negatively impact and affect. For once, we ask you, the PNM, to somehow get out of your own way and benefit the citizens of this country, Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Vera.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. It's been a long day. I will try to bring in some new points and fresh perspectives where I can, and I will endeavor not to be angry, mean, and ill-tempered. Let me begin by acknowledging and congratulating Minister Brown, he's not here, on the highest honor recently bestowed on him by the people of Chile. Well done, Minister, on this outstanding achievement. Before turning to the specific amendments proposed under this bill, legislation inviting us to consider the Firearms Act and the firearms regime in Trinidad and Tobago, permit me to make a few general observations, and particularly having regard to the Honorable Attorney General's comment that comprehensive overarching reform of the firearms legislation is in the works, and Senator Mark's observation that the time has come for comprehensive reform of the Firearms Act. My first observation pertains to the fact that it is not lost on members of the public that while we debate the limited circumstances under which firearms and a firearms user's license may be lawfully obtained, every Tom, Dick, and Harry in the underworld seems able to get hold of and to use illegal firearms, oftentimes packing more firepower than those by our security firms and law enforcement. Now, this is a serious disconnect that needs to be remedied. And it also makes consideration of the Firearms Act and the proposed amendments a multi-layered conundrum. My second observation is that if I had my way, the issuance of a firearms license would not be left solely to the police, an inherently problematic situation for more than one reason. Left to me, firearms licensing, like in Jamaica, would fall under the purview of a statutory board or a licensing committee whose membership would include representation from the police, of course, representation from the Ministry of National Security, representation from the private security sector, representation from the Law Association, a psychologist or psychiatrist, a criminologist or social scientist, and a firearms expert. The issuance of firearms and user licenses would not be informed solely by a police view, but from a holistic perspective. However, our Firearms Act, which came into effect in 1970, is modeled after the UK Firearms Act of 1968, where the issuance of a firearms user license and the ownership of guns lies solely in the discretion of the police. And even though in the UK their laws have changed somewhat, with the issuance of new regulations, new firearms rules and controls, guidance from the Home Office, they even had a public consultation. Our law remains rooted in the 1970s. Our colonial past continues to have a cultural imprint on us. My third observation relates to the need for strict enforcement of restrictive gun controls. I agree with Senator Lakshmi Dayal that the legislation is flawed. We need real plans and proper policy. And proper policy would ensure that the regulations are designed to prevent anyone who is violent or incompetent from owning a gun, extensive training for everyone who has a gun, including the ability to pass an examination covering a variety of topics, including responsible gun handling. There would be annual license renewals based on certifications and regular gun training, and strict rules in relation to the storage of firearms and ammunition, including the necessity for approved gun safes at home and in cars of all gun holders. Unfortunately, the bill before us is not asking us to reimagine the firearms regime, and in any event, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge that all the countries I have looked at seem content to leave the issuance of firearm user licenses to the discretion of the police. Now, this may be a timely opportunity to segue into the concept of that discretion, because that point is going to assume importance when looking at some of the proposed amendments. Section 16(1) of the Firearms Act requires that a person who wishes to get a firearms user's license for the first time must first obtain a provisional license from the commissioner, authorizing him to discharge a firearm for the purpose of training in the use of such firearm. Now, that provisional license is like a driver's permit, and it allows the applicant to get firearms training, and during such training, to be able to use firearms at a specified shooting range under supervision. Section 17 of the Firearms Act makes clear that the grant of any license, certificate, or permit shall be in the discretion of the Commissioner of Police. And in the definitions at Section 2, the Commissioner of Police means the person appointed to hold or to act in that office in accordance with Section 123 of the Constitution. My last observation before turning to the proposed amendments relates to the hodgepodge of original provisions and previous amendments under the Firearms Act, some of which seem, to my mind, rather arbitrary and not based on empirical data and science. Take, for example, Section 17(2)(a), which provides that no license, certificate, or permit shall be granted to a person under the age of 25 years. Now, what's the magic? What's the science in that number? A person attains their majority at 18. And I could think of many 20-year-olds who are more mature than people many times older than them. So the effect of this arbitrary provision is to preclude young businessmen and young people who may be involved in the security business from being able to get a firearms user license, even if they were proficient marksmen and responsible individuals. And it's all the more ironic when juvenile delinquents have no problem getting hold of illegal guns. So just as a matter of interest, because as the Honorable Attorney General says, this is an ongoing evolution of the law. As a matter of interest, in the UK, Sweden, Switzerland, Singapore, the age of restriction is children under the age of 18. And so this is one of the sections I feel should be revisited. A second example relates to the arbitrary limit on caliber. This may have made sense back in the day when you could only get firearms from licensed firearms dealers, but today when criminals have no problem getting assault weapons, extended magazines, semi-automatic weapons, and higher firepower than what law enforcement, licensed firearm users, and security personnel can lawfully carry, the effect of these arbitrary caps only serve to put lawful firearm users at a disadvantage. So that too should be revisited. And my third and final example relates to the arbitrary ratio under the firearms users' employee certificate, where the amount of precepted officers in a security firm gets to determine how many officers can actually carry firearms in that organization. So instead of every well-trained officer who is fit and able to carry a firearm being allowed to do so, it boils down to this arbitrary ratio, how many people in the firm. And so again, a trend for form over function, arbitrary numbers over ability, needs, and circumstances. Mr. Vice President, left to me, I would scrap the Firearms Act and come up with an entirely new regime, one that would redefine our relationship with guns in this society. But that's not why we're here today, and so I now turn to the proposed amendments. Clause 4. I have no problem amending the definition of license to include a firearm user identification card. I have no problem expanding the definition of prohibited weapon to include weapons which have been designed or manufactured. The current definition assumes that all prohibited weapons are made by external agents. And so the law's focus was on adapting already made weapons. However, it's now possible to design and manufacture guns and other weapons using 3D printing and new technologies. So the proposed amendment, which caters for the design and manufacture of weapons, should plug that loophole. Clause 5. I have no problem expanding the list of persons who may carry a prohibited weapon to include members of the municipal police service. Given their important role in maintaining law and order throughout the city corporations and the municipalities, municipal police should be able to carry prohibited weapons such as firearms, non-lethal weapons such as pepper spray and tasers while on duty. I have no problem with clauses 6B and C, which are unexceptional, basically housekeeping provisions. And the same applies to a limited extent to the parts of clause 6, which expand upon and clarify section 7 of the Act regarding the list of persons who may lawfully carry firearms and ammunition in the performance of their duties. Specifically, I have no problem with the following persons being allowed to carry firearms in the performance of their duties: regular police, municipal police, members of the Defense Force, which according to Section 5 of the Defense Act includes members of the regiment, Coast Guard, and such other units as the President may declare. Now, this assumes that the police, municipal police, and Defense Force all have measures in place to ensure that their officers are psychologically fit, have not been convicted or charged with any crime, have had extensive training relevant to the intended use of their weapons, and that proper logs are always kept. But I am yet to be persuaded about the need for customs officers and members of the Strategic Services Agency to carry firearms in the performance of their duties. In the first place, while the Honourable Minister spoke at length about the need for prison officers to be able to carry firearms when not actually on duty, he said nothing about customs officers. And he glossed over the need for members of the SSA, relying on Section 6 of the Strategic Services Agency Act. The Honourable Attorney General says that the SSA is a very important part of our law enforcement network, and that based on their functions, it is prudent that they be allowed to carry firearms in the performance of their duties. But again, he did not elaborate on what those duties were. My understanding of the Strategic Services Agency, established under Act 24 of 1995, is that it primarily relates to information gathering, providing strategic intelligence, strategy development, policy formulation, analytical support, the establishment of channels of communication with domestic and overseas services, and generally helping law enforcement. Section 6 of that Act sets out the functions of the agency in specific and very clear terms. My reading of that section suggests that SSA agents are essentially intelligence and analytical support operatives. So, given the lack of evidence before us that firearms are integral to the performance of their duties, or that their lives are at risk when carrying out their jobs, I fail to see why they need to be armed. And if there is a need for such persons to carry firearms, then let them apply to the police commissioner on an individual basis. Let the police ensure that they have done the requisite training and they will conform with the firearms regulations like everybody else. Prudence is not enough. The movers of the bill have to show how and why these clauses are relevant and needed. Now, I'm more inclined to accept that a case can be made for prison officers, especially in light of recent events. But I share the concerns of other senators regarding the ability to bear arms by prison officers vesting solely in the discretion of the Commissioner of Prisons. Not only because of the lack of assurances that appropriate guardrails and systems are in place to ensure that those officers are psychologically fit, they've had extensive training in firearms, and that proper logs will be kept. I'm also concerned that we are also delegating unto the Commissioner of Prisons a discretion which vests solely in the Commissioner of Police. And without such assurances, and without getting into the legal minutiae on whether the proposed amendment conflicts with the Police Commissioner's sole and exclusive discretion under the Act, I must ask, why can't the Commissioner of Prisons just present a priority list to the Commissioner of Police with a request for it to be expedited? Clause 7. I have no problem increasing the fine for unlawfully carrying firearms in a public place from $40,000 to $250,000 and imprisonment for 10 years. That is a good amendment, but it will require strict and consistent enforcement. It makes little sense to increase the fine if there's no determination to enforce it. It's high time we get all these illegal guns off the streets. And people need to understand that if they are caught with an unlawful firearm, they face crippling fines and serious jail time. For persons involved in organized crime, a fine of $40,000 is an acceptable business risk. And this amendment should make them feel the burn. Clause 8. I have no problem with Clause 8. As mentioned earlier, our prison officers are at risk and they should be given the means and the resources to protect themselves and their families. But I have, and other senators have identified certain caveats and concerns in this regard. I have no problem with Clause 9, which again is another housekeeping provision. Clause 11. I have no problem with Clause 11A1. In fact, I fully support ditching the old firearms book, which was cumbersome to carry and prone to wear and tear associated with paper, including water damage. The firearm user identification card is a vast improvement. It will be more discreet, durable, and user-friendly, especially where it bears a photograph of the holder of the license and it contains electronic security features. Clause 10. Now, I have a problem with Clause 10, which seeks to amend Section 17 by allowing the Minister of National Security to extend the validity of a firearms user license beyond the 3 years granted by the Commissioner of Police. In the first place, and just from a draftsman's point of view, there is no limit on the proposed extension. What are we talking about? 3 months? 6 months? 3 years? 10 years? This is problematic for me because it falters on the requirement for certainty. Secondly, in piloting this bill, the Honorable Minister of National Security said nothing about this particular amendment. We don't know. We are left to speculate on why he might want to extend the 3-year time limits and under what circumstances. There's no criteria set out for the exercise of the minister's judgment. But my third issue with this amendment, and perhaps my most important concern, relates to whether the clause is proposing an improper delegation of decision-making powers unto the minister. Now, I listened to the Honorable Attorney General's explanation that the proposed amendment does not affect the police commissioner's implied power to revoke at will any firearm user's license. And it's a very attractive proposition, but respectfully, I think it misses the point. The point is that the police commissioner has sole power and authority under Section 16 and 17, which relate to the granting of any license, certificate, or permit. And for the Minister of National Security to insert himself into the process in any form or fashion seems to me irregular and potentially unlawful. This proposed amendment, if considered within the structure of the Firearms Act, violates the central policy, the central plank, not just under our Firearms Act, but with the firearm laws in many other countries, where the legislative intention as the paramount criteria is that it is the police and only the police who determine the issue and life of all firearm certificates and permits. So I urge senators to give this matter thoughtful consideration and to be careful not to place these or any other clauses outside the provisions of the law. As I said at the beginning, perhaps the time has come to consider a different firearms regime, one where a multi-dimensional panel or board will get to determine and regulate who can and cannot carry firearms and under what circumstances. But that's not where we are, right? Where we are is that absent such a board, the police commissioner is the only one who gets to speak on the issue. And so my preference would be to leave it to the police commissioner to issue or deny firearms licenses, subject, of course, to the right of appeal under Section 22. As was alluded to earlier, this Parliament only recently approved the appointment of a new police commissioner. We should not be looking to undermine her powers and authority within the first week of her historic appointment. In closing, may I share some food for thought? In my research on gun laws and policies across the globe, I was struck by the fact that there are countries like Sweden, Norway, Switzerland, and Singapore where gun ownership is very high, but firearm offenses, firearm deaths, firearm injuries are very low. And in those countries, the secret of success seems to be based on the following mix: tight firearm laws which ensure that only law-abiding, well-behaved, and responsible people can carry guns; extensive training for all firearm users with a strong focus on gun responsibility; stringent background checks, including psychiatric assessments; and strict enforcement of gun control laws and policies, including mandatory rules to be followed when carrying and storing guns and ammunition. In both Switzerland and Singapore, owing to their mandatory national service, nearly half the civilian population have the experience and are well-trained in operating firearms. In both those countries, strong gun laws have been linked to fewer gun deaths. In both those countries, citizens have guns at home, but they're kept for peaceful purposes. In both those countries, firearms training is taken very seriously. And in both those countries, in particular Switzerland, gun ownership is seen as part of a patriotic duty to protect their homeland. In this country, unlike the United States of America, there is no right to bear arms. And if I had my way, there would be no guns at all in Trinidad and Tobago. However, given the high incidence of illegal guns, given our porous borders, and given the high incidence of gun-related murders, robberies, home invasions, and the like, what if, as occurs in Switzerland and Singapore, every able-bodied citizen has the experience and is well-trained in operating firearms? Would that lessen the likelihood of attempted armed robberies and home invasions, knowing that there's every likelihood that the intended victim is probably armed and well-trained in the use of firearms? As I say, it's just a thought, but at this time, when there are more murders than days in the year, it may be that the solution lies in some out-of-the-box thinking, perhaps even counterintuitive thinking. Mr. Vice President, I thank you.
Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Thank you very much, Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Thank you for allowing me to lend my voice to this Firearms Amendment Bill 2022. And allow me also to congratulate Senator Sukai on his maiden contribution. Mr. Vice President, the PNM continues to attract the best and the brightest. And we know how much this country depends on the PNM, and the country and the future of Trinidad and Tobago is in great hands. Mr. Vice President, I join with my colleagues on this side in supporting the Minister of National Security in the passing of this Firearms Amendment Bill. This bill, as many others have said, seeks to improve the administration and management of firearms and the firearms regime in Trinidad and Tobago. And the bill does a number of things, a number of simple things. But before I get into my brief presentation, let me touch on a number of things stated before. And I'll start with Senator Leiter. Senator Leiter asked whether the police or the municipal police, whether they have a use of force policy. And the answer is yes. Senator Leiter made a lot of weather about the purchasing of tasers and the training of police with tasers. And he touched on a number of things, asking where are these things? Why are they not in the legislation? But these matters are operational matters. In the legislature here, we don't get involved in the operational matters. What we are doing here today is giving the municipal police, through legislative clothing, the ability, provisions to allow them to use non-lethal weapons in the execution of their duties. The police themselves as an organization, they will have, as they do, their training policies, their purchasing policies. They will determine the specifications for purchase. And that's what they would do. But we, at this level, we don't get into the operational matters. Senator Welch made the point, why aren't the special reserve police officers not included in the amendment to Section 7? And Mr. Vice President, if I could go to Section 7 and the amendment that we are including, we are seeking to include the Director of the Strategic Services Agency, as well as an employee designated by the Director, Strategic Services Agency. But the section also speaks to a police officer being exempted from possessing a firearm and ammunition, property of the government that are required in the performance of his duty. And Senator Welch, when you go to the definition section, and the AG made the point before, the definition section defines a police officer. Police officer has the same meaning as in the Police Service Act and includes a member of the Special Reserve Police established under the Special Reserve Police Act. And what that means is not only are the Special Reserve Police officers exempted, but they also benefit from the provisions they benefit similarly to police officers. They are allowed to possess prohibited weapons, which include automatic weapons. So the Special Reserve Police officers are also exempt and taken care of in the Act. Senator Leiter also made the point, well, he made a strange point that government should issue grants to persons within the security services so that they may be able to go and purchase weapons. I'm not sure where he got that policy. I don't know if that is a policy of the UNC, but that is a very, very strange policy. He said, why not simply give the prison officers an FUL? Why not simply give them? But for as long as the Firearms Act has been in place, prison officers, they have always been under a specific type of threat. And they have not received their FULs in the requisite time periods where the threat would obtain. And an FUL, the grant of an FUL, while the Commissioner of Police does have the power to revoke it, FULs aren't usually revoked. What the amendment allows for is for a specific threat assessment, a specific threat to exist, a threat assessment to be conducted, and the permission by the Commissioner of Prisons to allow a prison officer to carry a concealed weapon to his home while off duty. And it is for when that threat exists. So where the threat no longer exists, the Commissioner of Prisons would simply eliminate such permission, revoke such permission. So it's very different from the construct of an FUL. Senator Mark went on to conflate a number of things as he usually does. He tried to give the impression that we were somehow favoring prison officers in the national security apparatus, and we were also favoring the director and officers of the SSA, while, of course, in his usual way, undermining that institution, that agency that is the SSA. And he was very confused in his thinking. With respect to the amendment whereby the director and employees of the SSA are exempt from holding an FUL in carrying a firearm or ammunition, it is specifically stated in Section 8, it is specifically stated that it is in the course of their duty. So the SSA officers are not allowed to carry home while off duty their government-issued weapons. Senator Mark conflated those issues. With respect to Senator John, Senator John made the point, and so did Senator Leiter, that prison officers are part of the problem. And there are rogue officers in the prison service, and they are contributing to the problem of crime, and they are contributing to the threat against prison officers, these rogue officers in the prison service. And that is correct. We accept that. There are rogue officers and there are rogue elements in a lot of organizations. Mr. Vice President, you would recall just a few weeks ago that we held in this chamber a meeting of the Electoral College. And at the end of the voting of that meeting, we discovered that 3 of the UNC MPs did not vote for their candidate of choice. So there are rogue elements everywhere, including in the UNC. But what is taking place, Mr. Vice President, is with the assistance of the SSA, with the assistance of the police, as well as the prison service, intelligence gathering and intelligence operations, sting operations are being carried out, and these rogue officers are being weeded out time and time again. And we will continue to do that. Senator Lochmedial spoke that nothing was done for 1 year between Vishal Singh and now, and then spoke about a joint select committee that we were a part of. And on that same joint select committee, Senator Lochmedial, we received in-camera evidence that indicated that the SSA, the police, customs, and all of the security apparatus in Trinidad and Tobago, they collaborate. And during that time, the SSA, the police, the defense force had put in place mechanisms to protect prison officers, understanding that prison officers are under very specific threats. Senator Lochmedial also spoke about these strict criteria that must be followed before permission is given by the prison commissioner to allow for permission to carry and to possess while off-duty firearms. And Senator Suklal touched on the Prison Threat Assessment Committee. But what was not read into the record was the prerequisites in the policy, General Order 91 of 2016, policy, Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service Firearms Policy. And Mr. Vice President, not everything needs to be in the legislation. Not everything needs to be in regulations. We also have policy and the prerequisites. The prison officer would be informed in writing by the Assistant Commissioner of Prisons Administration that he shall provide the undermentioned stipulations before the weapon is issued. A performance report from his present supervisor, not the performance appraisal form, a statement from their spouse supporting the officer possessing a firearm. A secured safe must be established in the officer's home to secure the firearm when not in use, subject to the verification by inspection from senior prisons officers. A report from the superintendent of prisons training that this officer is capable of handling a firearm. A document of certification from a psychologist, psychiatrist that an evaluation has been done on the officer and the officer is deemed a responsible person to keep and carry a firearm. So, following the prison threat assessment exercise, these are the prerequisites that must be done. It is not vice-versa, it is not capricious. As a matter of fact, Senator Lochmedial is listed as one of the attorneys on that Vishal Singh matter. And Senator Lochmedial is an attorney who works in that area of law where decision-making is reviewed. And Senator Lochmedial is very well aware that decision-making in a public body by a public authority cannot be unreasonable, irrational, or capricious, or arbitrary. The policy is there. A lot of weather, Mr. Vice President, was made about the amendment to allow for the extension of time. In Clause 10, amendment to Section 17 of the Act. Well, Mr. Vice President, I would remind this House that we just went through a period where the entire country was under a public state of emergency. And during that public state of emergency, COVID-19 pandemic, quite a number of pieces of legislation were amended to allow for the minister by order to extend the period of time to do a particular thing. Senator Suklal spoke about liquor licenses, orders within the Companies Act, within various tax acts, ministers, and there's a process to do this. The minister cannot arbitrarily do it. It has to go to cabinet and then it has to be gazetted. There's a process by which you do it. And this parliament was moved in 2020, and it is now in section 39(4)(a). And here's what section 39(4)(a) says. Notwithstanding subsection 4, in the year 2020, the full amount of the appropriate fee shall be payable on or before 30th September 2020 or such later date as the minister by order prescribed in that particular year. So it is entirely reasonable for a minister to be given provisions to be able to do this thing administratively. It will not be done arbitrarily. It is not one person, one person. It will be a category of persons without having to disturb the whole parliament to extend the period of time. And there's much to be said about that particular provision, Mr. Vice President, subsection 6, because as I know it, every year, what you do is, in order to have your license renewed, every year, you take your weapons along with your booklet, along with your license, you go to the police station nearest to you, the police officer checks your booklet, checks the weapons, checks the serial number, counts the number of ammunition you have, you pay your prescribed fee, you're given a certificate, and then you go home. And if there is another public state of emergency in this country where persons are not allowed, by reason of whatever emergency exists in the country, they are not allowed to go to the police station, have their books and weapons inspected, and pay the prescribed fee, then they can all be charged. They can all be charged under Section 6 and liable to 10 years imprisonment. So it is entirely reasonable. Senator Lachmidial also spoke about what about the average citizen. These measures, especially the measures that allow for persons in the Strategic Services Agency, as well as prison officers, to arm themselves, prison officers to arm themselves off duty, that redounds to the benefit of the average citizen. Because who is there protecting the average citizen? Is members of the state security apparatus. It is the police service, members of the police service, members of the municipal police service, the SSA, the prison service. These are the persons who are the first in the first line of defense. So why not give them some additional tools to protect themselves? Why not? Senator Mark also made the argument that, what about police officers? Why can't police officers take their weapons home? What is so special about prison officers? And across the floor, I told him yes. And he said, show me. Well, I'll show him. Section 18, it grants the sole discretion to the police commissioner to grant firearm users licenses. And it's here in paragraph 72 and 73 of the judgment. And in paragraph 73, it says, by the learned judge, the Firearms Act clearly provides that the only person entitled to grant that license is the Commissioner of Police. And Mr. Vice President, the way the permission, the license is granted to police officers who are off duty to take their weapons, to be in possession of their weapons, concealed and carry, is through a similar threat assessment exercise, and the Commissioner of Police, through a specific, clear and rational procedure, the Commissioner of Police gives the permission to allow police officers to take their weapons with them while they are off duty. That is a normal thing. We know that. Police officers are regularly called upon while they are off duty to spring into action with their weapons. So, Mr. President, Vice President, those are my points in response. I would just touch on the concept of the firearm user identification cards that are now being introduced. The amendment to the firearm regulations specifically allow for the use of technology, and what this new introduction of the firearm user identification cards will do is, through technology, tie the license in to the firearm registry that was created. And the firearm user's license, the ones that were already, some were distributed, of course, not in accordance with the law. It is now being brought into force through this law, through this bill. There was a QR code so that where you are stopped and you identify yourself as being in possession of a firearm, an officer now, what I expect, would be able to scan your QR code on your firearm user's card. It will now take you into the firearm user's registry. And you're able now to see a photograph of the user, the weapons they carry, the serial numbers of the weapons they carry, how much ammunition they are allowed to carry, etc. So it reduces, through the use of technology, through the use of this new firearm user identification card, it eliminates the potential for fraud. Of course, we know the firearm user's license is a little booklet. It is paper. You could easily leave it in your pants. You wash it in the washing machine. It is easily lost, destroyed, etc. And of course, what you do with your firearm user's license as well is you keep your receipts, which are paper. You keep your receipts that you pay every year while you renew your license. You keep that with your firearm user's license. To prove, and that is what has to be done, you keep your receipts to prove that you were renewed. Now, with the firearm user identification card, all of that is eliminated. Everything is on the registry in real time. But I also want to touch on, lastly, because everything else was touched on, the amendment to section 9(4), which is extremely important. And 9.4 now creates a sanction where persons who are exempted in 7.1a and 7.1aa who commits an offense under subsection 1 or 2 is liable on conviction on indictment to imprisonment for life. That is to say, Mr. Vice President, if you are exempted, you're a police officer, you're a prisons officer, all the way down to what is now, what we're introducing now, at the director of the SSA, or an employee of the SSA, and you are guilty of transferring or selling your firearm or firearms and ammunition, you are liable on conviction, on indictment to imprisonment for life. And this is very important because the Minister of National Security, the police services, the security services are now finding themselves where, Senator Lichmedial touched on it, where there were reports of a police officer renting guns. Now on crime scenes, you're finding, as is alleged, ammunition, spent shells with police service markings on them. What I expect is the ammunition that in future will be distributed will be marked. Would be marked, would be recorded, and will be distributed accordingly. So that if it occurs in the future, persons within the state security apparatus, those who are exempt from carrying firearms and ammunition in public in the course of their duty, will now be liable to imprisonment for life. We often hear about police uniforms and vests and so on, but of course the more serious, more heinous crime would be the selling, the transferring of firearms and ammunition for the committing of crimes. So, Mr. Vice President, I commend these amendments to the Firearms Act through this Firearms Amendment Bill to this House. I support the Minister of National Security in what he is attempting to do. And in particular, I support giving this extra measure to members of the prison service in protecting themselves, in protecting their families, as they are exposed to very, very serious threats to their lives and the lives of their families. Mr. Vice President, I thank you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Control. This PNM government is obsessed with control. Every piece of legislation they bring, piecemeal as it may be, shows that they want to control every aspect of life in Trinidad and Tobago. If pothole was controlled, all of the roads in Trinidad and Tobago will be smooth. A firearm makes killing easy. You may have other weapons that are available, knife, stone, wood, cutlass, puya. These are less deadly. There's an inherent danger with a firearm. Firearm users or ownership or possession requires responsibility, training, and vigilance. Firearms are terribly dangerous, and even experienced FUL holders may accidentally discharge a weapon inside of an armored vehicle, endangering the entire security detail. Weapons are serious and dangerous. But what is the philosophical position of this PNM government when it comes to firearms? Clearly, by this piecemeal reactive bill, it is non-existent. The government is reacting to a judgment rather than effectively fighting crime and criminality in a holistic manner with a policy. I must agree with Independent Senator Vera, who after hours of debate I listened to government senator after government senator come forward, and I could see no cohesive plan, no concept, no discussion, no legislation with some sort of formality, no consultation. Trinidad and Tobago is in a different position now. There are many people, some we've heard today, who fear the word firearms. Others believe that firearms should be a constitutional right like in the USA. But in Trinidad and Tobago, we now require a discussion about firearms because crime and criminality is at its highest level in our history. People cannot feel safe anywhere. Could you imagine being a father in your house, your home, you pay your mortgage, and people with guns run up inside your house and you only have a pot spoon or a pan? Could you imagine how it feels to not be able to protect your wife and children when arm-wielding bandits with illegal weapons? I'm hearing a number of 12,000. Who knows what's the truth? How do these people feel? How do our citizens to protect themselves? There's been no consultation about firearms in this country. We cannot continue like this is 1956 or 1965 or 1970. The situation requires consultation, a policy, and a government caring and moving forward. I heard the Honorable Attorney General say that there's a slew of legislation to come. Well, I hope that it reaches and it does not get lost, because the legislation needs to be here. But we must consult, because firearms are dangerous. Some people may believe that they will add protection. Others may believe that having a firearm at home will put more people in danger. That having firearms in the possession of more people may create the Wild Wild West scenario. These topics require expert evidence, expert opinion, consultation, and moving forward. Not coming here piecemeal because of a judgment to come 1 year. The PNM has an innate ability to be slow and rush at the same time. A year late and coming to rush a piecemeal amendment here before us because there's no policy. This policy, these amendments here, Firearms Amendments 2022, they give selective people the opportunity to carry firearms. Yet another carrot to offer selected citizens to fall under the control of the PNM. Be a good PNM. Don't criticize the PNM. Do as I say, and you get your gun, and you get your gun extension. Just like bursaries, not scholarships. Calypso, don't sing bad about the PNM. MC a carnival show, don't make PNM jokes. And get to go in front and sing in Skinner Park, you must not bad talk the PNM. This is the policy of the PNM, and this is why we are here.
Senator Roberts, albeit you may be the last speaker on the other side, I'm asking you to keep your arguments as relevant as possible without exhausting what has already been said. Thank you.
Nobody talk about that except Senator Vera, who brought up the point that this requires a slew of legislation, a policy position. It requires a concept and a belief that has been garnered by a government who has accessed information and comes to a position of how citizens are going to be able to protect themselves when the government is incapable of protecting the citizens. The situation is dire. Let me start by saying I've waited probably 2.5 years to say this, but I agree with the government on clause 4. They could press record. That is a very useful clause. It brings some clarity to a situation where FUL holders could have a laminated card instead of a booklet that they have to walk around in their pocket, whether rain, sunshine, or flood, with picture rotting off and keeping it. The police can't see what's written on it, when they paid, if they paid, how many bullets they're supposed to have. So having a laminated card with high security features, I 100% agree with that. You're not going to crap that? PNM, you're all not happy to hear that we agree with something? That's about it there. That's the end of the agreement, because I want to commend the Honorable Minister of National Security, though, definitely earlier today, for his entire 45 minutes. He managed to stay awake, and I know that took a lot of effort. But he comes here to tell us about prison officers, and that the Commissioner of Prisons must determine whose life is under threat. Whose life is under threat. Some committee will determine whose life is under threat. And then they will determine if that person could be granted a firearm. Well, let me tell the Honorable Minister of National Security, every single citizen's life is under threat under your watch. Everybody is afraid, not only prison officers, every prison officer, every fire officer, every teacher, every citizen fears for their life, going to the grocery, going to the market, going to the beach, going anywhere. Every single citizen is under threat. This is the state of insecurity that you have this country under. I want to quickly thank Independent Senator Evans Welch for correcting the record and correcting the Attorney General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, who in his brazen, arrogant, lost style attempted to ridicule the pertinent point made by Honorable Senator Jayanti Lakshmi-Dayal about his omission in this legislation of the specific word SRP. So thank you, Independent Senator Evans Welch. Maybe he will listen to you and correct the record to make it flow seamlessly with other parent legislation. Crime presents a serious challenge in all aspects of life. Those words were uttered by the Honorable Minister of National Security of Trinidad and Tobago. I thought I was sitting here in a twilight zone as the man who's in charge, whose responsibility it is to keep us safe, was trying to convince us today that crime is out of hand, that people are so unsafe, that prison officers are under threat, that SSA officers are under threat, that all of these people need guns because the crime situation is out of hand. I could not believe that the Minister of National Security was trying to convince the Senate that crime is so terrible, we must pass this bill. Well, if crime is so terrible, sir, I agree with you. Then you should have just said, I hereby resign, and give somebody else who has enough adrenaline to stay awake at the wheel the job to keep us safe. The Minister of National Security came to tell us how terrible crime is, tried to convince us that it is bad. After 7.5 years, nearly 4,000 murders, 614 last year, 72 in 2023, and we now start to sing soca. Minister Napi, don't frighten. We know the crime bad. The citizens are aware. The people are terrified like never before. There's no constitutional right to bear arms. There's no right for people to protect themselves at homes. We have a government based on Westminster system, and the norm is for the Minister of National Security, the National Security Council, the Prime Minister, and the government to take the responsibility to ensure that the citizens are safe to enjoy their property and protect their families. We have a Minister of National Security who goes on TV and says that is not his job. But you come here with a piecemeal legislation to say you come to protect some, but the rest of all you're on your own. And who dead, dead, and who live, live. That is not good enough for the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
On a point of order, standing order 53-1. You're approaching abusive and insultive language, and I ask that you bring your contribution towards the 11 clauses of the Firearms Act.
If the situation is so dire, why did this government not bring legislation to allow private citizens to protect themselves? Why has this government ceased and stopped a process that was already slow with law-abiding citizens applying for firearms? They stopped the issuance of FULs. They slowed it down, all to proceed on a witch hunt against someone they lost confidence in. The people need help, and they're not seeing it coming from the government. Some members of the Senate spoke about the prison officer who was shot in broad daylight while holding his little daughter's hand. But what many of us forgot to speak about was that 16 seconds after, there was a police vehicle that appeared to be escorting, and to those who watched the video, the murderous assassins. In traffic in broad daylight, the perpetrators evaded police officers in a faster vehicle with communication equipment, and the murderers got away. There was to be an investigation into that incident. Time has passed and we know nothing. Why do I say this? Because the government is coming here without sorting out their house, without dealing with rogue officers, without presenting this country with an explanation of why we are in our darkest times, where we can see Defense Force ammunition at a murder scene, TTPS ammunition at a murder scene, that the most amount of Coast Guard officers, Defense Force, and police are on charges for murder, kidnapping, extortion. Yet the government comes here not to protect citizens, but to give these organizations under their watch that are rotten to the core more guns, more ammunition to attack the innocent citizens. So we await, and maybe in the wrap-up, the Honorable Minister of National Security could tell us how was it possible for a police car to be so close to a murder and the perpetrators escape? What has become of that investigation? But there was silence. Silence then and silence now. The Honorable Minister of Tourism talked about 9.4, life in prison for anybody in the service who's caught giving out, renting out their gun or ammunition. Life in prison, it sounds very good. That's a very good law clause written on paper. There's one problem. You have to detect the crime. You have to catch, you have to indict, and you have to convict. And that is the problem with this PNM government. For 7.5 years, the detection rate has wallowed at a low 9.8%. So while we may have very strong laws, the laws are not enacted. The policies do not bring people to justice. The DPP's office is still understaffed. The judiciary is understaffed. The wheels of justice turn so slowly. So 9.4 may be good, but will it have any impact on keeping the people safe? We now have a piecemeal legislation which gives the Commissioner of Prisons the opportunity to play God amongst his officers. So he will determine who will get a firearm to live and who will face the bandits alone. Why do we do this? Why do we try to segregate and make selections about who will live and who will get this and who will get a job and who will get a scholarship? All lives matter. And if there is a policy for one, and if, as the Minister of National Security said, that the gang leaders are evil and wicked and malicious, and I believe him, but then why not give all? Why not protect all of those officers who swear the oath to do their job? Because he makes the point that all prisons officers swear on an oath to protect and do their job, and some of them are being attacked for just doing their job. So why make it selective? Why hold a carrot out? Why hold this power over individuals about life and safety and limb. This gives the Commissioner of Prisons the ability to discriminate against other officers. All officers are under threat. But we must not control and pick and choose who gets jobs and contracts. The Minister of National Insecurity lists officers attacked and killed, yet he does not bring blanket legislation. The PNM claims that granting of FULs to private citizens led to corruption in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. But yet they now extend the selective process for officers rather than overarching legislation to protect all prison officers and all people. The minister argued against his own clause by showing that all prison officers upholding the oath are under threat. Prison officers looked at as oppressors, gang leaders. This is quoting from the Honorable Minister, that the prison officers are looked at as oppressors. Then why are some oppressors not given, some given guns and others not given? If they are seen as oppressors and they're doing their duty, they deserve to be safe wherever and whenever they go. And selective favoritism about protecting one's life and family could never be right. The PNM tries to create a reality of being half pregnant. They say that the shot call from inside the prison, that is evil, malicious inmates. But PNM only come to protect those selected few who a committee decides to recommend to the Commissioner of Prisoners, those who face a legitimate threat. Who is to determine what's a legitimate threat? We live in the real world. This law here, brought here today, makes absolutely no sense in reality. PNM half measures again, like the minister was half awake when he produced this bill. 88 officers under threat, 16 murders claimed the National Security Minister in less than 10 years of prison officers. But yet he's in charge of keeping people safe, but comes here with statistics that would make anybody's eyes water, and yet he does not want to resign. His own contribution today shows that he's failed. And if you've failed, you must resign and move on. Give someone else an opportunity, even on your team, until the election is called, to try to keep people safe. This minister said he speaks with confidence. Well, that's an amazing thing. That must be a very lonely place for the Honorable Minister of National Security, because not one citizen in this country shares any confidence whatsoever in his ability to keep us safe. The Minister of National Security then went on to state that the FUL process was so long that prison officers might be harmed or die. But what about law-abiding citizens? Because the FUL process is very long, and it's been made longer by your good self as you pause and look for those officers who the PNM deemed were involved in FUL corruption. They say that the guns that will be given must be the property of the government. Once again, PNM must control everything. Why must it be the property of the government? Some people are left-handers, some are right-handers. Some hands are small, some hands are big. People need, for their skill level, different types of weapons. This is why there are manufacturers who create and produce different types of weapons, whether it's 9mm, 6-saw, whether it is automatic, whether you have a safety, no safety. You leave one up in the chamber, every human being is different. So why does the government say that these FULs must only be owned by the government? Why? Because they want to procure without procurement. They want to thwart business and thwart choice of citizens and officers alike. And this must stop. This is an autocratic and shuts down legitimate business opportunities for entrepreneurs there who can produce and create and develop and want to make profit on weapons. The government does not know all, and there's no one size fits all. So only the government can control the procurement without procurement legislation being proclaimed. Another tenet of this corrupt PNM regime: control all the procurement without procurement legislation. The municipal police will have tasers, Well, I want to warn all my vendors selling watermelon and cucumber, Portugal, orange and banana. By gun, by the road, watch out because you're coming to get shocked. Because the PNM treats vendors with disdain. They treat them and they take their stocks and throw it in van. Now, you go get shocked before you lost your wares. They talked about pepper spray for the municipal officers. But our ladies are still waiting for the pepper spray. Waiting in vain, like Bob Marley said. Promised 2 years ago by one attorney general who lost 31 cases, brought here now by another attorney general who confused and losing file, losing case, and no legislation here, no enactment for our citizens, our mothers, our daughters, our girlfriends, our wives to get pepper spray to keep them safe. But you're coming to get police pepper spray.
Senator Roberts, at the 11th hour of the debate, I ask that you keep your points relevant to the 11 clauses of the bill, please.
Thank you. So if I am not relevant, it means that my colleagues on the other side were not relevant because I'm responding exactly to every word uttered by the government. The Honorable Minister of National Security spoke about a revamped use of force policy. Well, maybe the Honorable Minister, in wrapping up, could elucidate about this policy. Because what the people would like to know, does this new revamped use of force policy prevent the police from using tear gas on ladies, the elderly and children protesting in the savannah against the wicked, oppressive PNM regime?
Point 61.
The Honorable Minister said the Strategic Services Agency requires firearms because of the activities, and I was a little confused. Maybe he could explain to me. I did not know that the Strategic Services Agency used to go in car and mako people with 2 milo pan and a string. I thought they were using technology at the highest level. I thought they had Pegasus, brother, and they were sharing it equally, and they were high-tech. I did not know that they go out there and they are open to be fired upon while they're looking and listening. Hey, boy, who talking outside there? So could the Minister of National Security explain to the population how SSA, which is supposed to be a high-tech unit, comes out to be at risk in a van park up in an area where gangmen talking to them? Please explain to us. We really want to know. And then again, the SSA director must pick and choose who lives and who dies, who could protect their wife and family and who cannot. Clause 11 says replace president with the minister. Well, this clause will be unnecessary in a little while, because the president will also be a PNM, so it will be no need to change or interchange between ministers.
No. On a point of order. A process has passed. I just refer to 46.6. Please abstain from such language.
I tell the honorable member, don't get excited. It's president-elect. They have no standing order about president-elect of the PNM. Clause 10, the minister can extend. This is an attempt to make sure that a PNM minister never again has to send requests via WhatsApp to the Commissioner of Police for friends to get FULs and get caught in a joint select committee with WhatsApps being presented. The Honorable Minister in the Office of the Attorney General, the Honorable Sagram Singh Suklal, said in responding to the Honorable Senator Paul Richards, she suggested that allowing the minister to approve extensions of FULs was to share the workload. This is an amazing postulation by the Honorable Minister, that the so overworked Minister of National Security, who is often so exhausted he can't stay awake, would somehow have time to help somebody else do their job. The Attorney General regaled us with a story. He said he talked about the rule that he was taught by Brother Burdell to him in high school about the rules of debate. Well, I asked the Honorable Attorney General, I wonder if Brother Burdell taught the AG about the rules of perjury. Last week, Mr. President, last week was...
Senator Roberts.
Yes, sir.
46.1. Relevance to the bill at hand and its 11 clauses. Please.
Mr. President, Vice President, last week was Read Aloud Week for the children of the world and of Trinidad and Tobago. I enjoyed listening to my 8-year-old daughter read aloud. I did not know that today in the Senate was also Read Aloud Day, because they would have been observed Read Aloud Day by the new PNM Senator, Senator Sukai, as he read off his iPad with great difficulty. Senator Sukai on debut decided to big up the Honorable Minister of Works and Transport for a new digital license. That was excellent. However, at 7:20, while the Honorable Senator Sukai was speaking, was he aware that in San Fernando, there was a line of over 200 cars parked up at 6 p.m. for 8 a.m. appointments the next morning? I want you to big him up for that also.
Senator Roberts, you're stretching the parameters of the debate in response. Your comments are absolutely irrelevant in context to the bill at hand. 46.1 upheld. Kindly proceed. Thank you.
As I said, if my comments are irrelevant, it's because the government is irrelevant. They responded exactly what they said. I too might big up the Honorable Minister of Works and Transport, despite the infrastructural degradation, potholes, traffic, collapse of bridges, landslides, devastating flooding.
Senator Roberts, I think you are a little confused of the platform that you stand. Yes. I have asked for relevance on the... I am on my legs. I am on my legs. I have asked the good senator to be relevant as it applies to I am speaking. I am speaking. He is rambling. He is rambling, and he is being irrelevant to the debate at hand. I have called relevance of 46.1. Kindly allow your colleague to finish his contribution if he can keep it relevant.
Mr. Vice President, I thank you. I require no protection.
I am on my feet. I ask for silence if the senator can remain relevant.
President, how much time does the senator have, please, so I can ramble some more in response to the PNM?
Senator, you have 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Well, as I go rambling, because I love the word, because the PNM government is a bunch of ramblers. They came here and they're talking, I'm dealing exactly with what they said. And even their own vice president is saying that they're rambling. But I can too big up the Honorable Minister of Works and Transport. I certainly would do that if I also got lucrative contracts from the ministry. Mr. President, reading this piece...
Mr. Vice President.
Point of order.
They are...
46.6 upheld. 46.6 upheld.
Senator, continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me take this opportunity as I make my debut in front of you As the President of the Senate, let me say congratulations, Honorable Senator, and I venture to proffer, I proffer without fear of contradiction, that no other senator in this honorable chamber celebrated your ascension to the chair more than me. That being said, at the end of my contribution, I shall determine whether my happiness was well placed or merely a fleeting sensation. Mr. President, reading this piecemeal, rushed, haphazard Firearms Amendment Bill 2022 brought to the Senate by this failed PNM government in an atmosphere of runaway crime, pain and fear in the hearts and minds of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, I am left asking myself if Trinidad and Tobago is in fact a real place, and I am not going to Ukraine. I, along with my UNC colleagues, will be right here fighting tooth and nail against the tyranny and oppressive nature of this PNM government until they are resoundingly removed from office by a united people. Satan, move, let we pass. God bless. Thank you very much.
Senator Dionerine. Senators. Senator Leiter. I understand that it's a little bit late, but there's no reason to behave in such a manner. Senators, Senator Dionerine.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on an act to amend the Firearms Act and other related matters. Mr. President, it has been a long day, but I beg to indulge this Honorable House for a few minutes to place on the record the issues that I have with this piece of legislation. Now, we all agree in here that there are law enforcement officers whose lives must be protected. These law enforcement officers risk their lives every day in the line of duty. But, Mr. President, is the solution to give them guns to go home? Mr. President, in my mind, I remain very unsettled with the arguments put forward by the government, because while listening attentively to all contributions, I have not heard any sound justification from the government as to, one, why is it necessary to interfere with a process that is currently under the purview of the Commissioner of Police? To me, it introduces unequal criteria across law enforcement officers. It creates a parallel system flawed with subjectivity. Two, how are we going to prevent favoritism from seeping into the process, as there is now room for subjectivity for the Commissioner of Prisons and the Director of the SSA to exercise? Three, what is going to happen with the requirement for a psychometric assessment and spousal approval for these law enforcement officers? Now, I understand that there's going to be a prison threat assessment, but I didn't hear that it will go as far as seeking spousal approval. And also, I didn't hear of any threat assessment policy being established within the Strategic Services Agency. Number 4, why an elected member, in this case the Minister of National Security, has to get involved in the extension of a license beyond 3 years. Now, allow me to elaborate very shortly. Why is it necessary to interfere with a process that is currently under the purview of the Commissioner of Police? What I've heard is that it is too long, the process is too long, it is too timely. That is the answer that we were given. The Commissioner of Police has too much on her plate. If the current system is inefficient to grant law enforcement officers the requisite permissions that they need, why can't we fix the inefficiencies in the current process to grant a firearm to law enforcement officers? Why are we creating a parallel process which dissolves the power to grant firearms to law enforcement officers from the hands of the Commissioner of Police? This appears to me like another quick fix to circumvent checks and balances built into the present system, Mr. President. Why does it have to be something that moves away from what already exists? Why not create an expedited process? What this does, Mr. President, is create another subset of law enforcement persons who are able to carry around a firearm in a manner in which is not consistent with every other law enforcement officer, including police officers who still have to go through the Commissioner of Police. Why not simply fix the existing process, I ask again, rather than create a parallel process that introduces an unequal criteria across all law enforcement officers? There are prison officers whose lives are at risk. The director of the SSA and the some employees of this office, lives may very well be at risk. I agree. Just like Senator Richards said, I too am wondering, why can't, through the prison commissioner, the Commissioner of Prisons, or through the director of the SSA, make representations to the Commissioner of Police to have them get a firearm or prohibited weapon? Mr. President, what is being proposed is riddled with subjectivity. The second thing I want to elaborate on is how are we going to prevent favoritism or ambiguity from seeping into the process? Clearly, there seems to be a problem with the firearms unit under the Commissioner of Police. Is that the case? I am trying to find out. Are we trying to create a parallel process to dissolve the powers because there are some sort of corruption or illegality that is emerging within the office of the Commissioner of Police? I am asking, I do not know. Number 3. Will the Commissioner of Prisons or the Director of the SSA, are they going to ensure that an assessment is done on the emotional state of the home, the individual's home? Are they going to speak with the spouse of that individual? Are they going to speak with the neighbors to get a sense of the individual's general disposition? So while we acknowledge that the life of these law enforcement officers may be under threat, just like Senator Richards said, you may very well not be in a mentally sound position to possess a firearm. We need to be cognizant of the fact, Mr. President, that in the case of Vishal Singh and the Commissioner of Prisons, I'm just looking at this very briefly. Vishal Singh was the police constable who was shot by a prison officer who was allowed to take home their firearm, approved by the Commissioner of Prisons, But Vishal Singh, this constable who was shot, he was shot while executing a search warrant at the prison officer's home. He was executing a search warrant, Mr. President. Let's move on to the fact that Police Complaints Authority referrals to the Police Complaints Authority for 2021 and also 2022 has increased significantly. There has been a high number of reports, but also referrals involving police officers harming family members and spouses as of 2021 and 2022. I checked between quarters 1, 2, and 3. There has been over 40 referrals in those 3 quarters of police officers. Mr. President, we cannot deny the fact that there is corruption and dishonesty in the police service and the prison service. And this bill has the potential to empower those already corrupted law enforcement officers. What are we doing to purge the system? The number of laws that has passed since I've been in the Senate, that is since November of 2018, Mr. President. The number of laws that has been passed in the Senate to enhance the power of law enforcement officers have been many. And still, we do not have a handle on crime in Trinidad and Tobago. There are situations where higher rank officers are involved in criminal elements, and lower ranks are coming into the system very well ready to fight crime and save Trinidad and Tobago. But there are higher ranks who are very well involved in criminal elements. Now, I'm not casting any aspersions here. Mr. President, when you hold an office such as mine, people reach out to you. When people see something is wrong, they reach out to you anonymously in confidence, and they tell you about what the inefficiencies and the corruption that exist in the system. So I'm not casting any aspersions here today as I stand. The final thing, Mr. President, why have a member from an elected office now involved in the work of what should be the work of an independent office in granting the extension of a firearm user license? The reasons provided thus far are not justified. To allow a minister to grant extensions for FULs will politicize the arming of citizens, which may become party-based and is potentially dangerous and discriminatory. It reeks of political interference. No politician or elected official should be involved in this process. We cannot compare, Mr. President, extending a liquor license or driver's license under a state of emergency with granting an extension of a firearm user license. With those few words, Mr. President, I thank you.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As I take this opportunity to respond to some of the issues raised in the course of this debate. It's quite a long one. A lot has been said. Let me begin with the last speaker for the opposition, Senator Roberts. He did, among other things, say that I should resign. I just want to record that all my life, starting from when I was a police officer, I fought against crime, and as a Minister of National Security, I now provide support to those who fight against crime. I never call no shot on no footballer, farmer, gardener, or no DJ. I never killed one person yet. In the course of my work as a police officer, I engaged in a couple incidents, but I never killed anyone. I contribute in the fight against criminality and illegality in this country. Not too long ago, Life Sport, I am aware, Mr. President, killed many young people in Malabar and in East Trinidad and otherwise. Led to the killing of a high-level personality in this country. I am not ever accused of having secret meetings with gang leaders anywhere in this country to the extent that the police had to follow me. Police ain't looking for me nowhere. And I don't pay criminals to go and deal with nobody. So I'm not prepared to take any lecture from the senator who spoke for the opposition last. Senator Vera, and I don't waste no more time on that. I move on. Senator Vera made reference to the UK, a land with 60 million people, 1.5 million firearm licenses granted in their history to date. No handguns in that society. That is off the agenda. All of the guns are long ones for hunters, for sports, marksmanship, and what have you. I visited the Nottinghamshire police force recently, just before the Christmas holiday. They police 1 million people, just slightly less than Trinidad and Tobago, with 2,238 officers. They never discharged in that society, just showing the differences, a single round in all of their existence. And they came into being as a police force. I mean, they had institutions before, but essentially in 1965, I think it was, 68. Senator Vera mentioned Singapore and said that there was a high number of persons with licenses in Singapore. I did some research and I haven't found that. In fact, the records show that there are 2 firearms issued, licensed firearms, to every 200 persons in that country, with a population of about 5.64 million people, 1 firearm, for every 200 people in that society. I can tell you, Mr. President, as it now stands, the police will confirm that there are about 34,000 applications for firearms in front of the police service. And that is in addition to the existing licenses which are on the books in Trinidad and Tobago in the region of about 25,000. And I can tell you, those are licenses, but with the recent madness in respect of variations, where some people have 40 weapons, 35 weapons, 26, 14, you just call any number. You're talking about thousands of legal firearms. So when I hear questions about what about the ordinary man, I could talk a lot about ordinary men and women. But this is not the time for that. That will come. Mr. President, someone said across the floor today that a firearm is no guarantee of safety, and the example of a prison officer who was armed at the time he was shot. That's real, and that's true, but that's good for everyone, not just for the prison officers who we contemplate here today, everyone. Not too long ago, a recently retired police inspector in a bar, they came in and they took his gun. Fortunately, they didn't take his life. But I can tell you, from information available to me, the possession of a firearm does help. Because there's a case recently, a few months ago, where a prison officer was attacked shortly after they killed two. He was in the company of a friend by a shop from the reports that I recall. And he was able to use his firearm. I think he killed one and warded off the other. It works. But the criminals always have one advantage, and that's the advantage of surprise, which no one else will have. He picks his time. He picks his place. I know of one police sergeant who was killed in her home with her husband and two other people, 4 of them in one go. When law enforcement went in, they found the 4 of them crouched in the last room of the house, in the last corner of the house, because these criminals were banging down the door, coming in recklessly almost, because they knew or they believed, and they were right, that she was unarmed. It helps. But I realize, in this country, a lot of people speak glibly and loudly and gain laughter and support, sometimes even in here, without complete understanding and knowledge of the ground reality. A lot of it based on emotions and what they read in the paper and how they feel and who they like and who they don't like. All matters that are irrelevant to the reality of the reality. So let me venture into clause 5, which is intended to amend section 6.1 of this. And I will read in particular 6.2b, which says, and for the consideration of all of us, a person who is and is acting in the capacity of a member of the municipal police within the meaning of Part 3 of the Municipal Corporations Act may have in his possession for the purposes of performing his functions any weapon of whatever description or design which is designed, manufactured, or adapted to discharge any noxious liquid, gas, or thing. We put that in there because we said and we offered the police service uses these non-lethal applications. The municipal police are doing the same kinds of things, dealing in the same places, with the same population, with the same risks, with the same behaviors, and largely with the same training, because they are trained. They use the same use of force policy that the regular TTPS uses. And we make it available to them so that they can carry out their duty without having to resort to fire. I heard a long lecture today about taser and how it works and all that. That's fine. Nobody's taking that away. But that is not the point. It is providing municipal police officers who operate in the same country, in the same circumstances, with the same responses as the regular police. Because if something happens to one of us, and we see blue and gray and a cap and a bulletproof vest marked police, we ain't want to know if it's SRP, municipal police, or regular police. We call in for police help. But a lot of us just get here and talk and carry on. But this is Trinidad, where you ask 3 people the opinion, you will get 5. Senator Lachmidial pontificated very glibly today and got to the point of telling us, and it was repeated, much to my shock and horror, that we overlooked the inclusion of the SRPs in our considerations here. So much so, that the opposition filed an amendment calling on us to include as a new subsection a member of the Special Reserve Police established under the Special Reserve Police Act. That, Mr. President, is like negotiating for what you already have. Because the Attorney General and several of my colleagues on this side, and I, in an earlier time, explained carefully that the definition sections in the Firearms Act clearly states that a police officer has the same meaning in the Police Service Act and includes a member of the Special Reserve Police. That was made very, clear. And Section 4.2, the Commissioner may, whenever additional police may be required for the preservation of good order, the protection of persons or property, or the performance of any other duty exercisable by members of the police service, should call out members of the Special Reserve Police on full-time, part-time, or temporary service. Therefore, in light of the inherent duties and powers vested in SRP officers under the Special Reserve Police Act, Chapter 1503, the mention of Special Reserve Police officer in this clause would be redundant. So that amendment that is now being proposed has to be rejected. It has only to be offered and stated to be rejected as a waste of time. Mr. President, like the head had. Don't take it from me, the law is right there. The Police Service Act is right there on your phones, on your iPads, on the Rotunda platform, in the iPads, the Parliament gear. Mr. President, Section 7.1 tells us the following persons are exempt from the provisions of Section 6.1 that relate to having a firearm or ammunition in their possession. And it goes on to say, a person whose firearm and ammunition are the property of the government and are required in the performance of his duty as 1, a police officer, 2, a member of the municipal police service within the meaning of the Municipal Corporations Act, a member of the Defense Force, customs officer, prison officer, director of the SSA, an employee designated by the director of the SSA, in each case acting in the capacity. That is what we propose. Broadening the category of those who are exempt as at today's date before this is passed into law. In respect of customs officer, I heard it said, why would customs officer carry firearms? They don't know anything about the preventative branch. They are customs officers whose business it is to go all over this country looking for uncustomed goods and goods that might have slipped out of the loop on the ports, and to arrest and charge people under customs law. They are customs vessels they use to patrol our coastlines. But a lot of emotional, glib, ignorant, empty talk in Trinidad and Tobago. Customs officers, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning could encounter someone stealing something, frittering something off the port, direct confrontation with criminals, and for all, as long as I can remember, they are allowed to carry weapons. As for prison officers, they undergo basic training before they pass out, so-called, and that includes the use of firearms. Prison officers use automatic weapons in the course of their work around the prison. Firearms is not new to the prison service. The difference on this occasion is prison officers as a subset of law enforcement or our security platform have come under attack to the point where they are losing their lives, and they have asked the government for years, and they have asked this country to give them the support that they need in order to protect themselves. That's all. So you hear all kind of talk about psychometric and training in the police service today, and they are already exempt. There's no quarrel about that. Police officers carry arms routinely. I was a police instructor. I trained thousands of them. But I'll tell you this, Mr. President. I'll tell you this, Mr. President. They are allowed in some cases to keep and carry weapons too. That happens when the Commissioner of Police considers that it is necessary, it is helpful, based on the work they do. And also, when police officers come under threat, a report is made to the police commissioner, an investigation ensues, and if it proves, if the commissioner is satisfied, I ain't talking about FUL now, I'm talking about keep and carry police gun. If the commissioner comes to the conclusion that the threat is real and the officer is in danger, he or she authorizes the officer, having looked at the officer's domestic circumstance, have a word with the spouse, make sure that the safe box is in place, and all the other things. And that officer is allowed to keep and carry his service weapon. It is the same thing that has been happening for prison officers. In fact, it replicates what the police do. And I told you a while ago, there are 34,000 of those applications sitting there, and I'm sure by next week, it could easily be 36,000, the way Trinidad and Tobago is going now. Yeah? And Mr. President, threat assessment team, when this matter V. Shall Singh went to court, the commissioner produced, the prisons produced the policy that guided it, you know. And the court took note of it. There's a policy. It's simply that the court found that the policy was inconsistent with the law and suggested by implication, since it upheld the validity of the idea and the intention that we come here to make it legal and constitutional, so to speak. But psychometric testing, communication with the spouse, and all of that is put in place. A lot of people here wouldn't know that, but you hear all kinds of commentary, and we understand that. Mr. President, so we offer a broadening of the category. Senator Mark, like he has a fixation with the SSA, I don't know what is the bee under his bonnet. If I may be permitted a metaphor, he has issues with the SSA, but I'm not surprised. There are some people, mark my words, there are some people in this country who don't like police, law, order, they have issues. I mean, Senator Mark got to the point of calling the SSA a rogue institution, an organization that was born under the laws which still exist since 1995 in this country, when I became a parliamentarian. 1995. Which began with a responsibility to deal with precursor drugs, precursor chemicals and drugs. And you also had the SIA at that time. And you had sought a little bit behind it. And these were merged. And it is that merged organization where the UNC government took a rookie at age 23, a clerk, and put her at the top of it. And now I come in to hear about director of the SSA. Highly qualified, highly skilled, retired major from the Defense Force. Not to personalize nothing. And they work very closely with the Defense Force. So when it comes to the question of their training and their ability to use weapons, that is not an issue. In fact, someone acknowledged here that a lot of them are former members of the Defense Force and police service and other institutions, and they get training. And as to why they should have, I explained the danger they find themselves in. I want to compliment Independent Senator Welch. He took the time to read the law and demonstrate the responsibilities of the SSA and easily demonstrated why they could be directly in the fray. And I don't have to waste any of my time dealing with that. He did it quite succinctly and quite adequately. And the SSA, we propose, should be allowed to use firearms in that context. I can't understand what the issue is. And the director, just like the commissioner, just like the prisoner, will decide based on the information available and the duties and the circumstances what would be required, because he, better than any one of us, would know where the officer is to go today, the kind of work he or she will be required to perform. Again, all the elements will be looked at and the training would be assured. There's a responsible organization protecting this country against terrorists, transnational criminals who bring ketamine or ketamine and cocaine and other drugs and guns and ammunition into this country. Violent extremism are some of the challenges we face. I heard Senator Lachmidial asking about what is the government's plan. Well, I just want to say this. The police service has a strategic plan, and the police service have anti-crime plan, not the minister. My job is to provide policy direction on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago through the cabinet. And my job is to provide the resources that they need. I don't come up with no plan. I am no police officer. I am patrolling nowhere. The things they do, I don't. So to ask me about crime plan, it just demonstrates a paucity of information and a kind of emotional overflow. Spewing. Mr. President, I even heard talk about what about houses for police officers. Little does the Speaker, Senator Lachmidial, know that a long time ago, this government put in place a policy where 10% of the homes in respective HDC developments should go to law enforcement personnel. Up to last week, I received a list from the law enforcement platform and forwarded it dutifully to the Ministry of Housing, recommended that these officers be considered in the circumstances. What does that have to do with this? What does that have to do with this? In fact, I heard one independent senator say, sometimes based on where the officer is living, there's greater risk. I sit in my office as Member of Parliament and as Minister of National Security, and I've had diverse requests for support from officers of law enforcement because they are being targeted where they live. And I ain't talking prison now. Prison have the problems in the jail too. And of course, described the attempt, well, described the power that we are, the responsibility we seek here to put for the prison commissioner, described that as wide discretion. Now, when you hear the word wide, We are not talking about Tom, Dick, Harry, and several organizations. We're talking about one organization of the many in national security. That's the prison service. And we are talking about a subset of those officers who could demonstrate that they have come under severe threat and who need protection of this state. And the best person to know that is the Commissioner of Prisons. Not even the Commissioner of Police will know it so well. It is the Commissioner of Prisons will know. And he's guided by a policy starting with a threat assessment committee. It is not whimsical. It is not emotional. A report is brought to him. There's an assessment committee that looks at it and makes recommendations. And all of this could be done in quick time, as I have suggested, as opposed to the longer process that it will take if one applies for a firearm and gets logged in to the 34,000 that is there. And of course, within recent times, other circumstances, a matter to which sometime not too long from now I shall return. Question was asked, couldn't the prison commissioner make recommendation to the commissioner of police? The answer is yes, that is being done now for decades. But because of the exigencies of the situation, because some of the prison officers who come under attack already apply for firearms, you know, they ain't get it yet. Letters have been written. And talking about that, I've heard some snide commentary today about some minister. And I understand, you know, I went as Minister of National Security boldly and courageously before a Joint Select Committee to field questions from the Joint Select Committee on the business of illegal firearms in this country. And when I was giving my testimony, one member of that, a certain member of Parliament for Oropuchis, I saw him on his cellular phone getting message. And what he read to us in the committee now, having read this phone, suggested to me that it was a message I sent to a former commissioner of police, and who, like a wimp, untrustworthy wimp, would share that with him. And I would hear that from time to time coming from the opposition, like if it's some issue. Let me tell you, I'm a very experienced politician and man and lawyer. I defend cases in the criminal courts for years, from murder right down to obscene language. I'm a very experienced man. I know good when I see it, and I know rubbish when I see it. And I want to tell you this. I, Mr. President, never asked nobody to give no license to no partner or no family. Several members of the law enforcement platform, the protective services, about 4 or 5 of them, indicated to me that they had applied for firearms and that the process was being delayed. And I asked the then commissioner to look into those applications already made. I did that.
Okay, members, the level of noise in the chamber is getting a bit too high. Could we drop it a bit so that the minister can make his contribution? Continue, Minister.
Knowing full well that at the beginning, during, and at the end of the day, the wholesome discretion was for the Commissioner of Police. I might tell you, up to today, as we speak, the license were not yet granted. But yet I have to hear folly from some of my friends on the other side, childish folly. I was about to say effeminate, but that would be a disrespect to the proud, strong women of this nation and world. So I can only confine myself to saying childish, immature, petty, untrustworthy. So much for that. So, Mr. President, very quickly, Clause 10. Clause 10 is a provision that suggests that the minister would have the power by order to extend the validity, the life of a license once it is granted by the Commissioner of Police, who is the sole office holder under the Firearms Act to grant licenses and, according to the Interpretation Act, by extension, to revoke them. No minister gets involved in that. The validity lasts, the license now, as it now stands, valid for 3 years. We have had in our recent past, because largely of COVID-19, the experience of it, we have had to extend the driving permit. A permit is valid for 3 years. We have extended that within recent times. We extended the deadlines for paying fines and penalties to the court, the judiciary. We did that in the interest of good governance based on the COVID experience. The limitation period, meaning the time you have to file a particular action, outside of which it would be statute barred and not ordinarily allowed. We extended that. Ministers did that. We extended the life of ID cards, registrar of companies regime for filing documents and so on in relation to companies, pharmacy licenses, pharmaceuticals, and many other matters, just to name a few. We did that. And I will tell you this, we are now, and we got support for it from a number of speakers here today, we are now proposing to come away from the paper-based booklets for firearms to a card system with security features and what have you. You see the transition from paper-based to card-based, electronic? That could require an extension of the time. Wait and you will see. So the measure today was simply to allow the minister, if and when the circumstances. I heard a senator here today talk about the earthquake in Syria. If we suffer an earthquake and it throws down a building where you have records, fingerprint records, firearm records, what have you, we will end up with a problem. Now, I understand it is all possible, and people would probably want to hear it's more probable. We didn't expect COVID-19, and at the beginning of COVID-19, we extended these licenses and things as I've described for a particular period, and then we realized it was going on and on and on and on. We learned from our experience. And by the way, Mr. President, even the existing firearm license, Mr. President, the existing firearm license, once granted by the police commissioner, there's no cutoff date, you know. You are supposed to renew it intermittently every 3 years. But there's no cutoff date. There are many people who grow very old with their firearm. And when they're dead, the family call in this police sergeant and hand it over. There's no deadline date. But even if you extend the validity period from 3 years to 3 years and a quarter or 3 years and a half, if any time inside of that, the commissioner of police wanted to revoke that license, he or she could do that. It has nothing to do with the minister. And some people wrongly thought in this House that that provision would have given the minister an opportunity to look over the fence into police headquarters and say, Mr. X or Mr. Y, I want you to extend his license. Well, that blew my mind. I couldn't understand that. But It came from Senator Richards, and I listened to his tone, and I realized this was a sincere call for further information, with the emphasis on the word sincere, no game, no play, no political folly. Because the way it was worded, Senator wanted to hear more, so I'm now displaying a little more in answer to those questions. So this question about the minister picking out this one and that one, and I heard somebody submit up to a few moments ago about political interference and politicizing that. So when you extended driver's permits, you politicized it. And it was so ridiculous, I heard Senator Mark, when he realized the folly of that argument, he went on to say the difference between all of those other things where we extended it and the firearms is that this one is a gun. Hey, Mr. Speaker, this one is a gun. You know how he gets on. And the argument, the more it went on, the more foolish it became. Please, let me withdraw that word. The more UNC it became. But let me say, moving on from that, Mr. President, very quickly, when you extend the validity of the period, that does not wreak any disadvantage to the license holder. If anything, it's an advantage. No disadvantage to the license holder. None. Further to that, as I already intimated, it does not take away from the sole authority under Section 17 of the Police Commissioner. I could quote Section 17, but the Attorney General did exactly that. I need not detain myself and waste a moment of my precious time. In addition to that, Mr. President, as I explained ad nauseum, this question of extending the validity of license periods has happened several times before. I only say that to remind us it is not novel, not new. It is well known to us in Trinidad and Tobago in very recent times. And therefore, precious little else needs to be said about that. Mr. President, just to make reference to it again, since it triggered my mind.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
I thank you very much. I thank you very much. So, Mr. President, I dealt with this matter on the SSA and Senator Mark's fixation with it. I dealt with Senator Mark's very wasteful proposed amendment dealing with the SRPs. And therefore, Mr. President, in light of the fact that you have reminded me that I have 5 more minutes, I would like to suggest that the government, all things considered, would propose a couple amendments to these measures, which I have asked to be circulated. And Mr. President, we do so, Mr. President, because of some of the very sincere expressions as directed from the members of the independent bench. And Mr. President, because we understand the importance of these measures to the prison officers who have to face this beast on a daily basis. And I use the word beast in metaphor. On a daily basis. And who have to confront persons who want to hurt them, who want to even kill them ruthlessly, simply because they perform their duties. So I'm quite happy to commend these measures to all members of this House, giving the assurance that this government is not about any overreach. We are far too accustomed to government in this country. Since independence, this country has allowed us to govern for about 78% of the life of this nation. This is not new to us. And on the few occasions when we went to opposition, we did that, and we did it with dignity. We regrouped, we re-energized, and come back to take it all over again. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, I commend these measures, and therefore I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled an Act to amend the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601, and for other related matters be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Mr. President,
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601, and for other related matters.
Minister of National Security. Yes, National Security. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the Firearms Amendment Bill 2022 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Firearms Amendment Bill 2022 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Okay, Honourable Senators, the bill before us has 11 clauses, as we are all aware. We have had amendments circulated. 1, 2, 3, 4 amendments circulated. Is everybody in possession of them? Okay, let me ask, is there anybody who is not in possession of the circulated amendments? You should have amendments circulated by the Minister of National Security, by Senator Wade Mark, by Senator Paul Richards, as well as Senator Evans Welch. Is everybody in? 1 second, one at a time. Leader of Government Business, you don't have which one? You don't have Senator Welch. Senator Welch, you were saying? 1 second, Senator Mark. Senator Welch?
I don't have Senator Marks.
You don't have Senator Mark.
Or the minister's own.
Okay, so again, all of these amendments were also circulated by email. So just do a quick check of your devices to see if you have it in your email.
My device on which I would normally get it has died, the battery.
Okay, Leader of Government Business, you checking your device? Senator Welch, are you okay now?
We have National Security Minister was on. But I would manage. Sure. Delete and done, that's all.
Okay, so I'll ask one more time. Isn't everybody now in possession of the circulated amendments before we start? Yes? Okay. We may now begin.
Clauses 1 and 2.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. Not yet. Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 3 to 5.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 3 to 5 stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 3 to 5 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 3 to 5 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 6.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 6 stand part of the bill. And we will start with amendments as proposed by Senator Welch.
I am withdrawing that proposed amendment having regard to certain submissions made during the contribution.
So withdrawn, Senator Welch. We have further amendments to clause 6 as proposed by Senator Mark. Senator Mark?
Yes, Chairman, we on this side maintain that there is no need at this time, given the absence of solid data, convincing reports, and particularly dealing with threats and threat assessments on this organization known as the SSA. And in those circumstances, we are saying is that what we are saying is that in the absence of credible information before the Parliament and before us, it is very, very, very difficult to support a proposal that is intended to give the director of the SSA, where there's little or no oversight and complete violation of the law under the Strategic Services Agency in terms of the inability to submit audited financial accounts since 2009 to the present time. We believe that, Mr. Chairman, that this is not the moment or the time for the SSA and its director to be invested with its power to give arms, guns to the 350 workers and above in a loose way. So in those circumstances, Mr. Chairman, we are proposing that we delete completely from the legislation that provision that would give the director and through him, his employees, the right to bear arms without any concomitant oversight, checks and balances, and supervision. So that is our position, and we call for the withdrawal, the removal or deletion of that completely. Now, as it relates to the special, the SRP, I think that Senator Welch had initially proposed that we incorporate the SRP as was outlined in the parent legislation in the Firearms Act. And we were of a similar view. Yes, this is under Clause 6, man. Are you sleeping like Rip Van Winkle?
Senator Mark.
No.
And
this is
the
Clause
minister,
6, man.
no. We are dealing with Clause 6 and your proposed amendment.
Yeah, well, that's what
Put your comments in relation to that, and could we have silence otherwise? Continue, Senator.
So what I'm suggesting, Mr. Chairman, is that in terms of the special reserve police officer that was outlined in the original act, and having regard to the submission made to this honorable House and Senate by both the Attorney General and subsequently by Senator Welch, that the provision police is contained in the interpretation section of the Firearms Act, which would incorporate the Special Reserve Police Officer. I, like Senator Welch, would like to withdraw this proposal as we have put forward.
Chair.
You intend to, 1 second. You
Just the
intend
Special Reserve, the Special Reserve Police Officer, because we don't want to have things ambiguous, but at the same time, we don't want to be redundant. But as it relates, may I make it very clear? As it relates to the Strategic Services Agency, that provision remains, and we'd like you to put that for adoption.
So to be clear, Senator Mark, you withdraw the second part only of your proposed amendment to Clause 6, and you keep the first proposed amendment.
Thank you.
I heard Senator Dillon. One second. Before I allow you to contribute, I would ask the Minister of National Security, unless you want to add something to Senator Mark.
I just want a clarification on in terms of the same point Senator Mark was making about the SSA director and the other persons. The minister was very clear in terms of the training that is given to the police, to the prison officers, and also to the municipal police. But he said nothing about the training and monitoring of the SSA. So I just wanted to know what is in place for that.
Minister of National Security.
Honorable Senator, the SSA has always been and continues to be engaged in a strict training system supported by both the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. They have investigators inside of there too, as well as members of the Defense Force. So they are very much engaged in ongoing training. I also would like to add that while they may have a certain number of employees, not all are intelligence officers for gathering information in the way I would have described. And further, I would like to say, the records will show that the CIA, another intelligence agency in another part of the world, MI6, which I visited some time ago, MI5, the Canadian intelligence, the Australian Secret Intelligence Service, the Colombian DNI, who we just sent some officers to interface with, the Jamaican intelligence services, just to name a few, they all carry arms in the course of their work, as Senator Welch took pains admirably to suggest.
response to Senator Mark's comments.
And therefore, I cannot accept that we delete Romans 6 and Romans 7 as suggested by Senator Mark on the basis of his lack of understanding of the facts and circumstances.
No, don't put words in my mouth.
Okay, so Senator Mark and Minister of Tourism, there's absolutely no need to engage in a conversation at this stage of the proceedings. Senator Mark, before I ask you to respond, Senator Richards and then Senator Vera.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Minister of National Security, you identified the mechanism for training for the SSA director and the employees who may be eligible for this new paradigm. Is there a specific oversight mechanism for this in the SSA?
Well, as it now stands, the law that sustains, gave birth to and sustains the SSA requires that they make annual reports to this Parliament, which they do, up to date. And that apart, once you are dealing with firearms, of course, you are subject to the same Firearms Act as everyone else dealing with them. And therefore, there are, to my mind, those checks and balances.
Can Senator Vera?
And of course, finally, yes, and just to be reminded, yes, and they do account to the National Security Council, that is to say, a subset of the cabinet, on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, thank you. I hear you, Minister. They account to the National Security Council, but just to expand on Senator Richards' concern, because I share the same concern. A police officer is part of the police service. That's an act, and there's a police complaints authority. Members of the Defense Force fall under the Defense Act. That's military law. They're answerable under that jurisdiction. Customs officers, you could argue, well, they're civil servants and they fall under the Civil Service Customs Act as well and the Public Service Commission. But the Strategic Services Agency, not police, not civil servants, they fall under just this statute. And there's nothing in this statute dealing with the kind of oversight provisions and concerns that we have. So apart from annual reports to Parliament and accounting to the National Security Council, there's a very real concern to whom are these armed agents answerable? And I don't know if you could help me with that, because it's going to have bearing on this amendment proposed.
They are expected to comply with the laws of Trinidad and Tobago, answerable, therefore, to the, in that sense, to the courts for breaches of the law. No. I mean, there are other acts that govern their operation, OSH, the OSHA Act, well, the OSHA law, and others. The point is, if someone, the PCA, as you suggested, that has the responsibility for the police service insofar as serious corruption and serious misconduct. That is how it is defined. And that's where it's limited. The PCA investigates in respect to the police serious misconduct and corruption. But of course, the police they are answerable to the Constitution and to the Constitutional Court, so-called, and to all the other laws of Trinidad and Tobago. Police officers have done many things for which they have been charged, and the PCA had no involvement whatsoever in it. If an SSA officer misuses his firearm, the regime of the Firearms Act will govern how he should handle that and how it should be done.
Senator Mark.
Before you go, 1 second, permit me. Private security firms are granted the use of firearms through the mechanism of an FUL and several FUECs, and they too are not subject to the PC or anything. They are subject to the laws of Trinidad and Tobago more generally.
Minister,
One second, Senator Vera. Senator Mark just wanted to add to the discourse.
What?
And then I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, so he gives way. Go ahead.
Except that the private security firms fall under the supervision of the police, because it is the police and
No, not all private security officers. Not all private security officers are supplemental police officers.
No.
Under the jurisdiction of the police commissioner.
No. You see, they were given a firearms user's license issued by the police commissioner. That can be revoked. That can be continued. The problem is that the SSA are not operating under firearms users license.
But we are saying that with the passage of this, they, by virtue of what they do, by dint of what they do, on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago, will be exempt from the need to have these licenses, just like the police, just like the Defense Force, and the others in that category.
Isn't that exactly why it's true, Mr. Chair, that there should be independent oversight?
So let's just have a little bit of order, because we're starting to talk over each other. Sorry. So once again, the Minister of National Security has made his comments in relation to the concerns raised. So I'm going to allow Senator Richards, Senator Vera, if you want to say something again to make your point more potent to the Minister of National Security, I'll do so. Senator Mark, of course, you want to join the discourse, and I had Senator Dylan Remy, whose hands was up. Are you still interested? Right. So, Senator Richards.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, because I just want to end on this, because we could go on forever. Following the Honourable Minister of National Security's presentation on the differences in the regimes for the TT police service, etc., because this new regime is intended to exempt the members of the SSA, excuse me, from applying through the police commissioner for an FUL. And the other regimes have that type of oversight through the commissioner. In addition to the parliament which you described, Honourable Minister, who is going to independently investigate if there's suspicion of malfeasance? The SSA investigating itself?
Doesn't get a firearm user's license. The law said for a long time past that they are exempt from the need for that by virtue of what they do. They use arms in the course of their work. So the Defense Force doesn't get a firearm user's license and FUECs, and that was so initially because of what they do, and it is deemed, as I explained in my presentation, that the use of arms is an inherent part of what they do, a tool of what they do. And the SSA, the position is we're submitting that the SSA is similar based on what they do as an intelligence gathering unit in the theater of confrontation and conflict in this country. And therefore, they too, just like the Defense Force, has to use the firearms in their possession in accordance with the general laws and expected to abide by them.
Senator Vera? 1 second, Senator Mark. Senator Vera, you wanted to add to Senator Richards, or you concur?
Well, just as Senator Richards said, because if this law is passed, they will now be exempted, but we are exempting them with nothing in place, whereas all the others, police, municipal police, Defense Force, customs, have an oversight mechanism in place. There is a lacuna here that really is of concern to us.
Oh. 1 second, Minister of National Security. Senator Mark.
Mr. Chairman, the issue of accountability is absolutely critical when addressing the matter before us. Now, I do not know if the Honourable Minister is aware that the SSA has refused to be audited by their failure to submit their statements to the Auditor General since 2009. Now, Mr. Chairman, we are talking about close to 13 years. The SSA has spent over $2.5 billion without any sense of accountability. That is why I call it a rogue organization. Over $2 billion with no oversight, Mr. Chairman, no oversight. I have before me a copy of the Anti-Crime, Organized and Anti-Corruption Agency of Jamaica. And if you see the system of accountabilities in this piece of legislation, the director of the SSA is a creature
Senator Mark,
of the cabinet.
Just to advise, we don't need to re-debate.
Yeah, I know.
Because you've stated it in the debate.
But the point I'm making is we cannot give an organization that power without any systems of accountability. There's no system of oversight. In Jamaica, there is an oversight committee with independent members. So if there's a complaint by any citizen of Jamaica dealing with the excesses of this agency in Jamaica, they can go before that oversight committee and they will investigate their complaint. What I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, is that this SSA has no supervision, has no oversight. They are coming to the minister and the cabinet. And we are now going to be arming close to 400 people, and we have no system of accountability for them.
Okay,
that
Senator Mark.
is a dangerous, disturbing, and troubling development.
Senator Mark, so the point has been made, and as I indicated, we're not attempting to re-debate the point. I think the point has been made by Senator Richards, Senator Vera, Senator Mark. I will allow Senator Dylan Remy to make a point, and then I will allow the Attorney General and then the Minister of National Security to have his final say on the matter before we put the question.
Chair,
Senator Dylan Remy.
All I'm asking is if they, because of what has already been said, if there could be something put now that this is going to be now that this is going to be changed, that there be something put. I don't know if they will have regulations that they will have to meet in the same way that the Commission of Prison and what happens in terms of the Commission of Police. So something must be put so that the SSA director reports and accounts on a yearly basis as the others do. That's all I'm asking.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just 3 points that I think are relevant, all of which have been said already, I think, but I'd just like to emphasize them. And it has to do with the question which Senator Mark asked originally. His premise is lack of oversight. And when you look at the SSA Act, there are 3 features of oversight that are built into the SSA Act. One is the primary oversight. Section 13 of the SSA Act makes provision for the mandatory report by the SSA to Parliament by an annual report which is laid before Parliament. So it would be an understatement of the reality to suggest there is no oversight because the Parliament has oversight through that annual report. Secondly, Section 7 of the SSA Act provides for the fact that police officers are seconded by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to the SSA. Those police officers, by reason of being seconded, remain subject to the jurisdiction of the Commissioner of Police. And the third point is, given the proximity of the working relationship of the SSA to the police, if there is evidence before the police in their working relationship with the SSA that there is any misconduct on the part of any member of the SSA, the general oversight of the police service can be brought to bear to provide for control of abuse of power. So that I think that we are in the context, the real context of the function that is played by these trained officers who are trained by the Defense Force and the police to conduct law enforcement surveillance and intelligence gathering. I think it is an understatement to suggest that there is no oversight. Thank you.
Minister of National Security.
Just for whatever value it carries, I say this, and I know most senators here would regard this question of audited accounts as separate to this. I understand the importance of accounts, but that does not really bear in on what is in front of us today in a direct way. However, just for the record, I have had confirmation from the SSA not long ago, a moment ago, to suggest that it is not correct to say that they have refused to have their accounts audited. In fact, the SSA is in a position to produce now, as we speak, several letters to the Auditor General requesting their engagement with the SSA. They do, as the Attorney General reminded us, submit annual reports to the Parliament and have appeared in Joint Select Committee of National Security and before this Parliament in that way in the past, and that will continue once the Parliamentary Committee summons them as they normally do. The SSA has appeared in the past and will do so again on the call of the Parliament. So there's no complaints authority in respect of the Defense Force, nor indeed the Customs. As the Attorney General suggested, and I had said earlier as well, they are subject to the general laws of Trinidad and Tobago, all the laws, whether it's the OSHA law, whether it's the Firearms law, whether it's the whatever the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. If an SSA officer commits murder, the common law will take its course. If he commits an assault, the necessary law. Offenses against the person, they are subject to all the laws of Trinidad and Tobago, and in that sense, accountable.
Senator Mark, is it a new point entirely?
This is the danger of the Honorable Minister being misled by the SSA. I have a letter signed by Laurel Pujadas, the Auditor General, today's date, because I inquired into this matter. And this lady is saying in the last paragraph here that the SSA have not submitted according to law to her office any financial statements for the year, look at here, 2011 to 2021. It's here, signed by Laurel Pujadas.
Okay, so hold on, Senator. Senator, Minister of National Security, and Senator Mark. Senator Mark, I did not ask you to speak. No. The Minister of National Security has asked to see the document. Are you inclined to allow him? In relation to this clause 6, it's simple. He has asked to see the document. Okay, so as it relates to clause 6, and Senator Mark, Minister of National Security and Senator Mark, I am speaking. And if you would allow me, we would follow along the proper procedure in order to continue with the business that is before the Senate. Minister of National Security, is it that you require that you need to see this document in order to properly treat with what is proposed by Senator Mark? Yes or no?
Mr. Chairman, I did indicate that as far as the issue of their safety and their ability to protect themselves and their officers, I see the question of audited accounts as a separate matter. We have parliamentary committees, we have the Auditor General that can deal with that, important as it is. But I don't see that being in on this discussion in the context of the bill in front of us. That's the point.
So, Senator Mark, we follow procedure here. I am having a conversation with the Minister of National Security. So I asked a question.
And I would like to repeat that I had recent contact with the SSA, and I have been told that there are letters in their possession where they have written to the Auditor General asking for their intervention, and that remains the case.
Okay. So, that being said, Senator Mark, you've said what you've said. You've read into the record the document that you have. The Minister of National Security has responded in such. I will now put the question as it relates to the proposed amendment to Clause 6. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 6 be amended as circulated by Senator Mark and further amended to withdraw the second part thereof only. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
No. Division.
Dr. Brown?
No.
Mr. Amor, let's see.
No.
Ms. Gopiskun?
No.
Mr. Senalan? Mr. Hussain?
No.
Ms. West?
No.
Mr. Mitchell?
No.
Ms. Cox?
No.
Mr. Bacchus?
No.
Mr. Singh?
No.
Mrs. Sagram Singh Suklal?
No.
Dr. Ibrahim?
No.
Mrs. Azam Ali Singh?
No.
Mr. Hislop?
No.
Mr. Sukai?
No.
Mr. Mark? Ms. John?
Yes.
Ms. Lakshmi Dayal?
Yes.
Mr. Naked?
Yes.
Mr. Leiter?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Mr. Richards?
Yes.
Mr. Vero?
Yes.
Dr. Diyal Singh?
Yes.
Ms. Dionarain?
Yes.
Ms. C. Prasad?
Yes.
Mr. Timal?
Yes.
Mrs. Thompson Aye?
Yes.
Dr. Mira Delarami?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
No.
Chairman, the result of the division. Senators voted in favor for. 14. 14, 16.
Honourable Senators, The results of the division are as follows. 16 senators voted against and 14 senators voted for. The amendment is not passed. I shall now put the question. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 6 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 6 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 7.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 7 stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 7 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 7 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 8.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 8 stand part of the bill. Honourable Senator Lakshmidial.
I just want to ask a question because several speakers would have raised the issue of the discretion when we raised it and made reference to General Order 91 of 2016 as a policy that will guide the Commissioner of Prisons in exercising this discretion. Is it not the case that the Commissioner of Prisons himself is the person who passed General Order 91 of 2016 and therefore developed this policy and also has the discretion to amend this policy at any point in time?
Minister of National Security.
It was found in the Vishal Singh case and has been adumbrated by the court. A policy must be consistent with the act from which it is derived. In this case, the court found that that aspect of it, that is to say, the discretion of the commissioner to allow persons to carry firearms while he called it active duty, but the court found it was not active duty. And the court found that that policy was therefore inconsistent with the Firearms Act. And therefore, the policy will always be, ought to be, consistent with the Firearms Act. And if it is not, that is why I say it is accountable to the court. Just like in the Vishal Singh case, some litigant would go to court and the court will pronounce upon it. It is a pronouncement in Vishal Singh that brought us here to correct that and to ensure that the policy is in consonance with the law.
Senator Vera.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so I understand about policy, and policy must be consistent with the legislation. Now, we have, for example, policy dealing with state enterprises, the State Enterprises Performance Manual. That's policy. It's very rational, it's proportionate, but it is soft. It is not law. So my question is, because of the concerns about the possibility for subjectivity, would it not be feasible for this policy to be put in regulations form, perhaps at some point, under the Prisons Act, with fixed criteria that are open and transparent, and to avoid the risk of subjectivity?
Commissioner of Police, who administers the Firearms Act, has a tremendous amount of subjectivity capacity, if I may put it like that. But again, the policy and the law is what guides it. And if anyone has a difference with that, then it is subject to the jurisdiction of the court. I am not saying that there will not be amendments to the prison service regulations going forward. I wouldn't say that. But as far as we stand today, the very policy that they have practiced for years, which was challenged in the court recently in Vishal Singh, will and ought to always be consistent with the law. If the Parliament, with the instigation of the prison service, chooses to amend its regulations and prison rules more generally, we are always going to be open to that. We'll follow the Vishal Singh case and all that the court has said and assure the court and assure this country that we'll be consistent with it.
Senator Lakshmi.
So that the policy that stands, that you have referred to as the sort of safeguard to guide the Commissioner of Prisons, was itself developed by the Commissioner of Prisons, could be changed by the Commissioner of Prisons, and no one has oversight over that policy and the power of the Commissioner to make that policy except the Commissioner himself. So if tomorrow, and you are saying that it will go to the court if it is that someone has a problem with it and doesn't agree and feel that it deviates from the overall intent of the legislation and so on. If, for example, tomorrow the Commissioner of Prisons amends the policy and says, for example, that you don't have to have a secured safe at the officer's home, that is not one of the criteria, and that will be completely taken out of the policy, you are leaving it to somebody to then challenge this policy of the Commissioner of Prisons before the court?
Not necessarily, if in the management of a firearm, an individual breaks the law, let me put it bluntly, if an individual acts in a manner now, by virtue of now holding a firearm, for example, the prison officer who was involved in the Vishal Singh matter, if the police found sufficient criminally incriminating evidence, he would be charged. The point I'm making is, even if I don't anticipate that the Commissioner will remove an element like that to say, well, you ought not to have a strong box. That's something that the police will expect, safekeeping. Otherwise, you subject yourself to negligent handling of the weapon and therefore the risk of it being confiscated by the police and criminal charges to flow. If an officer discharges the firearm within 40 yards of a public space and breaches the law, he or she is subject to the laws, the general criminal laws of Trinidad and Tobago, and in particular, the Firearms Act. So I don't see too much of a complication in that.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of thoughts to share with the committee following on what I understand to be the concern of Senator Lakshmi-Dayal. The concern I understand Senator Lakshmi-Dayal has is the possibility that tomorrow the Commissioner of Prisons could change the policy. And the policy, as I understand it, is articulated in the Prison Service General Order number 91 of 2016. So that's the context in which I'm about to say what I will say. I first of all accept the point that has been made by the Minister of National Security that, of course, regulations can be brought into effect in due course, and I've already said that there is a general oversight in the Attorney General's office to look at general legislative reform, including regulations. So in principle, that is an option. But if we limit ourselves for the time being to the present, and the present is the existing firearms legislation, the existing bill which is before this House, and the existing prison order number 91 of 2016, that is an existing frame of rules that is governed by well-known principles of law that are embedded in our constitutional structure. One of the most important of those principles, which applies in two respects here, is what is known as the presumption of regularity. In the first case, the presumption of regularity must be presumed to apply to the responsible discharge by the Commissioner of Prisons, that he's not going to tomorrow wake up and exercise the powers that he has as Commissioner of Prisons irrationally, simply to change the entire scheme of the existing policy. So we have to accept as we go forward into the future that that presumption will apply and continue to apply. Secondly, that the rules which exist, and this is important, that is to say the policy which exists, came before the High Court in the Vishal Singh matter. What was challenged in the Vishal Singh matter was the application of only one rule, Rule 217. That rule said, male officers shall be instructed in the use of firearms. The Commissioner may order officers in charge of prisoners within or without any prison to carry firearms. That was the rule that the judge, Mr. Justice Devendra Rampasad, ruled at paragraph 88 and 89 of his judgment. He said, issuing permission to keep and carry firearms for their personal safety is not within the remit of the statutory provision or the rules. Clearly, if they are home and or off duty, they cannot be said to be in charge of prisoners as highlighted in Rule 217 above, paragraph 89. That is not to say that such a concern and intention is not noble and trustworthy. The stark reality of the unfortunate demise of prison officers by murderers suggests there is merit in the safety aspect and concern. The thing is, can the Commissioner of Prisons bypass the law by his deciding that firearms can be given to prison officers? And that is what led the judge to then say at paragraph 92 that that rule, 2017, didn't have statutory force, and Parliament may want to look at this very serious situation in great detail urgently. That's why we are here today, to give parliamentary effect to the rule by asking this Parliament, this Senate, to allow the keep and carry rule to be embedded in the legislation. But we cannot forget that the rest of the prison rules, 91 of 2016, continue to exist and will continue to apply and are not going to be deleted capriciously, and they fall within the body of the existing legislation. So to meet the concern of Senator Lachmedial, we must not assume that tomorrow the Commissioner of Prisons is going to act out with the law and capriciously, and the presumption of regularity must be presumed to continue to apply. And if something were to happen tomorrow, the very basis on which an applicant went before the High Court to protect the rule of law can also be availed, and therefore there is no reason why we should decline to address the powers of the Senate today in the anticipation of some aberrant, flagrant presumption of irrationality on the part of the Commissioner of Prisons.
Senator Richards.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question based on a thought that just occurred to me. There have been quite public utterances regarding potential excesses in the granting of FUL licenses in the police scenario. And we are seeking to give similar paradigm to the Prison Commissioner now. Aren't we setting ourselves up for a similar scenario?
Minister of National Security.
No. I don't want to go too far along that path, but the answer is no. This is, as I indicated earlier, we're dealing here with a subset of the prison service that are deemed by the Threat Assessment Committee to be under threat, warranting the intervention of the Prison Commissioner, pending sometimes their application, which is with the Police Commissioner. And if the Prison Commissioner determines that the threat is no more, for example, A was threatening to kill prison officer B, and A meets his demise, or A is out of the jurisdiction, or prison officer moves out of that district and is now living in Toko, far removed, and doesn't feel that immediate threat, then the Prison Commissioner's Assessment Committee would constantly be reviewing this thing and decide. For example, people who enjoy security protection, they have regular threat assessments to determine whether that should continue or whether it can taper off. That is basically how it will work. And if, of course, the person got himself a firearm license later on, then there will be no need for this intervention. So it really it's about that. And the question of the runaway situation, as you called it, which I understand, in respect of the general licensing regime, I don't anticipate that would be the case here because, as I said, this deals with particular scenarios where a report is made about a threat. Listen, a report is made about a threat and a threat assessment committee comes to bear. Decisions are taken to assist the prison officer to protect himself in swift order and in the shorter term.
Okay, so I shall now put the question. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 8 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 8 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 9.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 9 stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 9 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 9 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 10.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 10 stands part of the bill. Minister of National Security.
I propose, as I intimated in the course of my winding up, that we propose for ease and simplicity and with some consideration of submissions made by elements of the independent benches, that we would withdraw that provision, and we so suggest.
Thank you, Minister of National Security. In light of the Honourable Senators, in light of the proposed amendment by the Minister of National Security, I see Senator Mark. It's a similar proposal. And
Chairman,
Senator Richards?
I also withdraw.
Okay. So, honourable members, the question is that Clause 10 be amended as circulated by the Minister of National Security. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 10, as amended, now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 10, as amended, now stands part of the bill. Okay, Honourable Senators, as a matter of procedure, I will specifically state what the amendment refers to. Yes. So we shall do it again just for clarity. So, Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 10 be amended as circulated, which is to delete Clause 10. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 10 as amended, but Clause 10 be deleted as amended, which is to delete Clause 10, now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 10 as amended, which is to delete the clause, now stands part of the bill.
Clause 11.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 11 stand part of the bill.
Mr. President.
Minister of National Security.
I propose an amendment consequential on the deletion of 10 in respect of Clause 11 as circulated. To wit,
with respect to that, as circulated, what you would end up with is the word "and" being the only provision in Clause 11. And what I think you perhaps want to do, this is yes, A2. I think what perhaps might be more feasible would be adding the word "and" deleting it from 4 and putting "and" at the end of 3, sub-regulation 3. I think that's what you would wish to really do, because it would be a word, it would be a sub-regulation with a word, sorry, a subsection with a word "and" being the only provision in it.
Drafters that if I adopt the suggestion that you have properly made, the effect from a drafting standpoint will be identical to the position if I adopted mine. In other words, the "and" will find itself there. It will not be "for and," full stop. It will move with now the "for," then the "and" will come right after the full stop following the word "regulations" in sub 3.
But you see, if it grammatically speaking, you can't have "and" coming after a full stop.
No.
So you remove the full stop. You remove the full stop at the end of the word "regulations" in 3 and simply have the word "and."
Yes. Right. Yeah. Right. Yes, yes, yes. So if you take a closer look, Honorable Senator, you will see that you have, where is it? You have 11A, 1, Roman 1, and then you have Roman 2, and then of course a B follows. You with me?
Yes.
Yes. So in that case, the position is to be maintained without the difficulty that you had anticipated. The drafters have assured me that it works. And I should be so guided.
So if I'm to understand you, we would have
after regulations, the word "regulations," you will have full stop, closed quotes, semicolon, and then B would follow. It would work, Honorable Senator. So say the drafters.
So under that 4, that Roman numeral, sorry, under that 3, under that 4, that bracketed 4, all you have in that paragraph is "and"?
No, when you remove that 4, you will get the words "regulation," full stop, close quotes, semicolon, and. Because the 4 in the bracketed 4 will disappear.
Mr. President, may I try to assist?
Yes.
Yes, Attorney General.
Senior counsel will now intervene.
Mr. President, if I may try to assist Senator Welch. Clause 11 in Regulation 6, so A begins, this is at page 4 of the bill. You with me? A begins in Regulation 6 by, and then there's Roman 1. Yes? And then everything that is on page 5 remains because we have 1AB going over to Roman 5. Are you with me? Then Roman 2 remains, inserting after subregulation to the following new subregulations, and you read to the bottom, which ends with regulations. You turn the page, and from 4 down to the word "period" is struck, and the word "and" remains simply to carry over to B. Are you with me? Yes. So it follows. The "and" connects Roman 2 to where you now go to B.
So that and which is really part of 4 really ends up falling at the end of 3. And then, then connects to B.
Precisely.
Yes, yes. So,
Chair, in furtherance of that, and thank you very warmly, Senator Welch, but in furtherance of that, rather than on page 6 where we have towards the bottom Roman 2,
yes,
bracketed, inserting after subregulation 2 the following new subregulations. I propose as well an amendment to delete the S because it will now be regulation.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Senator Thompson-Aye, you have a comment in relation to the proposed amendment by the Minister of National Security.
I'm just pointing out, sir, that shouldn't 11 now be deemed 10, since 10 has gone?
I'm being advised that it's a consequential amendment.
Yes.
So it will come subsequent.
Yeah, I wouldn't like you to miss that. It happens sometimes.
Thank you. Senator Mark, you have a proposed amendment on clause 11.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, consequent upon the deletion of 10, clause 10, I think the Honourable Minister would agree with me that the word minister should be deleted and we revert to the status quo of the president, which is the cabinet. No, I'm talking about subclause.
Senator Mark's amendment.
My amendment, I have an amendment there where I'm proposing that upon the deletion of clause 10, I am suggesting that there be a consequential amendment to subclause B. So instead of having the word minister, we revert to the word president. No, well, the president is the cabinet, the minister is the minister.
Of the word minister there has to do with a previous amendment, which I alluded to in my presentation, not the question. I'm sorry. Yes. So that the use of the word minister here bears no reference to clause 10, which was deleted, but rather a previous amendment. Am I correct, Senior? Which was left undone, and we are taking the opportunity in the spirit of tidiness to resolve that problem on this occasion. Senator Mark.
The minister refers to.
I'll tell you. Which one? Was regulation there? Can I see it? Can I see it? Yes, regulation 20. Right. Yeah, we are talking about regulation 20 of the Firearms Act. That was done in, well, it was, that amendment was number 7 of 2021. where Section 8 was amended by Act number 7 of 2021. So we're just tidying up from that occasion, Senator Mark, and I did say so in my presentation.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I understand what the minister is saying, but I would like to ask the Honourable Minister to consider it is a cleaner cut to have the President, I believe, which is the collective cabinet, be responsible for matters of the kind that we are discussing, rather than having a minister, even though we know the minister ultimately will have to take it to the cabinet. But I still maintain that we should have the cabinet installed here and in the persona of the president rather than the minister. So if that was what was there before and they were trying to clean it up, I think that they should rethink that position. And our position is that that is what we would like to advance, that we do not believe the minister should be involved, but the cabinet, which is the president.
Okay, so would you like me to put the question, Senator Mark?
Yeah,
okay, so I shall now put the question. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 11 be amended as circulated by Senator Mark. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the...
Dr. Brown?
What's the question? The question is, Senator Dr. Brown, that the clause be amended as circulated by Senator Mark. No. No. No.
Mr. Moore, SC?
But I would like some assistance on what is the amendment circulated by Senator
So
Mark?
members, hold on. I understand that it is 12:48 a.m. in the morning, and therefore we may not be as focused as we could be. So I shall repeat just for clarity of all. There is a question being put as it relates to Clause 11. Senator Mark has proposed an amendment to delete subclause B. I am therefore putting the question as it relates to that amendment. And the question reads, that Clause 11 be amended as circulated by Senator Mark. And there's a division taking place.
I understand now. Thank you, Mr.
Chairman
President.
and in committee.
Mr. Chairman, my answer is no. You see, he confused by interest in the word minister. He wants the whole clause to go.
So we will restart the division just for clarity of procedure. Clerk.
Dr. Brown?
No.
Mr. Moore, SC?
No.
Ms. Gopi-Skud?
No.
Mr. Senalan? Mr. Hussain?
No.
Ms. West?
No.
Mr. Mitchell?
No.
Ms. Cox?
No.
Mr. Bacchus?
No.
Mr. Singh?
No.
Mrs. Sagram Singh Suklal?
No.
Dr. Ibrahim?
No.
Mrs. Lazama Liseg?
No.
Mr. Hislop?
No.
Mr. Sukai?
No.
Mr. Mark?
Yes.
Ms. John?
Yes.
Ms. Lashmidial?
Yes.
Mr. Naked?
Yes.
Mr. Lyda?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Mr. Richards? Mr. Vera?
No.
Dr. Dial Singh?
No.
Ms. Dionaran?
No.
Mr. Prasad?
No.
Mr. Timal?
No.
Mrs. Thompson, aye?
No.
Dr. Dylan Remy?
No.
Mr. Welch?
No.
Mr. Chairman, the result of the division is as follows. 6 senators voting in favor for, 24 senators voting against. There were no abstentions.
Honorable Senators, the results of the division are as follows. 6 senators voted for, 24 senators voted against, and there were no abstentions. As a result, Clause 11, as amended and circulated by Senator Mark, does not stand part of the bill. I shall now put the question as it relates to the amendment circulated by the Minister of National Security. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 11 be amended as circulated by the Minister of National Security and further amended to remove the S at the word regulations positioned at Clause 11A2. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 11, as amended, now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 11, as amended, now stands part of the bill. Honorable Senators, the question is that the bill, as amended, be now reported to the Senate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill, as amended, will now be reported to the Senate. Minister of National Security.
Mr. President, I wish to report that the Firearms Amendment Bill 2022 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate agree with the committee's report on the Firearms Amendment Bill 2022. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Minister of National Security.
Entitled An Act to Amend the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601, and for other related matters, be now read a third time and passed.
Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601, and for other related matters be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601, and for other related matters.
Leader of Government Business.
Okay. Mr. President, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.